Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh, yeah. Horn. Hoag and Horn.
Hey, it's Monday. We are back. This way. Hey, there we
That
go.
way. There you go.
Jeez, Louise. I tell you, I'm spinning. I'm still spinning from Friday night. But anyway, it's good to spin. You get the blood going, you know. Welcome to Topstep TV. Yes. And it is Monday. And let's get this going right away here. We got lots going on here today. Nice little I'm not gonna say. We'll keep it at that. But let's get ready for a great day. Okay. This is Topstep TV. This is opening call. He's Ray Rayner, and I'm Cuddly Dudley. Remember that? That's an old one, right? I bet you 80% of the people in chat are going, WTF? Who the hell is that? But anyway,
I had a Cuddly Dudley stuffed animal when I was a kid.
Yeah, you did? I had one too.
Yeah.
And it ended up in the garbage one day. And I think they all did. I think they all ended up in the garbage. But hey, let's say hello to our good friend. Yes, the guy with the Cuddly Dudley stuffed animal, as I was, everybody's friend and a trading mentor, that handsome guy next to me. I got it right this time. John, a.k.a. Hold on. The Hoag. Hoagland. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Feeling good. Happy Monday, everybody. It's a nice shiny day, sunshiny day here in Chicago. 47 degrees. Monday,
Yeah,
October the 7th. And welcome, everybody, to the opening call. As always, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. I always got to say good morning to the early birds here in the chat. Nick Nichols, good morning. Command, Eddie's Bong, Dan Trader, Mad Lucky, John Jones, Ezra, Carlos, Bill Phillips, good morning to you as well. JT, Kingdom Citizen, and Rich. It's good to see everybody. And as always, welcome to all of you, and welcome to each and every one of you. We're very happy to have you with us. Let's have a fun and interesting and action-packed trading day today.
Action-packed. Yes. Just like John Wick movie. Shit flying everywhere. All right. Well, be very careful. Let's get to the news here right away. We got some good stuff coming up. U.S. stock futures pointed lower today, as you can see, in the rally in the prior session, which was Friday. It was sparked by a little September employment report that we had. Now the Dow futures shed about 89 points here. The S&P down about Dan Marino 13, and the Nasdaq dipped about 46. Yesterday was Sunday, but if we go back more than that, on Friday, the main averages on Wall Street jumped. It was after that Labor Department figures showed that the U.S. economy added far more jobs than anticipated. Now, those numbers jacked up hopes that the world's largest economy, yes, U.S., was on a solid footing heading into the fourth quarter. Now, although those readings dented projections, the Fed would roll out another jumbo 50 basis point interest rate reduction in its final meeting of the year. We heard, it's back and forth, 25, 50, 25, 50. Your guess is as good as mine. So it did serve as a boost, the idea that the central bank was on course to achieve they're calling it the soft landing scenario, in which the elevated inflation is successfully quelled without igniting a wider downturn in the economy jobs market. And Johnny, that's what I've got so far, what I have. But what do you got for us today? I know we got some numbers end of the week and so forth, but what do we got here for our lovely traders today?
Well, as far as economic indicators and numbers coming out, it's very thin today. The only thing we really have, 10:30, a 3 and 6 month bill auction. We've got Bowman speaking at noon today, Central Chicago time. Neil Cash and Carey speaking at 12:50 this afternoon, and Bostic and Mausoleum speaking after the close today, 5 o'clock and 5:30 respectively. Yes. So we've got, as far as the rest of the week is concerned, we've got international trade tomorrow. There's a couple of talking Feds tomorrow. There's a 3-year note auction at noon tomorrow.
Awesome.
Wednesday, we've got more talking Feds, Bostic and Logan due to speak. We've got the EIA petroleum status report as usual on Wednesdays. Barkin speaking after that. And then the FOMC minute meetings on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Central Chicago. Remember, that is not the release. That is just the minute meetings from the meeting 2 weeks ago. Thursday, we've got CPI. That's going to be a largely viewed and impactful number. Jobless claims as usual on Thursdays. More talking Feds. There is a 30-year bond auction on Thursday at noon. And Friday, the PPI numbers, final demand. We've got more talking Feds, consumer sentiment at 9 on Friday, Michigan consumer sentiment. And then, of course, the Baker Hughes rate count. Lots of talking Feds on the schedule already this week. Who knows how many more are going to pop up. We are on the front end of earnings season, Eddie. We've got JP Morgan and Wells Fargo releasing their earnings on Friday morning. Before that, PepsiCo tomorrow morning, probably the biggest one and the first larger company to be releasing earnings just at the front end of that earnings season, though not a whole bunch of them this week. The VIX this morning is up about 9%, back over 20 at 20.99, where it was 19.05 on Friday at this time. The dollar index, the Dixie, is 102.48, 102.53, same spot as it was pretty much on Friday morning. And this morning, last I checked, the yield on the 10 years back above 4%, 4.015%. This time on Friday was 3.95%. So yields continue pushing to the upside as more and more questions arise about how much or how often we will have any rate cuts in through the rest of the year here. So it's going to be an interesting day. That's what we've got as far as earnings and economic data due out. Of course, we know that anything can and usually will happen, ACH, and make sure you CYA cover your ass. Eddie?
Yes.
Where's the crude?
Dude. Hey, but before I do that, we've got Domino's on Thursday.
Domino's, yes.
Before the open. Yeah, Domino's. I like Domino's. They've gotten much better. But anyway, all right, dude, where's the crude? Well, I will intrude, and I won't be shrewd. I'll let you know where there is crude. So let's say that oil prices jumped like a jumping bean here today, following hefty gains posted in the previous week as traders eye ongoing tensions in the Middle East. We did see the Brent up by 0.5, the U.S. WTI up 0.8. Right now, we're looking at a market here. We're 75.42, got a high of 76. That's the spirit. 47 and a low of 74.06. Oil prices last week recorded their biggest gains in over a year. It was on the mounting threat of the region-wide war in the Middle East. Israel has sworn to strike Iran for launching a barrage of missiles in the country retaliation. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Probably will, but anyway, if you're trading crude, all right, this is a very, very fragile market right now. So be very careful. Use a stop. Be smart. All right, be smart. Use a stop just in case, as John says. CYA, cover your rump. Cover your dupa. That's what my grandma used to call it. Your dupa. I don't know if that must be something foreign or something. But anyway, John, hey, check this out. 6 months. 6 months. Half a year, right?
Yes.
You there? Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
yes.
Half a year. Somebody in New Jersey. Now, hey, if you're in New Jersey or visited New Jersey about 6 months ago, there is a 1.128 billion with a billion mega millions jackpot no one has claimed.
No way.
Right? So check. You only got, I think, another 6 months. Otherwise, it expires like a gallon of milk. Okay. Yeah. it would be the first time that a winning Mega Millions ticket has gone unclaimed. So they bought it on March 26th. If you went in to get a pack of smokes and a Yahoo at ShopRite Liquors in Neptune Township, on the coast, you better start looking for it. Winning ball numbers were 7-11. It's 7-11. Maybe they bought it as 7-11. 7-11, 22, 29, 38, and the gold ball was 4. Now here, check this out. 1.1 billion. All right, you cash that ticket in after taxes, you're only going to get $536 million back. Yes, welcome to the United States. They take half. But it's much better than a divorce, you know. At least you're getting half. But anyway, all right. Tip of the week. Here's the tip of the week. I want you, yes, you, the trader here at Topstep, I want you to give us your tip of the week. We're going to do this all week. We've been giving you the tip of the week every week. All right. We've been telling you and sharing with you, trying to help you. Now, I want you to be, I want you to let everybody know. Give us your best tip of the week as far as trading. Okay. Not like recipes or DIYs. What is your tip of the week for trading? So put that in the chat, share it. We're going to be doing it every day. But otherwise, let's keep moving on. John, let's get to them charts. We're sort of trying to go as fast as we can here. But Johnny, what do you got for our contestants here?
Right.
The price is right. We want the price is right. What is the price?
The prices are always changing. That's what's so great about these markets. And as always, we're going to be starting on the daily in the E-mini S&P as soon as we get that chart up there.
Hey, Hoag, before we do that, can you share your charts for me? I know it's
Monday.
Oh,
no.
No, we're not sharing nothing. You share it.
Oh, man.
Those are
I thought I did that already, but I guess I did not. I apologize.
Yeah, we'll just blame it on technology, man. That's okay. I'll cut you some slack today.
More delays.
We'll say it was shared, but you know it fumbled.
We'll be back in a half an hour, folks.
No, here it is. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Let's do it.
Man, that's the first thing I do. Every morning is I set that up and failed to do so today. All right, moving on. So back to the daily in the S&Ps. What are we looking at here? Well, we've kind of created an area of balance over the last couple of weeks. We haven't really seen a lot of increase or decrease of open interest in any particular direction over the past couple of weeks, which makes me and Anne-Marie believe that the most of the trading that we've been seeing going on while we've been kind of creating this area of balance has been shorter time frame, larger speculators, small speculators, and I'm sure, as usual, on a daily basis, some adjustment of inventory in the longer time frame and in the bigger traders, the funds, the banks, all of those. So look at volume on Friday. We did have a pretty good up move on Friday. We'll talk about that here in just a second, but volume wasn't all that impressive. We did add 18,000 contracts in open interest. That is indicating possible new longs and possibly new longs in longer time frame. And we're going to talk again a little bit about that right now. So yeah, on Friday, if you remember, the market opened and right up against the base of a late spike from back here. The base of that late spike we were looking at there was 5,875. So we opened right up against it, and we broke hard. We had some pretty decent volume on the way down, but the market continued to push higher throughout the rest of the session. And with that increase in price was negative delta, which would indicate quite possibly that there were longer, stronger buyers just placing bids, scooping up everything that the shorter time frame traders would give them, and then move those bids up and move those bids up as delta decreased in value as price was moving higher. We ended up basically with a pretty good short squeeze at the end of the day, which caused a late spike at the end of the day, as well as the market to close that up above that 5,800 level, right at the base of that previous late spike. Well, we've kind of got another late spike base, and we actually have two of them because trading is not a science. It's more of an art form. We've got a couple of late spike bases that we're going to be kind of looking for potential opportunities with today. The actual late spike base, 57.97.5, is when the market broke above the previous session high and then closed above it. So that's the true late spike. But the market really kind of changed personality, and that short squeeze started to come in at this initial late spike base. We're calling that 57.86 quarter. Going to be coming in pretty close to the 50 session moving average there, as well as the VWAP from the overnight session, which is currently 57.84.38. Let's just call that quarter. Overnight inventory got a little bit too short to the downside. The market has been reconciling that overnight inventory, but we've got lower highs, lower lows since the open from last night. We've got a couple of interesting levels to look for, the bases of the late spike. And remember what the late spike base rules are. A late spike to the upside if the market opens the following regular trading hour session below the base of the late spike. That is rejection of higher pricing and possible acceptance of lower pricing. So the market looks like it's going to be opening in range, of course, and probably in value. The base of the initial late spike base puts us pretty much right at the high of value from yesterday. So I'm really looking for an opportunity for that. The other place down below that I'm really focusing on as far as opportunities are concerned is when we have a trend line like this in the 30-minute chart, kind of indicates shorter time frame buying coming in there, but that doesn't really jive with the delta that was negative that we squeezed out at the end of the day. So this area right here also looks kind of interesting, and it's also last week's anchored VWAP is right in that area. That's 57.67.5. We've also got the 100 session and the 200 session on the 30-minute chart coming in right at that level as well. So there's about a $2 area right here that I find very interesting for a potential opportunity. It's up against the overnight low as well. The profile on Friday was normal variation day neutral with a failed downside auction. Right there was that failed downside auction, rejecting the previous day's value. That was a really decent opportunity for a potential long that certainly paid out as the best trade location of the day. That late spike higher, okay, with the delta divergence indicates there was possibly, with the increase in open interest, some new buying coming in longer time frames. Only time will tell if that is going to work, but we've got some really kind of, I think, good, important levels to work with early this morning, early today in the S&Ps. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, which is, largely in a similar situation. Of course, we're nowhere near all-time highs in the NASDAQ, but the area of balance that we've spent the last 2 weeks creating, we are very centrally located as far as price is concerned. Volume on Friday was We added 5,600 in open interest, and that's a very similar short squeeze that we saw, and that means possibly, again, longer time frame buyers coming into the marketplace. Open interest increased, and maybe some new longer time frame longs. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and take a look. So very similar situation. The market was very long on the open. We couldn't take out the overnight high. Sellers came in right off the open. We did not take out the initial balance low, which was right up against value high from the previous day, rejecting value high. Buyers did come in, and they continued to push this market higher. We had a delta divergence, but we did not create a true late spike. This late spike base comes from all the way back here, and it has been showing resistance on Friday and last night. So that still looks like an important level. Now we've got an assumed late spike base, even though it's not a true late spike base. This level 20,182.25 is where the market kind of changed personality yesterday, and we ended up with a late squeeze to the upside, but it did not necessarily take out and leave a late spike to the upside. So 20,182, an important level. Afternoon pullback low. We looked at that as resistance, possible support if we do open above it. And I'm not sure that this is going to be all that impactful, but it does line up with these lows here, these afternoon, you could say these are afternoon pullback lows in the NASDAQ. So market opening, overnight inventory short, some reconciliation of those shorts already happening. Opening in range and in value suggests let's try and stay patient. Normal variation, neutral day on Friday as far as the profiles are concerned. All right, now crude oil. So we're coming into rollover, front end of rollover right now. Volume has been maintaining or it's kind of falling as price has continued to try and push to the upside. Now we had last week's weekly kickoff high was 72.60, and once we broke out of that, we pulled back to it once, and it was supportive ever since. And we're seeing the market continue to try and push to the upside. How good of a job is it doing? Well, volume was lower on Friday. We lost 27,000 in open interest. Now that again can be somewhat a function of the rollover. So I'm not really putting too much stock in that. This rally, however, since we broke out above there, does kind of act like it's being driven by scared shorts so far. So we got to monitor for continuation. Is there anything in the 30-minute chart or on the profile that says maybe something different? Friday's session, okay, we opened with a gap. We closed the gap, which became supportive. The market kind of opened and broke, and then it kind of based here, and then we saw some buying coming in. But look at where the majority of the volume, the biggest volume bar was that 1 to 130 bar when buyers backed off and sellers barreled into this market. And I'm pretty sure that is where this loss in open interest came in. I'm looking at this loss in open interest instead of scared shorts. I'm looking at Friday's break as long liquidation. We came a long way in a short period of time. It was a big up week. Makes sense that some of that open interest loss wasn't anything other than longs taking profits. What do we do today? Well, overnight inventory was long. We've already come back into and open in range, but right at the high of value. So if we reject value, we may see more buying come into this market and continue this push to the upside. We do have the weekly kickoff high at 77.40. We've got one naked point of control between here and there that was checked in the overnight session. Watch and see if we reject value from yesterday, and if we reject range from yesterday, we could see this market continue this push to the upside. Again, how good of a job is it doing? I'm not all that impressed with the breakout or the continuation of that, but that doesn't matter. The market can do what it's going to do. It's just that the nuances that I'm seeing aren't all that impressive. Let's take a quick look at gold, and we'll get down to business here. Gold is very range bound still. We had an outside day on Friday. We've got so far an inside day today. Volume has been waffling. Open interest has been waffling. The market is consolidating and probably doing a pretty good job of evening out inventory for whichever move the market makes next. The next leg to the upside, or some sort of reversal of the current medium time frame trend to the upside. Again, basing that off 26.36, the weekly kickoff low. 30-minute chart. Lots of weaknesses in structure down below this market. And those are going to become important whenever they become important. The market opened, leaving the opening range at the dead-ass high of the day today, basically spanning the entire value area from Friday. The market really is still exhibiting range-bound activity. I mean, we've got range here, we've got range here, inside here, outside here, inside here. The market very kind of showing range-bound opportunities. So the price action on Friday, there was a lot of probing outside of the very short time frame area of balance, this 3-day balance that we've been in. A lot of excursions, a lot of probing outside of the balance, but all of that probing was just met with sellers. Probing to the downside met with buyers. Market doesn't seem too ready to change too much lately. The profile from Friday was a normal variation, neutral day, excess on both ends, excess, where's our range so far today? Inside of all that excess. So let's make sure and take your deep breath before getting involved in trading today. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and always pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day and a great trading week.
I'm all for that, Johnny. Well said, well done. Coming up here next, we've got Nick4ATick. Was profitable in the live markets on Friday. He's got 5 XFAs being transferred to live currently. And Coach Dakota, star of Slow Market, was profitable in the XFA on Friday. And speaking of Friday, he went to SeaWorld. Okay. We'll be right back. Keep the fish on the table. Fast Markets coming up next. All right, let's get our perfect opportunities in the gates. We are open, and I'm going to give it back to that handsome guy, another handsome guy here. Andre, how was your weekend?
It was excellent. Thank you, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We are open. You know, Dakota in the lower left-hand corner. You know, Nick4ATick in the lower right-hand corner. Upper right-hand corner, throw it to my main man, Hoag. Hoag, we are now open. What are you seeing in the NQ or the ES?
Well, let's look at the ES. And
let's do it.
You know, we had the late spike at the end of the day on Friday in the S&Ps. We had that short squeeze. There's kind of two levels to that late spike. 57.86 half is where the market really kind of changed from range bound to extension. We've opened below that. That is not a good sign for longs. That is a sign where that the market is rejecting higher pricing, accepting lower pricing. We've got the opening range already at the high, that dead high of the session here. Maybe we should be thinking about taking this opening range trade because it's relatively small. It's about a 4-point opening range, which helps us limit risk. Much bigger opening range in the NASDAQ, however. This is the overnight profile. Here's Friday's profile opening inside range, inside value, below a late spike, indicates possible reacceptance of lower pricing. Similar situation here in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, the kind of assumed late spike kind of started all the way up here at 20,182 and a quarter and a half. Opening range is very large. It's about a 23 handle opening range, but it has broken to the downside. Delta's really not going to be too much help for us here. Just kind of looking at the market as the overnight session in the S&P and the NASDAQ was lower highs, lower lows. Is that going to continue into the regular trading hour session? And the profile nuances say yes, it is.
Right. Keep an eye on that. All right, Nick4ATick, what are you seeing here in the ES? We're seeing sellers. NQ, what are you looking for in terms of prices, perhaps price action on this Monday?
Yeah, not a whole lot to start this week. We are still in balance. If you caught my show last night, we had talked about looking for potentially the first reoffer spot of the week, kind of being around 260s, 250s, basically the retest of kind of Friday's highs in the NASDAQ, as well as looking to potentially fade in the 5800s for a move back down towards 5750s in ES. And we kind of got most of that move last night already. So you had that first attempt kind of falling back into, last week's value. So nothing crazy here so far to start the week after the kind of Globex open in the overnight session. We're pretty much still in, the balance range, the value area from most of last week's volume. So until we kind of leave this range, there's not a whole lot to do outside of play the edges. I have 5 XFAs, or I guess I had 5 XFAs transferred to my live account on Thursday evening. Been working on some combines. I actually got those passed on a long in the early part of the pre-market. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands and kind of looking for, more opportunities. But, it doesn't mean we can't find a good trade here this morning for the house account. But Nick's in good shape, kind of getting back into more XFAs for this week.
Excellent. Mr. Dakota, back from San Diego, back from SeaWorld, back at home. Let's get right into it, Dakota. I see the bull in the background. Is that indeed the case? We're looking to buy anything, buy any dip. What do we think, Dakota?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can see how we consolidated for the beginning of October. I mean, we had that sell-off. We consolidated. We broke out of that up to 20,260s, and we came back. We tested. You can see this is something very simple, basic. This became support on the 4th, and then here we are again. It came support again during the London session, and so I'm going to see how we react this morning, if we're going to have a rotation up to the 250s, back up to these highs on Friday, or if we're going to break down, go below, and then the next area I'm going to be looking for is about the 880s, 900. So these are the two main zones that I'm watching start this week off. So if we hold here, go higher. If we break below it, we're going to go lower. Simple.
All right. Simple enough. We got the strategy. Hoag, it feels like we've been looking at the same prices for the last couple of weeks now. Nick was talking about the 2,200s. In the NQ, Nick, the same prices. Yeah. 57.50. I even heard him say it with a bit of dismay, like 57.50 in the ES, 20,200 in the NQ. Hoag, we've been looking at the same prices. How do you approach a market? How do you trade a market where you look at the same prices for the last few weeks?
When that happens, you got to understand that it's mostly shorter time frame traders, speculators, and some small, longer time frame inventory adjustments that happen every day. But there's nothing that is really directional in this. So you're doing what I think Nick4ATick is talking about. I mean, your main focus is going to be on the extremes.
Yeah, you gotta do the Nick Dolby play. You gotta play the edges. You have to be willing to take the stop out at the top or bottom end of this range, in theory, because you kind of know where you're wrong. Your risk is pretty defined. If you're taking the short in kind of the 58.20s or below the all-time high, let's say that, your risk is probably to, a few points higher than that on ES, and you could get that full rotation back down to 57.70s or all the way to 57.50s, in which case it's kind of make or break once again. Eventually this range does break, and I'm not looking to fade it once it does. We've talked about this, the last few weeks, the last couple times we've been in a multi-week balance is when it does finally break, do not try to fade it. Kind of wait for the next reoffer spot or the next, spot where people coming in to rebid it. If we get weakness to the downside, let's say, you may find passive buyers stepping in below 5,700 in ES. But until we kind of break it, it's play the edges or sit on your hands. There's nothing else to do. Options have us pegged.
They do. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think you saw it on Friday more than anything. You had 5750 being the big SPX strike and the 5700. And we, after NFP on Friday, we sold off 5750 SPX and we went to 5700. And then we rebid right off that and closed at 5750. So if you don't believe options kind of control this market on a shorter time frame, as Hoag was saying, when they're shorter time frame buyers or sellers and they're using options in theory, it's hard to look at a day like Friday and not see what's going on and kind of just be willing to play the big round numbers, because until it breaks, until that doesn't work, that's the safest play, is to lean into that, at least when we're range bound.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. If you don't believe the options are running these markets in the short term, you will learn one way or another. You got to touch the stove to know it's hot. At this point, Nick has proved his point. We have just been seeing options have a spec, Nick. We are seeing the same prices. We're at 57.83 right now. I might get into
a long here on the NASDAQ.
Let's do it.
We could break above 150s.
Okay. You got VWAP.
There we go. I'm long right one contract at 156.5. Looking for a break into these 60s.
Dakota, let's do it.
And it's eerily similar, excuse me, to the first 30 minutes of Friday's action, where we kind of were just stuck inside of the 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ and like the 5 minute opening range in ES. And I mean, once we did finally break it, it was pretty violent to the downside, but it took a good 45 minutes to break out of that, couple 30-second, 1 minute, whatever size you were using, but we were stuck.
We were. All right, Dakota's long from 156, Dakota.
Yeah, 156.75. I want to see this go now. This is a breakout trade, and I don't want us hesitating. This needs to go now into these 70s.
Yeah, I agree with Dakota.
What price was that, Hoag? What price did we get short from on was it Friday? You still remember the trade, Hoag? Hoag still remembers the trade all weekend.
I'm out. I'm flat. I just don't like that right there. We probably will go, but I don't like that rejection we just had. Minus $18.
Okay.
I mean, we are in the dead middle of this kind of balance range that we've been in too.
Yeah, it looks 789s. Yep. Same prices, Jay. We're still looking at the same prices now. That's straight in the ES 5782. Dakota is flat, got out. Didn't like the price action. Dakota, you didn't like when you get long from the 156.75, you're looking for it to go right here, right now?
Yeah, I wanted it right there, right now. You can see we just rejected, and happy with getting out. It was a good example of a time stop, and
a scratch.
If you don't get what you want immediately, then there's no sense of.
Does anybody see any reason to look for a short here?
Same reason I didn't like the rejection.
Sure. Roughly 2,000 positive delta at that high on ES. So you may have some passive sellers kind of iceberging or reoffering in that spot around 85s. Like, other than that, no, I'm not seeing any reason to really want to get short outside of looking for this to break down and maybe go retest the bottom edge of this opening range so far. But that looks like a relatively clean rejection at those highs on ES. NQ, not so much, but on ES, I am seeing that to 2,200 positive delta near that high.
Oh, what were you saying?
Were you
looking at the same thing?
I'm really just kind of. There's two bases to the late spike in the S&Ps on Friday. The first base is 57.86 half, where the market was kind of holding as a resistance at that level, and it was that 2 o'clock to 2:30 bar that really started to push higher, and then we had the real late spike, which is the base of that is all the way up at 57.97 half. So there's where the market really changed to the upside and where that short squeeze happened was right where you guys started getting long, basically. And you guys held on to that and had a nice trade off of that. So that resistance on the way up, it offered a good upside opportunity, but we're opening back below that resistance level in a short time frame. So if I were looking, and I was looking, but looking for a potential short up against the initial spike base, that high that we put in Friday was the base of a late spike. And that's one of the reasons I liked it so much. Our problem on Friday was we just didn't give it enough room. We got ticked out, and then it just buried the rest of the day. And a failed downside auction against value. That was the long, and all the way back up, and we took out that high. So it was a really, really cool trading day to watch yesterday, and would have been even better to profit on that short. Too tight a stop. That's what got us.
Yep.
57.89s. Well, pretty slow, pretty quiet open so far for money. It's typical. We see this quite a bit. Probably things will pick up. What will pick us up? You may ask. Well, let me take a look at the eco calendar right now. I had some stuff in Europe, but Eddie, my man, you're always taking a look at the calendar. What do we got on tap for today? Anything? Where's Eddie? Eddie, where'd you go?
Eddie.
Eddie,
can you hear us, Eddie?
Eddie, where art thou? Where art thou?
There wasn't a ton of there he is. I'm not going to steal his thunder. Eddie.
There wasn't a time. You were going to tell us a story, Nick. I was ready. Yes, we've got an October ale on tap. It's very fruity tasting. Also, in about 16 minutes, we got our CB Employment Trends Index. Very minor number. Scrolling down, we got a 1033 month, 6 month bill auction coming up at noon. Make sure you got your ham sandwich and your orange crush ready to go. FOMC member Bowman's going to be speaking, and Bowman.
Did you find a show?
12:50 Central Time. FOMC member, as Johnny calls, Cash and Carry will be speaking. We've got our consumer credit a little later on in the afternoon, and later tonight we're going to have Bostic. Raphael Bostic will be speaking tonight, and that's what we got here, Andre. Back to you, buddy.
All right, thank you, Eddie. So we got a couple speakers in a few hours. Nothing. Right, in terms of data, nothing really coming out. But hey, as always, we will be keeping the eye on headlines from the Middle East.
Can we find a short on the NASDAQ?
Here you go. Nice scratch, Dakota.
Yeah, possibly around 130s, maybe, Dakota. A little bit higher.
Yeah, I think it's breaking down right now. We might see some momentum to the downside.
You sold that spike base in the S&Ps, we'd be sitting in decent profit right now.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota, you didn't trade last night? You were, I'm assuming, traveling back.
Yeah, the flight delays. Yeah, it was a long day for me yesterday.
Oh God, flight delays. Yeah, that's always fun.
We gotta start flying private, boys. No such thing as flight delays.
I know, that Topstep jet.
We gotta gas up that Topstep jet, man.
We gotta start killing it in the house account to pay for it.
Yes, we do. We start flying private. Yes, we'll get Dakota to and from San Diego same day, no questions asked. Dakota, you looking for perhaps a short now in the NQ?
Yeah. I think that short bounce could play in. I'm looking for us to test overnight lows, like 060s.
Yeah, that's basically where I was long from this morning.
Nice.
Kind of down that, I guess 80s, the 080s.
Yeah, we jumped up to 128, and now we're starting to sell off a little bit. Is it yes? A little bit behind?
Right now. 72% long in the crude. Last trading crude's $75.89. High of the day is $76.47. All 50 cents off the highs there. Take a look at the gold prices. Boy, same prices in gold for a while now, too. $26.65 last trade. About $14 off the overnight highs. YM chopping around the middle too. 42,515 last trade. Middle of the range from the overnight as well. Buyers trying to stop here in the NQ last trade. 20,123. Bottomed out around 20,100 in that latest sell off there. But
everything outside of NVIDIA Mag 7 wise is looking relatively weak. Pretty flat to some of them, but
well, long side and crude 82%.
Is it 82 now? What price, Eddie?
Ooh.
82. We're looking at 75.56. That's the long average price, but about 61% in the money.
Very nice.
Dang.
82%.
They bought the pullback.
Yes, they did, Dakota. Nicely. Very nice. Trade capture some of those profits. All right, last trade in.
Can we short the NASDAQ? That's the question I'm thinking right now. We're at these 130s.
Now.
Oh, like that
It
short.
literally is Friday. Like, this is what Friday looked like. We're still in that opening range. Kind of went down and retested it on both sides. NQ looked a little weaker, but bouncing right back up. And this is where it took us like 45 minutes to finally break that 1 minute opening range. Crazy.
Yeah.
So while we're still in it, it's really hard to get an edge either way. Like it's to kind of lean one way or the other until we decisively kind of break it.
All right. Well, again, if you guys do take your trades, you guys make sure to call them out. How's the count? We can or cannot. We don't may or may not take them, but we typically like to back you guys. You guys are the top of the top. You guys are on the leaderboard. You see these two guys named on the Topstep leaderboard.
Just so you know, I'm ready.
All right. That's what I like to hear, Hoag. Ready to go on a Monday.
I'm watching a short on the NASDAQ, Hoag, so I just don't like this.
Yeah. Well, you did switch it to a bear. Dakota, when did you switch it from bull to a bear in the background? I missed that. Besides
when I flattened up there at like 156.
And it was all right.
Yeah.
If I was going to lean, my lean is, naturally is going to be to try to short this market when it's trading where it's trading. So I can get on board potentially with a short with Dakota around this 130s, 140s spot, potentially.
Got us on the cues now.
News right now.
A lovely Monday range of whatever you want to call this, 6 points, 7 points maybe
Monday.
In ES.
No number Mondays are the best, but I know here at TopstepTV, we got some cool things in store for you guys this week. Starting with today. Stay tuned.
10-point range exactly in the S&P so far.
Yeah.
Remember when a 10-point range was actually decent?
I think that was before my time trading futures, because one of the mentors I always had that if it was less than 10, please just go do something else. Basically 10 was kind of your flip of like, there may be a trading opportunity for the day, there may not be. And I'm talking like the 30-minute opening range, not even minute. So if we didn't move more than 10 points in 30 minutes, it was kind of like a go touch grass type of day if you didn't already take something.
Hey, James Dobson, I do believe we'll see you on TV this week. Perhaps I gotta take a look at the schedule there, James. We'll have you back on. If not for tomorrow, we'll have you back on. Yeah, 10-point range in the ES, Hoag. I do remember when that was considered a big range. Now everyone just yawns at it, and that's okay. It's got appropriately. Dakota's looking for his short. He switched to the bear. I love how he's conscious about what's in his background. I would not have been present enough to have done that. The long didn't work. All right, I'm going to go to the background. I'll swap it out. James Diaz, thank you, Danielle. At 1 p.m., James Dobson, you are on with us. 1 p.m. Central. Pass with the pros. Thank you, Danielle. Watching our 6 around here. Thank you. Hope you had a lovely weekend. Get her done. Look at crude now up to almost 84% long in the crude.
I'm short the NASDAQ from 121.
Okay, what am I doing?
still hold off, Hoag.
Yeah.
Esther.
What do you think on this, Nick?
Where'd you get in? Like I said, I was leaning towards that 130.
This is just a quick.
Okay.
This is more of a quick one.
Yeah, I still like it. It does look like it kind of wants to break down. We made like a lower high in that opening range on the NASDAQ at least. But we are still, I mean, this is what, 50 points in NQ?
Nick, this is
a Monday. This seems to be the Mondays for the last few weeks. We don't do anything, and then by Wednesday morning, I'm like pulling my hair out because there really hasn't been a great trade just yet, and I'm scraping,
Yeah, I'm not seeing
pennies in front of the steamroller.
Either.
Hey, crude is 86% long.
Is it really?
Chill.
Man.
70% are in the money. Put something on it, crude.
Good job, fellow crude traders. There's some money. Even on the ES or NQ just yet. But, hey, opportunities elsewhere. Crude. He's saying 86% of you guys are long. See that scroll at the top of the screen? That's the tilt, but that is very delayed. Almost 15 minutes. You can get real-time tilt.
86.
Exclusively on Topstep X.
Good old James Lofton. Remember him?
He's a wide receiver. I do.
Wide receiver. 86.
Chopping around the YM. There's all eyes on the crude for the time being. Last trade in the crude just above $76 even. Last trade $76 and a penny. All right, starting to see some sellers here in the ES and the NQ. Dakota, you are long for, I'm sorry, you are short from 121s, correct? In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, 121.
All right, talk to us.
Play a breakdown. This is such a messy price action. It's not something I'm like.
It is.
Let's jump in on a house account, but
yes, making a new RTH low here. So at least we got that going for us. NQ was following suit.
We were talking behind the scenes and we were saying like, sometimes some of these trades that we're just like, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and hop into a trade because I'm bearish have been the better trades. So yeah,
close your eyes and sell it.
Yeah, I'm talking about like, should a house account jump in on this, Nick? And it's usually the trades where we're just like, okay, I'm going to short here. I don't think this is good enough for a house account trade. Are usually the ones that are the better ones that we wish we would have taken with our normal sizing in the house account.
If they don't scare you a little bit, they're no good.
I know. True.
It's one of those. It's like that phenomenon where you just kind of. You kind of have that like gut feeling where it's like, no, I just watching price action for months and months and months at a time. Sometimes it's like, no, I just kind of want to I'm leaning short and I'm going to take a stab. It doesn't mean this is a well thought out, great trade thesis type situation, but you kind of have that like gut feeling wanting to get into the trade. And so you take the stab like Dakota just did.
Yeah. And it's this price action is just so ugly. And as a bull, I didn't like it. So it just made sense to do the opposite of what direction I wanted to go.
Inverse yourself. Which is also not a great house account thesis. Is I'm going to inverse my initial thought going into the day.
Fade yourself. Yes.
Just invert the charts. See how that works.
Alt-I that thing, man. Oh, what a discovery. What a discovery we made this summer. Alt-I. Who knew? Alt-I existed. Here we are. All right, Dakota, talk to us.
Nothing. I mean, we're not getting any momentum in either direction. I was looking for us to hold below the 20,100s, and we're not. I'm looking to go test the 060s, 070s, and nothing.
Hey, Robert Williams in the chat saying, happy birthday, Topstep. Happy belated birthday, I believe. But thank you. Birthday was last month, Robert. Thank you.
Our birthday every day.
Yeah, it is our birthday every day. Thank you, Robert Williams. Mr. Elgo in the chart says, go as Alt-I for Halloween costume. It's pretty good. Alt-I. That would be funny, but it'd be a very, very inside joke. Very inside joke. Pretty much nobody.
We're going to have a Halloween costume contest for our traders.
I believe we're dressing up. Oh, happy birthday to me, John Jones. It's not my birthday.
It's your birthday every day, Andre.
Yeah, indeed. If all of us. All right, Dakota, we're kind of pushed here in the 20,000s or 20,100s. We are now into the 90s. How low can we go, Dakota? Low of the overnight is 20,058. Where do you see this going, Dakota? See profit, take profit, or just see where it could go?
I'm seeing where this one could go. I'm okay with risking $10 now, which is probably gonna hit me out. Yeah.
Just not getting anything meaningful
Yeah,
as far as
chopping
direction is
mess.
concerned, are we?
Wow.
Nope.
It's like that.
Nope, just lots of chop.
Hold it. I have to hold it. Keep an eye on the crude here. It's peeled back to about 80% long now. And beneath $76. Last trade $75.84.
Long to Jerry Rice.
80. Number 80. Yeah, gold's seeing a bit of selling right now. 26.63 last trade. About 16 bucks off the highs, about $6 off the lows from the overnight. See if we can get all right. So all right. We dipped beneath the 20,100 level in the NQ. Saw the 90s. Buyers jump right back in. I mean, that's kind of what Nick4ATick was saying. We nibble around the extremes. I don't even know that being below 20,100 is necessarily an extreme, but in this first 30 minutes of the trade, perhaps 100s is the low end of the extreme. 50s is the upper end. I'm grasping for stuff here, Nick. What do you think?
Andre,
we saw the buyers.
You remember,
what's up?
Remember on Tuesday when we started really breaking, when the whole bombing thing started coming out?
Yes.
And, Rips was like, I like a short here at 20,100. And I was like, I agree. I got 20,108 as a level. We're there right now.
Yeah, right at 108.
Still talking about the same levels, but that was an acceleration level to the downside on Tuesday.
Yeah, and that was news driven too. That was
yes.
Yeah, good call. Isn't that crazy? I still remember prices from a week ago. Well, you stare at them long enough, how can you forget them?
Yeah. Speaking of news and speaking of birthdays, this is coming over the wire here. Ukraine claims a cyber attack that blocked Russian state TV online was on Putin's birthday. Happy birthday!
Nice tie in there, Eddie. I was wondering where you're going with the birthday thing. You said, speaking of birthdays, you're talking about Ukraine. I'm like, where's he going with this? But Putin, here you go. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's nice, Eddie.
So Putin could not watch Golden Girl reruns. That sucks.
It's a shame. Lord knows he's a fan, right, Eddie?
Yeah.
Girl. All right, last trade. Here's those prices. Hoag was talking about 20,108 in the NQ. Hoag's favorite level in the NASDAQ. Right here, right now. We got SSS in the chat. Bid ES 66s. I believe he's talking SSS talking about 57.66. Last trade 57.76. Dakota, nice patience. You saw some green, saw some red, unrealized, of course. Where do we go from here, Dakota? Where do we go from here, Dakota?
I don't know.
Went both ways on you there.
This is the ugliest market for a while.
Hey,
feels like a rollover.
Ugly markets need loving too, Dakota.
I know. Are you seeing anything in any other market? I mean,
crude. Oh, crude size. Oh man, Eddie, those longs in crude. We just saw 50 cent sell off. Yeah, squished. Last trade $75.55. We just see 86% long tilt in the crude while we were trading around $76. Now we've pulled back about 50 cents.
Yeah,
there was some profit taking up there. What did I do there, Jimmy C? What did I do?
We might rotate back up to these 150s, 140s in the NASDAQ now.
$50-50 across the tilt.
No.
Evelyn says we're trading like KV with patience. Yes, we are.
I believe KV. Well, I missed it. I tried to buy the bid right there at 121. I didn't get in. I'm trying to buy it to take a play back up to those 150s, but I missed that.
Are you trying to reverse out of it, Dakota, or are you flat?
I'd still be looking short.
I'm flat.
This is a mess.
Oh, you're flat? Dakota's flat? Okay.
Yeah, I'm flat.
Scratch that.
Well, our good friend Carlos in our daily level team said the NQ VWAP and point of control overlap the highs 2156. ES VWAP and point of control overlap the highs as well. It's going to be hard to break and can lead to more downside. Thank you,
Carlos.
I'm gonna.
Dakota is flat. Nick4ATick, you're flat.
Yep.
And house account is flat. Quiet morning. It's all right. Sometimes I don't mind. It kind of eases you into the week. Eases you into the week, you know? Sometimes we come out guns blazing.
Sometimes I want to fire at the hip up Monday at 8:30, Andre.
Come on, because you've been itching. You've been off for 48 hours.
Exactly.
Any action? Yeah. I know.
And you have a day like Thursday where it's like I get my XFAs moved over to my live account, which I wasn't expecting, and then I start working on combines and hit those pretty early on Friday. So it's like I'm itching for a trade here.
Let's go.
And they're not giving it to me.
When trade, not when air horn. Now it's just when trade.
I'm gonna run and go refill my drink. Maybe we can get something. Well, usually that's what happens. I step away and then we move 150 points.
What's in your cup, Dakota? On this morning, this Monday.
I have
morning.
water, but I need something a little better than water right now. After
we do have that October ale, which has got a little fruity taste to it.
Pumpkin spice latte, perhaps. Something. Pumpkin spice.
Something.
I heard you're a big PSL guy, Andre.
I've had one in my entire life, courtesy of James Harden. James had it sent to my house.
Show us your shoes.
I
know there's some Uggs under that table.
No,
he's got knee-high boots on. Something.
Yes, I do. Oversized scarves. Yep. Flannels.
Guys.
It's meanwhile it's still like 80 degrees in Chicago or something, but he's got all ready to go.
It's quite warm. James, I'm okay. Yes, I must admit, they were quite tasty. But one is good. Thank you, James. Again.
What is a PSL?
A pumpkin spice latte, John. Would you like one ordered to your house? Would you like one ordered to your house right now? We can have that arranged.
Everything is an acronym these days.
We all need one. We all need a PSL.
I've never had a PSL.
Well, John, we can change that.
We're going to sit you down. We're going to get you a PSL and a Big Mac.
I drink black coffee. That's it. Just black coffee. If I go to Starbucks, I get black coffee.
Yeah. If you drink
I'll
anything
either
but
do like
black coffee,
an Americano or that's just an espresso. I'd rather do that.
I'm not paying for a Costa latte.
It's Costa latte. That's pretty good. Oh, if you drank anything but a black cup of coffee, I would be questioning all things in life.
If you're looking for caffeine, the lighter bean has the more caffeine in it.
More caffeine, yeah.
Yeah. I used to ask that. I go, what do you got? What do you got brewing today? I'm a black coffee guy too, man. You know what? Give me coffee.
Hey, let's put up a poll, fun poll, since the market's a little quiet. Always on the polls. What is your drink of choice in the mornings? Coffee, tea, water, energy drink,
bourbon,
bourbon. I'll say beer. Yeah, let's put a poll. What is your drink of choice in the morning? Coffee, tea, water, energy drink, or other. Wink, wink. Other. Let's have a little fun. But yes, a bit of a slow morning. Start seeing some buyers step in. Dakota, are you back? Did you refill that water? We're good. Forgot to hit the mute button, though. Come on back, Dakota.
I should be good.
There you go. I missed your voice.
Yeah.
Right back up to the highs here.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, that's
bleach.
There we go.
All right, we're pushing higher here.
Bleach.
Some mornings.
I want clean thoughts all day.
And right back down.
I want to scream when I go to the bathroom.
Right to that initial spike base right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks a lot of head fakes. Head fakes to the upside, sold. Take a peek to the downside, bought it, buy them.
I think we get back up to the 200s. I think we could easily go up to 220s, 230s. That's going to be my target for power or fast markets. So
to me,
I'm
a
going to look
day
for a way to
like
get into a long.
to me, a day like today is a bad day to try and trade momentum, like breakouts of highs and breakouts of lows. Just
it's buy the dip, sell the rip.
mm-hmm.
Not a day to have a runner on Hoag. Probably not going to have a.
Well, unless it turns into one. I mean, we could have said the same thing on Friday. You know, with that short, we could have said, "Man, oh man, this thing's just not moving for 45 minutes." We could have easily been, worn out of that trade, but it wasn't until after that started really getting some momentum where we could have said, "Oh yeah, this one's got legs," right? But this is kind of starting out exactly the same way. I mean, there's just nothing really to do here until there is.
Yeah. A quick results on that fun poll we had. Almost 500 votes, really quick. Morning drink of choice. 56% of you enjoy a cup of Joe coffee. 13% of you do enjoy bleach. Interesting. You're still here with us today. Be careful. Don't drink too much. No, we're kidding. No, don't drink bleach.
CME Group mug.
CME Group Yeti right here just keeps my coffee nice and hot for 2 hours.
Go.
All right, I'm long 143 and a quarter.
143
and a quarter.
You flipped it to a bull. You keep flipping back there, Dakota.
Is that kind of a morning, Andre?
It is. Yeah, I love it. Love it. All right. Cut along from 143 quarter.
Yep. Stop's going to be pretty tight. Yeah, I'm out.
Man, yeah.
Just quick in and out for me.
These all scratches, Dakota.
I picked the wrong week with amphetamines.
I mean, minus $300 today. Kind of. I mean, if you want to consider it, it's pretty close to a scratch for me.
Yeah, I think anything plus or minus $500. With the size you trade, we call a scratch.
I'm back in 127.
All right, better price. 3,127.
And I'd be looking to short this right here, right now, for the breakdown. Finally.
You like that in the S&P, Nick?
I liked it in NQ, same thing. Just finally trying to get that break of 130s for a new low, something like that. But I mean, that's the middle of this opening range kind of. But I still think it's going to break down. You're not seeing what we usually would see from buyers to kind of really push us out, push us up, and you're not seeing that enthusiastic buying. I know we kind of had a little bit of a run in the pre-market, but that seems to now have stalled. So
fair enough.
And you're seeing a little bit of reoffering near those highs.
I added to my long now.
Okay.
I'm long 2 at 124.
124. It's 2. Okay.
And that's what makes a market, folks.
Yeah, buyers and sellers. Also,
the thing is, I'm not feeling very, very comfortable in this long, though. That's the thing.
No, Dakota.
But this is it. Like, Dakota and I don't have the same read on, it's this type of price action. I'm still kind of sticking to looking to sell it. Dakota has flipped back and forth a few times, but he may be able to get out with a good scalp here. It could break to the upside. It could break to the downside. There's no good read. It just, my lean would be to still try to sell this because I just haven't seen what we usually would see from buyers trying to push us into a breakout of an opening range.
Yeah, I'm buying these dips right here. I mean, I'm looking at this as buy when we sell off, buy. Maybe we could get back up to these 140s.
This is not great price action, though. I think we've all been saying.
This is horrible price action, Nick.
Like we're Dakota and I are just kind of looking for something to break. Either way, it's pretty terrible that it hasn't happened here in 40 minutes.
Stay patient.
Like we say, never force a trade. If it's not here, be patient. It's like fishing.
It is like
unless
fishing.
You got dynamite.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
that.
Got
dynamite.
It's like fishing. All right, Dakota long 2 from 124. 20,000 at 124.
Yep.
Let's trade the ES 57.79. VWAP at 57.82. Marcus just trying to figure out which way to go. Wait for new information to enter. Even the CL tilt flattened out a little bit. CL tilt now back to 62%. We saw it as high as what? Eddie, we saw like 85%, 84% in the crude. Now we're back to 62% long in the crude.
Well, while we're waiting, Andre, I can come in
Jack!
and hit a few news stories real quick.
Yes.
Happy Monday, Andre. What's up?
Bears won, so I'm in a good mood.
Bears won emphatically against the team that they took all their players and picks from.
Yes, they
still have their second round pick next year.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Carolina.
I'm out. I'm flat. I'm flat.
What are you out?
Flat.
That was flat.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's like I like that, I don't like that, and it's just too messy for me. I wanted it to go, and yeah, it's just minus 660.
All right, everyone's flat. Dakota's flat. Nick4ATick's flat. House account's flat. Go ahead, Jack. Take it away with some news on this Monday.
Well, first, I'm going to give some bad information to, he says Texans and Steelers won too. I thought he meant last night. The Steelers lost. But yes, they all won in that trade. Thank you, Lovey Smith, for that incredible thing that went on there. But so get long Caleb Williams. But let's hit some financial news first and talk some bonds. I'll get to this chart, Gabe, if we can go to the bond story first. There we are.
We got it.
Okay. Long traders buckle up for no landing after surprise jobs report. There's been a lot of movement in the bond market since that hot employment number on Friday, including right now, as we speak, the 10-year is over 4% yield. And now we can go to that chart. My favorite chart of all.
I jumped back long again. Just keep going.
Yep.
Going.
All
back.
good.
Just
twos, tens yield is back to almost inverted again. We're back to about break even on the 2 and 10-year yields. I know which direction I would be going here, but this is not a financial advice podcast. All right. Next, I like this tweet about AI here. There you will. AI won't replace you, but a person using AI will. That person's the CEO's stupidest nephew. His name is Chart, and he got kicked out of a frat for killing a dog. What? That's kind of my feeling on all of this.
What just happened, Jack? Say that again.
Well, I gotta read that again.
What happened?
I think that this is a commentary on the people who are AI maximalists in general.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of name is Chart? Jay wants to know in the chat exactly.
My son's name is Chart.
Chart, is that right? It's Chart.
Yeah. And then
be my next dog's name.
One more thing for the weekend, of course, Vanderbilt beat Alabama in one of the craziest upsets ever. And just wanted to update our European friends here. They tore down the goalpost and then walked them down Broadway, which is the bachelorette party capital of the universe.
Yes.
And then eventually when you tear down a goalpost, it eventually needs to get into a body of water. So it was then tossed into the Cumberland River. So good job to Vanderbilt. Alabama licking their wounds.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nice trade there, Dakota.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hoag. I'm still long from 125.
Did you get back in?
Yeah, I jumped back in. Yep.
Finally.
This is a beautiful example of why I lose a lot more than I win, but my winners are it's just the risk reward is all. Just small loss, loss, and then
big win.
Yeah, decent size win. And if we could break through and get into these 200s, then yeah, that's it's such a, I don't know, good risk reward. That's it. Simple. Risk management.
Okay, Dakota. All right, sorry. What price, Dakota, they got you at long? They got you from 125?
125.
You. It went.
I'm giving this one room to run and break if we want to break and get up to these 200s. I could see, yeah, right at 200 seems to be an interesting level. Maybe 250.
We got to get there.
250.
Dakota, just for reference, the base of the assumed late spike that occurred on Friday in the NASDAQ is 2,182 and a quarter.
Okay, 182.
It's that same spot that the S&Ps are struggling with right now.
I see it.
I do gotta say, trading solo on mornings like this would be tough. Go ahead, Dakota. Let's push your last trade 20,156. Yeah, it looked like the ES wanted to go first there. ES is moving higher. Yeah. ES going first.
The next level in the S&Ps would be 57.97 half.
797.
I haven't taken that on the NASDAQ yet.
125. Will it go?
That's the question. This is that zone, that resistance zone where you always are nervous. Are we going to break or are we going to reject right back into the range?
Fall off back into the opening range, and we just stay there until God only knows. If we stayed in the 1 minute opening range, that would be insane for this long.
New all-time record, 45 minutes in the same range.
I mean, don't jinx it now, but we are holding a little bit. We're holding into these 50s.
See if we can hold 160s. Yes. What is that? 85s? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Coach Hoop in the chat. Coach Hoop, I think we got something fun in store for you. 45 minutes, Coach Hoop. I do believe you know what I'm talking about. Stay tuned.
There we go. There's some follow through.
Right.
Getting some momentum and some follow through.
Come on, Dakota. Come on, Dakota. We're pulling for you here, Dakota.
This isn't much of a trade, Andre.
First one to jump in the water. Didn't know if it was warm or cold, but he jumped in. Watching him.
Well, I mean, once we seen that rejection below 100, I said I'm looking for us to get to 200s. It just depends on how I get in it. And I got chopped once, but yeah, I probably should just leave this with a little bit more room to breathe.
What do you mean by that, Dakota?
Just having a wider stop and not trail it so tight. Typically, I'll trail it and have my stop loss already at 153, but I'm going to keep it at 137 just to give it more room than I typically would because of the way the price was acting this morning. I think it needs a lot more room.
You're a lefty, Nick4ATick? Did not know that.
Yes, I am.
Did not just learn something. Just learned something about Nick4ATick today, folks. Yeah. Lefty.
I'm one of those people that smears the chalkboard,
smears the ink,
ruins my wife's baby thank you notes from the baby shower and the wedding and everything else because I've smeared all of her beautiful handwriting trying to sign them.
The struggles of a lefty.
Yep.
All right, here we go. One more push here. Last trade, 20,170. I'm back into the 166s. I do believe it's going. It's looking that way.
We're holding 160s. We're holding
Come on,
160s.
This is going to fall back into range, isn't it?
Come on, Nick. Don't say anything.
He's just thinking to himself. He thought that out loud.
Yeah, I'm thinking that
there, man.
I'm just sitting here thinking, what would be the most annoying price action? Well, falling back into the range and making no decision whatsoever.
73%.
I know. I was looking at this. This what Dobie calls this the Dorito pattern, and I'm just thinking, like, you know what? This could be it.
Megaphone.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, 73% long in the
a
NASDAQ.
break into these 80s. I don't mind. I've already locked up into a positive trade. If we get stopped out, I get stopped out.
Back towards 82s. And sellers stepping in. Let's see if they want to now go test the bottom of the range.
Round and round we go on this Monday. 73% long in the NQ from average price of 20,148. About 10 points in the money right now. Last trade 20,158. ES 67% long now in the ES from average price 57.82. Pretty much right here. We're last trade 57.83.
If I was not in a trade, I'd be looking to buy it here. I'll be looking at this as resistance. This was major resistance this morning. Looking at this as resistance a couple times, once, twice. And I'll be looking to see if we could find this as support now. So lots of resistance. Now I'm going to look to see if this could become support. And this is one where I might take a loss if we go back down into this range. And then I'll just call it quits for the day. If we can't find some support here for the buyers in these 150s.
Well, Hoag, hurry up and wait, man. Hurry up and wait kind of Monday. You only imagine how many of these Mondays you've seen in your career over the time. 40 years he's been doing this, folks. It's nothing new to Hoag. So it's good. I was going to say, this is what's great about TopstepTV. You come hang out with your peeps, your trading peeps. All be disciplined together. Stay patient.
Johnny Hoagland. Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we get some momentum. Let's see if this was a buy the pullback.
Yeah, Andre, I've been chopped up in a morning like this a million times.
Yep. That's right. We still haven't learned our lesson. No, we finally have learned our lesson, baby. Dakota staying strong. Looking at gold. Still seeing a little bit more selling. Last trade 26.62, about $5 off the overnight lows.
We're still talking an awful lot about that 26.65 level in gold.
Same prices, Hoag.
Same prices.
The summer was just wild. Here, just kind of a little bit more orderly and calm. Now it was into the fall. At least here in the northern hemisphere. It's the fall. Yep, 26.50. Same prices. Feels like it wants to go to Dakota. You're targeting 20,200s. If perhaps we can get out of break into the 80s.
Yeah, we'll see how we react around these 80s.
Come on, we're in the
if we get there, right? And then next is going to be 208, 209.
208.
Here's the lower 200.
But last trade 20,000.
Here's that beautiful example. If we take a look, you see that nice breakout, a pullback. This was resistance. Resistance became support, and then here we are going again. Seeing if we can have continuations alongside. The power of keeping it simple, Andre. I mean, sometimes
it's about all you can do.
I mean, that could have been. I mean, you can't expect the entire move, but I mean, that so far was a decent bounce if you're going to scalp it. Yeah, time and time again, you could overcomplicate trading as much as you want. There's so many courses you could pay money for. There's so much crap out there on the internet. Sometimes it's just the simplest things that work.
They're simple.
I might get out of this one. I don't like that rejection. Yeah, I'm out. I just closed it out.
Yeah. For a winner though, right?
Yeah, that was $1,000.
Not bad.
Leech again, huh?
Just yeah. Just a boring Painful $1,000 winner right there, folks. Lean trading.
Well, that was what? 5 losses and 1 winner, or 4 losses.
That's your style, man. That's how Dakota trades. Win percentages are smaller, but the reward is much far greater than the risk. So different strokes for different folks.
We might now break out here.
Don't do it to him. Don't do him dirty like that.
No, it might do it. Yep.
What would be the most frustrating price action today? Well, it'd probably be
exactly,
that.
Nick. Exactly.
What would agonize? Shake Dakota out and then run for 100 points.
Trading. Oh, why do we pick this?
Oh,
it's only the best. It's only the best. All right. Well, nice Dakota. We'll keep an eye on the trade. I'm gonna throw it to JD right now. We got some payouts and P&Ls. Hey, happy Monday, JD.
Happy Monday.
You're gonna ask
Speaking
us
of
what the numbers.
Go
ahead.
I got a special treat for you. So I got this buddy. His name's Dan. Every morning for like the last year and a half, something like that, he sends out a text message to a group of people called Positive Monday. And he's never missed a Monday, right? I can always count on it. Monday morning, I roll out of bed. First thing I do is look at my phone. And the first thing I see is my Positive Monday text message from Dan. Anyway, we were hanging out yesterday watching the Bears game, having a couple pops. So I told him, hey, if you send a good one tomorrow, I'm going to give you a shout out on TopstepTV. And he sent a good one. So, Gabe, I sent you a picture. Let's take a look at today's Positive Monday quote.
I like this. This is from, what's his name, JD?
My buddy Dan Tompkins. There it is.
All right,
Positive
Tompkins.
Monday. Today, there's no holy people, no false prophet. I am your friend. I'm leading you to the promised land called Positive Monday. It's a day changer. You roll out of bed, you see that message.
I like that. Shout out to
Dan. Better message than
a Logan.
I usually have wake up to messages from my European friends on Discord and other groups, and usually just complaining about some overnight price action or something that I just some negative affirmation for my trading buddies that I get to wake up and read and laugh at usually as I'm waking up around 5 a.m. Central Time. But that's a much better way to start my day, I would say, JD.
For sure. And he sends it out to like 50 people individually, not like a group.
Oh, thank goodness.
He actually takes the time to send it to like 50 individual people. So, what a guy.
Dakota, there's that move up to 182.
I know.
All right.
What a mess of a morning.
You ready for yesterday's best live funded P&Ls?
Yeah.
Live funded P&Ls. Let's see it.
Alrighty. Here's some Positive Monday numbers.
Good numbers.
Moses,
wow.
Daniel, Augustine, Michael, all trading the NASDAQ on Friday. 18,338 for Yusuf, 12,504 for Moses, 10,639 for Daniel, 4,862 for Augustine, and 4,252 for Michael. Huge numbers for a Friday in the live funded account. That's real money pulled out of real live markets, folks.
Where did you find $18,000? Yeah.
Are you ready for this now?
Sure.
All right. Who wants to call the over-under on weekly?
It was definitely there on Friday, 18,000. Andre.
Yeah, with that non-farm number.
Mm-hmm.
This is the weekly. This is the weekly
payout.
Weekly number,
total.
Numbers are just exploding lately, so I can't. 3.5 seems light. 3.5 seems light these days.
I'm
going to say
5 million. Yeah, I'd take. That's right there. That's right there.
Okay.
I'd take the over on that, Nick.
5
or
mil.
5.2.
Or 5.2. Do I hear 5.3? Do I hear 5? All right.
Here we go. Well, if you took the over, you would be correct. We broke another record, folks.
What was it?
$5.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
$1 million in payouts last year. 2,387. Look at that average payout. 2,000.
Average payout keeps going up.
Average payout. Right.
I feel like a month ago it was like 18, and then it was like 21, and now we're sitting at 23.
Yep.
And we broke the most recent record, which was 5.3 million just a couple weeks ago. So
New records going up.
Just more
Shout out
and
to all the
more and
traders.
more.
Averaging $1 million a day. Can't beat that.
Good job, traders.
Yeah.
Huge
Great
money.
job.
Huge
Really
money.
proud of that.
Yeah, 3 out of 5
Awesome.
days last week were over $1 million payout days.
Man.
All right.
Incredible.
I'll be back in a little bit with hot streaks and XFA.
Thanks, JD.
Yeah,
$2,300 average payout. That's life changing money for some people. For a lot of people. That's good money.
A lot of
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
For anybody.
Absolutely. Car payment, mortgage payment, debt payment. Shoot.
I was going to take 25 grand out last night on my show, but I guess we'll have to do that later this week, maybe on Dakota's or on Fast Markets another day when that money gets moved to my live.
Average payout going to keep going higher. That payout. Let's trade 20,000. What's up, Dakota? Would you get short up there?
No. We got to 86, and that could have been a good short. It really could have.
Yeah, ES didn't really join that party with that breakout.
No, did it.
Or attempted breakout on MQ.
Potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Back into the range, NASDAQ.
Into this range, baby. Nick, it's a party in the range, man.
Super happy.
Oil's ugly. Gold.
What oil do? Yep. It's still 70% long in NQ. It's up to about 72%. Just NQ does not want to go. Yeah, we do have some speakers. We got Kashkari and Bowman. Bowman's kicking it off in about an hour and a half or so. No, scratch at 2.5 hours, I should say. 2.5 hours. Bowman starts speaking. High noon Central Time. 1 p.m. Eastern Time for Bowman. And then Kashkari speaks about 50 minutes after that.
There was a bounce if you want to short that, Nick. Ooh, that. I almost clicked sell.
I'm seeing sellers. Sellers are stepping in near those highs around the 170s. I'm seeing kind of a shorter time frame delta flip from positive to negative up there. So, I don't know. ES is back in the middle of the range. This just hasn't been a great trade. I'm at max profit in 5 combines. I'm not touching my personal accounts today in this type of price action, so there's not a whole lot for me to do.
Not yet.
There is a good short. There could be a short here or the house account.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Nick. But
shoot,
the overnight high is still up there in the 260,
250s, 260s.
Yeah, 250s, 260.
Yeah, and that was like right out of the gate, if I recall, when Globex kind of opened.
What do we do now?
Well, we hang out with your buddies. You hang out with your trading buddies, say Dakota. Apparently, there's another hurricane on the way.
You laugh. You wait for better trade locations, as Hoag likes to say.
Absolutely. I was not aware that there's another hurricane.
Hey, around chatting, telling jokes. There was nothing to do.
Send your friends
another hurricane
in today's world.
Yeah, I did no idea, Dakota. There's another one on the way.
You know what? A great thing about
it's building in the Gulf,
Andre,
right?
Yeah, it's a 4 already. I didn't know this. Keep an eye on oil prices there. What's up, Dakota?
People can move. They don't have to live down there.
Yeah, not everyone can, Dakota, but yeah, I hear you. Where's it coming? It's supposed to go.
I know it's beautiful. Like, if I had to choose where to live, it's going to be hard. It would be very, very hard for me to live somewhere where, every other year, there's just a hurricane.
Wiped out.
Yeah. I don't know. But you're right, Andre, is some people don't get to choose. I mean,
some people. Apparently, yes.
You're born and raised in that area, and, it costs money to move. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Sarasota, Tampa. All right, stay safe, everyone. Is that the second one? Ah, man. Well, the first one. Lena, not the first one, but that pretty destructive. And this one in category 4 already.
It's just crazy. And then 2 weeks.
Yeah, even though it's intensified overnight a little bit, they're thinking that it's still going to end up calming a little bit by the time it hits the coast to be back towards a 3. But nonetheless, I mean, that doesn't take anything away from the fact that a Cat 3 direct landfall, even to the bay, would be pretty gnarly. And I mean, Clearwater and that shoreline just ended up getting some of the storm surge from the last one, even though it hit the Florida Bend a little bit further north.
Sheesh. Hey Nick,
we,
if it comes up into Texas, Nick, how much will you actually get up there in Dallas Fort Worth area? Will it be pretty bad, or is it does it calm down significantly by the time it does come up through Houston and stuff?
It really depends. Like when it gets during hurricane season, from the Gulf through Houston up into, DFW, it kind of usually would happen in like August. So it just turns into like bad thunderstorms and kind of that type of heat storm. We get bad hail. Texas or this part of Texas gets a little bit of like bipolar. You kind of have to pick your poison. We'll get the tornadoes. We'll get, the remnants of the hurricanes. We'll get the ice storms. We'll get snow. We'll get excessive heat. We'll get humidity like Houston. We'll also get Arizona type heat. So you kind of get weird all aspects of all weather in North Texas.
The crosshairs. Yep.
Are we at risk of putting on a house account right now? I just need a couple of minutes to get some more coffee.
No, totally time.
Nothing yet. I still would lean kind of with Dakota looking for a short at the top here, but nothing I'm itching to really get into.
Moving, we talk about the weather.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Be right
We're
back.
talking about the hurricane. The hurricane turned into the weather, but yes, I guess hurricane is weather. I'm not asking what the temperature is down there in Dallas or Utah. I'm not asking. Yes, I mean, yeah. Trust me, I hate weather talk. Well, I hate weather talk, but I just saw on CNBC they said hurricane category 4. I go, oh boy, not again.
It's going to affect the oil prices, Andre.
I didn't want to go there immediately. Obviously, I looked at the oil chart when I saw category 4.
I'm trying to spin it back to why we're talking
100%
fast market.
100%.
Outside of,
but then we look,
caring about the safety of all of our traders, anybody in Florida that's in the path potentially, but that is the other side of it too. It could definitely affect our friends that trade crude.
Sometimes we'll look insensitive, but yes, of course, we'll have one eye on the oil price. Speaking of oil, last trade, $75.88. 75% you long in crude oil. Average price of $75.65. So about 20 cents in the money right there. Dakota, I think you were looking. You still got the bull in the background, so you're still looking for dips perhaps to buy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have this bull until we get, I don't know. I haven't been thinking about
Dakota,
trades,
stay with
Andre.
us. Stay strong,
Dakota's losing it on this slow Monday.
It's Monday.
I mean,
suffer for some travel delays yesterday. We can talk about airline delays.
We'll switch it up here.
I don't know what we deserved or what we did to the market gods to deserve a less than 100-point range in the NASDAQ to start the week. I don't know who we pissed off, what we have done to threaten them, but clearly someone was upset with us.
Is this summer trading to you, Nick?
This
feels like it.
It feels like it. The order book depth has not picked up. Like it's still below 40,000 on ES as far as, up and down the book. There's not a ton of volume.
What happened this summer, it was so unusual that it kind of had us geared up for this fall trade just to be rip roaring, and things have calmed down a little bit. Fed cut rates, Nick, and things have kind of the uncertainty's kind of been taken out.
Actually, you still have a VIX over 20, but we're not. The market's not moving at all.
Well, there's. I think a lot of this. Well, it's still summer because it's gonna be 84 degrees on Friday in Chicago, but beyond that, I think there's going to be a holding pattern and a high VIX through the election in a month. And this, as far as everything you can see, as far as the betting markets, models, everything is really very close. So I think there's a lot of people that are waiting to make moves until that resolves.
Yeah. And it's Saturday. What are we doing here? That's why.
Oh. That changes everything.
You know what? You could trade this market, and you could bet that it goes to the right. It's called Theta Gang, right, Jeff?
Theta Gang.
Whoa! Hey, there's 5,000 people. There's 5,000 people watching right now, hanging out, being patient in the equities. If you are trading equities, click like, click subscribe. We're trying to get to 125,000 subscribers by the end of the week.
Hey, we might have a little move here again in crude. Crude up 76% in the tilt. Like buyers are back here. Got the Mongo longs here. 75.65 is the average price. See if we can kick that back up again here in crude.
Well, there is a shorts, Nick. Time to switch.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was saying, but we're right back to that
keep
range.
switching.
There's nothing to do here. I'm just being honest. It's very hard to really lean one way or the other right now. 100-point range, yes, in a 10-point range. No force on either side, really. But maybe this is finally it. I keep saying that.
Finally it.
Maybe we're finally going to break out of this
for this kind of a market. What would be the animal for this kind of a market?
A sloth.
Good one. That was easy. Nick had that one ready to go.
Yeah. Tapeworm.
An amoeba.
Panda,
Can't
bear.
forget our lovely turtles.
I like turtles.
Yeah.
I love that clip.
Yeah, there we
I
go.
love
Turtles.
The kid rules, man.
Where does that clip come from?
Eddie, tell him where it comes from. Zombie. The zombie
it was
kid.
a zombie. It was like, I guess, Halloween of some sort, some fair. And they were interviewing children. And the reporter asked the child, I forget what the question was, but it had nothing to do with his answer that he likes turtles. So that was his response. His response was,
I like
dress
turtles.
up like a you dress up like a zombie, and the reporter's asking him, "Oh, you look like a scary zombie, don't you? Tell us about your costume." His response was, "I like turtles."
that was it?
I like turtles.
That was it. That was a kid. What? Anyways, all right, crude moving here, $76.10. Shout out to all the longs on the tilt. 80% long, almost 80%, as you say. Average price, $75.70. They're about 40 cents in the money now. Here's the move. Shout out to Coach Hoop.
Yeah, crude's been by the dip since all the crazy events that's been happening around the world.
Let's see if this passive iceberger at 85s is still there. Roughly a positive 7,000 delta almost.
Okay.
On the NASDAQ?
At 85s on ES. So somebody's sitting up there just kind of reoffering, but we just haven't been able to move to the downside either.
I'm tempted to short this.
Has anyone made money today? Is anyone having a good trade day? How is everyone else trading this and feeling? Please tell us in the chat.
I've made money, Nick.
Yeah,
I did too, but not since RTH for me.
All right. So I put a big turtle on my NASDAQ chart here so that we can.
There you go. I like totals.
I'll never forget. I was a baseball coach, and I'm talking to the kids. I'm like, when we're in the game, let's really try and focus, and let's try and focus when we're in practice, and really, think about what you're doing and the basics of picking up a ground ball, this, that, the other thing. You guys ready to do this? You guys really ready to focus? The kid says, I like turtles. I'm like, well, that's not really what I'm talking about.
Picking daisies, man. Picking daisies in the outfield.
Well, the iceberger's still there.
What is it? Where's the iceberg at, Nick?
84s to 85s. They just kind of reoffered again, pushed us back down. But this is such a tight range.
Yes. 84.5. Oh, 85 too.
7,000 plus, almost 8,000 if you include 84s.
Yeah, that's
away with it.
Good eye, man.
Here we go. Right back down.
Here we go.
All roads.
So those spike bases really kind of topped off price action here so far today.
Was it 85, 57, 85? So about 7,000 on the offer. 84 to 85. 7K.
You all know what the fun thing about this market is it could change in a minute, and then we're all going to be trading, and things are going to get crazy.
Absolutely. This is important. This is valuable screen time still for everybody. Honestly, that's why that's what's cool about
I'm using
this.
delta by price to see those iceberg orders. You can also cross-reference that with Bookmap or other places too, but the easiest way to see it is going to be some aspect of a delta by price, type indicator. It's the easiest way to find it. You don't have to overthink it too much, but that's it. Yeah, depending on your charting platform, it may have a tool that's already built in that you could see that, and hopefully we get that feature in Top Step X here in the near term too.
Well, I
This
think
is way more fun than trading by myself.
Just gonna read that. Plop,
Yep.
Flippity plop, yo. Said it perfectly. That's what this is all about. All right. We'll see these sellers keep coming. If you guys do get into a trade, please be sure to holler it out. But right now, we got some announcements from Eddie. Eddie, I like turtles. What are the announcements?
Well, we got turtles on sale here. We got big turtles, small turtles, fat turtles, skinny turtles. We got any kind of turtle that you'd like on sale. If you like turtles, come on down to Turtles Are Us. Actually, anybody pass the combine today? Anybody have a profit and locked out today? Lock out the account. Let us know here in chat. Post it in chat if you passed the combine today. How about trading live on Topstep TV? Well, you can sign up to trade live on air with us, Topstep TV crew. We've got 2 opportunities now. Count it, 1, 2. You can either trade with Topstep, and what's that about, you ask? Well, it's trade with your favorite coach and get feedback on your Topstep X performance stats. That's trade with Topstep. I'm going to put that link in the chat. There we go. All right.
Why did they choose that picture of me? I'm gonna talk to them about this.
You look frightened.
Let's get a quick close up on this here, Jack. Let's just get this nice and front and center here.
Looks like I'm on the toilet.
So everybody can see.
But anyway, okay, like I said, we got. I like turtles. Okay, one more time, and that'll be it. And I'm going to erase it.
I like turtles.
There we go. Pass with the pros. That's the second one. If you're close to passing your trading combine, we can do it live on air. We can do it live. Yes, we can. With the support of, yes, our Topstep crew. So you got 2 choices. Trade with Topstep. That's the link I posted right now. And then pass with the pros. If you're close to passing your combine, please. These are what we're looking for. I mean, if you're, $2,000 away, we want to get you passed, man. So there's pass with the pros. Also, all right. Also, what we've got. Oh, Trustpilot. Hey, if you like what's going on here, if you like it, like me, which I do, leave us a review. Okay, a Trustpilot review, and I'm going to post that link. Boy, we've got so many links here. Well, we are the land of Lincoln, so here's another link. There's the third link. Leave us a review on Trustpilot. If you like what Topstep TV is doing, I know we're pretty slow. We're not putting trades on, but that's when we kick in the tradertainment. Also, in case you missed it, in case you did, we had a Sunday special. It was a Sunday special. It was with Nick and Dakota. Yes, those 2 guys that are here were live last night. They had a great show. Of course, we know Coach Dakota from Slow Markets, and of course Nick4ATick for Market Kickoff. So don't forget at 4:45 p.m. Central Time on Sunday, you'll have Market Kickoff. So don't miss it again. And I do believe, Coach Hoop, are you there? I'm just checking. That's all I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Nice.
Whoa,
big
Coach
shout
Hoop.
out to Coach Jay. Coach Jay, he covered for me while I was gone. So big shout out to him if he's in the chat watching.
He's in there.
Oh.
Coach Hoop. 10 minutes, Hoop. Big news coming out here.
Hoop, I got do we have his trading jacket available? He had one of the cooler trading jackets on the trading floor, and with a gold badge too. Right? You had a gold badge? I think he did. Yeah.
What news is in 10 minutes?
Yeah, he did. He was trading meats.
Ooh, you're gonna find out.
I mean,
find out here, Dakota.
When you're on the trading floor with somebody with a gold badge, you make way. You move away. You give them room. You don't get in their way.
I'm lost. I'm lost. I have no idea what news. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh,
I know something changed here.
What?
Military sirens sounding in central Israel. This actually just hit the wire here. So, Israeli military reporting the sirens in central Israel.
Gotta keep an eye on that. Interesting. Seeing crude push higher here.
Hey, Lost Trader, our roving reporter, Lost Trader, says Israel military says surface-to-surface missiles fired from Yemen to central Israel. Thank you, our roving reporter, Lost Trader.
Nothing really shown in equities with that news, nor crude so much. 69% long crude. We saw it up to 82, 83% earlier today. Last trade in NASDAQ, 20,160. Last trade in ES, 57.84. Same prices, fellas. Same prices all morning. Got to be patient.
Ooh, things changed.
Oh, there you go. There's the headline at the bottom of the screen. There it is. Coach Hoop is the latest VIP coach to join the team.
Oh.
What are you talking about in 10 minutes, folks? What are we talking about in 10 minutes?
Market's selling off on that news.
Oh, the market sold off on that news. Bear stepped in and said, no, we're just kidding. But yes, Coach Hoop is the latest VIP coach to join the team. We'll be doing that draft, if you will, in about 7 minutes or so. But Eddie will break the official announcements.
He's going to draft on live? He's going to draft live? Are we going to have a live draft?
Well, you'll see. Stay tuned to find out, Dakota. Stay tuned to find out.
All right. I need to go get some popcorn for this then.
Yes, you will. Popcorn, maybe soda.
Need the NFL draft sound effect.
That bell?
Think of it.
That bell
like
thing
the
or
ESPN
whatever?
one, fantasy football one.
I love that.
Dun, 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 dun. That one.
Yeah. We can get that. Coach Hoop, there he is. What's up, Coach Hoop? Yep, in about 7 minutes, we'll have Mr. VIP.
Ooh, I'm curious. This is going to be good. This is good.
Don't worry. Eddie's got that. But hey, we got some stats too. If we got JD ready, we can squeeze in some stats. But we got the big Topstep VIP draft coming up. It's going to be actually all week. Shh, that's a secret. I don't know if
I'm so excited for this league, Andre. We get all the coaches started like a new year. I could see us doing like the draft lineup and have the clock going. And man, I could see so much that could happen.
Where your head's at, Dakota. I love where your head's at.
Well, I'm here if you want to take a look at some XFA P&Ls from Friday.
Let's do it, JD. We got some exciting stuff coming out in about 6 minutes here on Topstep TV. Stay tuned. But even more, just as exciting, that JD, what do we got?
Look at these numbers. All right, guys. Oh boy. First up is Christian. Christian had a hell of a day on Friday. $29,853 in the lead account, copying trades across 5 accounts for a total profit of $149,205 on Friday for Christian.
Wow.
What a day. Also made a pretty big leap on the leaderboard. We're going to see him again in just a bit. Then we have Anthony, Ho, Kirti, and Sam. All pretty nice days trading the NASDAQ also. $23,097 for Anthony, $22,742 for Ho, $22,067 for Kirti, and $18,026 for Sam. Impressive numbers coming out of those XFAs Friday. All right, Andre, I know you look forward to this every day. So,
the moment we've all been waiting for, Nick.
Our boy.
Yeah. What's it, 65, 64? Where are we at now?
We are at 64 days.
Yes.
He made a pair. He made a pair of dollars on Friday. That's $2 to you and me. extended his streak to 64 days. Took a
Unreal.
look at him. Delesh is also trading in another XFA that's pretty close to being eligible for a payout. He's only
Nice.
$200 winning days away from being eligible for a payout in another XFA. So he likes
Delesh
keeping
has
this
got
hot
it.
streak alive, but he might be eligible for a payout in another account pretty soon. So we got our eye on you, Delesh.
Keep going, Delesh. Don't let the haters stop you. You just
Don't
keep
stop
plowing
now.
through. Let's get 100 days. Can you do 100
I want to see
days?
100. Hundreds of numbers.
Mohammed,
Keep doing it.
correct. Yeah, those XFAs were single account, right? On the leaderboard.
Yes. I'll go back to that 1 second.
Yeah, the yesterday's best. Yeah, those are
Yesterday's
the
best
single
XFAs. These are all single accounts. When a trader does copy, I only display what a lead account does if they copy trade. Say the total number, but yeah, these are all single accounts.
Mm.
Make sense?
Yep.
Cool. All right, let's finish up those hot streaks. We've got Jamie on a 25-day hot streak trading the S&P, now worth $1,960. Mina had a $200 winner trading the NASDAQ on Friday, now sitting at 24 days, worth $6,260. And then Harjo and Jonathan are both sitting on 23-day heaters trading the micro NASDAQ. There is your hot streaks board.
Incredible. More power to Delesh, man. Power up to Delesh 64 days.
Power.
Just keep
Anything less than 100 would be disappointing at this point.
At this point, JD, he's going to do it. I don't see why not.
Hey, it's
Nick, you
process
still
over
seeing some
progress.
iceberging up here?
Yeah. About 2,000, 3,000, excuse me, like right here, 83s, and then another 8,000 up to 85s. So definitely somebody passively kind of reoffering on ES up here. Let's see if we can break to the north side or if it still holds.
NQ's going. Retesting these 80s.
NQ doing NQ things. ES still being iceberged.
A higher low, and let's see if we can make a higher high, break above 80s into the 90s, and maybe we finally get to see the 200s.
Most of that NQ move is NVIDIA, just FYI. Which just shot out of a cannon.
Holy cow, yeah, it is.
See, there's your NQ move. That's NVIDIA.
This last trade in NVIDIA?
128s almost.
Oh, sure is. Nice.
I don't know if there was news or something, or just a very large buyer that said, "Yep, I didn't love it at 120s, but I love it at 127s."
Here we are. Yeah. Yes, not like Nick said.
Those puts I sold on NVIDIA yesterday, pretty good. I might just close them out.
57.80. Watching this ES. ES is not following suit with this little pop in the NQ. Let's trade 57.83 half. They keep taking 83 hooks offered here, Hoag. They go bid, 83 half go offered. Bid to offer.
Would you look to short the NASDAQ up here, Nick?
Yeah, why not?
What's that kind of answer? What was that?
It's
Nick?
probably going to fall back into range. If that move really was NVIDIA, it may go back to the range unless it's starting to lead the rest of tech, which it hasn't, and it isn't. And we're still being iceberged in ES. So yes, there's a probable idea to short the NASDAQ up at those highs, since it looks like we're going to continue to be range bound for the time being.
Agree.
I guess.
So there is your
actual real
response
spot.
to my very lackluster agreement.
I know why you thought.
So far,
you know,
so
definitely
good.
thought behind it. But yeah, so far, look at
Got
that.
to 180 and just
sure why
down.
not got paid. The sure why nots got paid.
I tell you what, Nick.
Sometimes
was
firing at the
talking-
hip
we
and just
talked
saying,
about
"Let's
this
go."
before. Those sure why not
too
trades
good.
have been some of the best trades.
Yeah.
That's
Sometimes just firing at the hip
182
works.
is that the base of the late spike. We've tried it 3 times. We failed every time up there.
Sure why not?
man.
50 points. Boom.
Sure why not? Got you paid 50 points.
Yes,
I love it.
held the 85. So yeah, it made a lot of sense. But
Crack me up, man.
why not?
Yeah, why not? Got you paid. Gold finally chopped. Gold about $2 off the lows. Well, the day in gold 26.57. Last trade 26.59. Crude still pushing slightly higher. $76.10. Yeah, starting to see some sellers here. 57.79. Like Hoag and Nick were talking about. Iceberg sellers at 57.85 and 84, about 7,000 on the offer up there. Sure enough, sold off about
We got
$6.
positive delta of 10,000 in the S&Ps now, and we're pushing towards the lows.
Interesting.
Someone says, is that a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart? Technically, yes. You can see the last 3 bars on the 5-minute chart was green, green, green. And then this is a reversal. So, yeah, technically, yes, that is a 3-bar reversal. Will I take it? No, just because it's been a very ugly and choppy day, and it's a lot harder for me to take this. But, yeah, it's very valid. It's obviously worked. Now with hindsight.
Capital.
Yep.
Steve R says, okay, it's 10 a.m. Central Time. What are we doing? The suspense is killing me. Suspense is killing me too. They don't even tell me, Steve. They don't even tell me. I just say, I don't even know. We're going to find out together. We're all in this together. But actually, we just told everyone. Fresh, there it is. Look at the crowd on. Are we good to go? Eddie, we good to go?
Are we?
Are we good to go, Eddie? This is the time. The
Are we good to go?
Whatever it is, the market doesn't like it.
Let's go. Market is selling off.
Let's go.
All right, let's go, Eddie. I'm throwing it to you. Eddie, let's do this right here, right now. This is just the first of many this entire week.
All right. Okay, folks. Sit down. Everybody got to sit down.
Right. Eddie, throw it to that one shot.
Shizzle my nizzle.
Okay, well, you shizzle your nizzle. All right. There we go. All right. Here is the deal. Well, it's not a deal. It's an offer. It's something very special, and it includes our good friend, Coach Hoops. Okay. Topstep VIP. We talk about this a lot. Everybody asking about it. You know, when are you going to do it again? When are you going to do it again? When are you going to do it again? Well, we're expanding. We are going to be doing it again. Coach Hoop. Yes, the man in the chat. He's drafting. He's got his draft pool out. He's got his clipboard out. He is ready to draft 50 traders for his team.
Ooh.
And if you make that team, here's what you get. You're going to get 3 free months of a trading combine, right? 3. You're going to get 2 free resets each month. There is no activation fee, and a private Discord chat room with your coach and team. Now, if you are chosen, this is a draft, okay? If you are chosen, we ask that you make at least one appearance on Topstep TV. Right? Now, if you're like, oh, no, I don't want to, come on, man, have some fun. We're all a team. We're all a family here. Everybody should have that opportunity to join us. So if others to hear about your trading experience, that's the reason we get you on. Have a little fun. Share your experience with others and so forth. So keep that in mind. And what I'm going to do here, soon I'm going to be posting a form, a link here for that. So anyway, here's what we're doing. We're giving away VIP to our bell-to-bell viewers, right? If you're here in the morning, you stick around and watch all day, all right? Those, we're giving the VIP away to our bell-to-bell viewers. We're going to drop the form multiple times a day, all week, and those with the most signups will be included in our drawing for 1 out of 50 VIP seats. So you will be drafted. It's sort of like performance, right? Performance. So we're going to start today, and I do believe we're going to be ending Friday. But if you are one of the 50 with the most forms filled out, you will be in Coach Hoop's team. So We're dropping the form now for only 15 minutes. We're not going to leave it up all day, and we will again later today. So I've got this link. I think so. Oh, there it is. It is up in the chat. They have pinned it in the chat. Topstep VIP draft link. So remember, by the end of the week, those with the most, the top 50 with the most, will be invited into Coach Hoop's team. So, shot. Do this. All right, I think I've got everything. Did I miss anything? If I did, I apologize. I'm taking a look here. I think we're good. Danielle, we good? Anything else here? Gabe? I just want to make sure that we get it straight here. And I'll be sharing, and whoever will be sharing the instructions again.
We are good to go, Eddie. You nailed it.
All right.
Wow.
Nailed it. My dad was a carpenter, and my mother was the Virgin Mary. But anyway, okay. I'm going to pass it back to you guys. Let's do this, all right? Be a great opportunity. Be here at Topstep TV. Back to you, Andre.
Where do you come up with this stuff, Eddie? Thank you, Eddie. Yes. The VIP new session in progress all week. Kind of like the new fire drill, maybe.
Oh my!
Yeah, I said those words. Yeah, I said the words. Kind of like new hot thing.
Very excited for Coach Hoop and for all the people that are going to be working with Coach Hoop. Coach Hoop has been with Topstep pretty much since the very beginning. He's got decades of trading experience from the trading floor and on screen trading. He's going to be a great coach. I'm very, very excited for Coach Hoop and all of his team. You're really lucky to be working with all of our coaches, but Coach Hoop is going to be a great addition.
Yeah, hey, Coach Hoop, if you don't know who he is, he's the one in chat that types in capital letters. Let me just give you a fair warning. He also talks in capital letters. So you're not going to miss nothing.
He's a tall fella too, right?
He's a very, very tall man.
Definitely helps when you're in the pits being tall. Thanks. There you are, Coach. Yeah. Hell yeah.
So another team joining the ranks. I'm excited.
Mr. October.
The form is again attached to the top of the chat. I just clicked on it. It seems to be working, at least on my computer. So maybe refresh it, maybe try it again, and make sure you get your name in there.
Pit Raiders.
So we're drafting 50 traders for Coach Hoop's VIP team. We're dropping the check-in forms all week randomly, and the trader with the most check-ins will be entered into our drawing. We're going to draft the team of 50 next Monday live. We're going to do this live on air. So,
wow.
Oh,
this week
we have a real draft, Dakota.
We come back Monday and we'll do the live draft. And we'll go.
So we're taking names this week. Doing the draft next week. Stay tuned. Fun stuff, even during slower markets here. Topstep TV. SSS in the chat saying sell NQ 20,155. 155. Well, last trade to SSS 20,133. Nope. House account has not taken a trade today. At least on yes, house account is not taking a trade. Nick4ATick not taking a trade. Dakota's taking a few. Dakota, what's your win percentage today? You one winner, 4 losers.
20%. 20%. I don't know.
What's your P&L today?
Plus 400.
There you go. That just shows.
Yeah. Now remember, real quick here, let me intervene real quick. I know we've got some background conversation, backstage conversation. 1 entry per form. Okay, when we do 1 form, it's not that you're going to be spamming, right? 1 entry per form. Now we're going to have a lot of these links. We're going to have more links, I should say, throughout the day, but you can only enter it once. All right. If we see more than 1, we're going to come to your house and egg it. Okay. So don't do that. Just 1 per entry. All right. 1 per entry. And we'll get to that. But all right. Back to you, Andre. Thanks.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm seeing a trade set up. I'm seeing a trade
Okay.
set up. It's going to be a long on the NASDAQ.
Long,
Let's
that
see if
is.
it's going to give it to us. I want to see a
Okay, Hoag.
little bit more consolidation. I'm looking for us to rotate back up into the 60s.
All right, Hoag. Is going to be a market entry?
More of a scalp, right?
No, this is not a market entry. This is me trying to see what I'm looking for, and let's see if the market will give it to us. I would like to see another push down into maybe the 20s, and then a reversal. So a push maybe down into these 20s, these upper 20s, and then a reversal is where I'd like to get along. We might just push now, but I like the longs. You can see how we're starting to find buyers in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might have been a right here, right now trade, but
All right, hold on.
One more time.
What is?
For those that are filling out the form, they're saying there's no confirmation. We're looking into that right now. If that's the case, don't worry about it. We'll just do another 15 minutes when it's correct. So you got good practice. All right. So just hang on, and we'll make sure we're going to check on that.
What is where's that coming in through? Are you guys hearing this?
Where is that?
Where is that? I don't know. Hold on. Yeah.
What are you hearing?
Hold on.
What do you hear?
I don't hear anything.
Maybe it was just a VMix?
All right, we're good. We're better.
VDO?
I don't know.
Nope. All right, we're back.
All right.
I heard it.
Weird.
They couldn't hear it.
It was weird.
It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. Let's
I think that was one of our guests logging in the VDO for later. You can mute the VDO stuff, I think, but we'll look into it.
Yep, I got it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, that trade worked out.
The trade, yes, it did, Dakota. What were we looking at? The 40s?
I was looking for a long in these 30s up to these 60s, and we got it. We didn't take it, but we got it. That's okay. There'll be another one.
All right, back to those iceberging orders here, Nick.
Yeah, I might still, as long as they hold, man. It's kind of the rotation back down until we can break into the upside.
If Elvis leaves the building, we can go to the upside.
Exactly.
Elvis leaving the building would mean we got to pop off through these 70 or these 85, 84s.
Yeah, just above where all these iceberg orders have been piling up.
You're talking about ES?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this market that's such a small range in the ES.
It is very 14 3/4 handles.
I hate it. $8,000 still there.
Oil still pushing to the highs. Gold's pushing the lows.
Gold pushing, yes, it is about $3. Hey, again, they've got that link pinned to the top of the chat. It's not going to be up there forever, folks. It's not going to be up there forever. Clock is ticking. So make sure to get it in there. Doing it all week.
All right, I want to.
Yes.
If we get a pullback in the NASDAQ, I'm going to buy it.
Okay. These are getting narrower and narrower.
All right. So far, we still have the turtle on the chart here in the NASDAQ.
It's been a good way to describe the market right now. Ranges are getting tighter and tighter. And slower and slower. But the numbers are still good. 5,200 people watching, hanging out with us on slower markets. That's what we're here to do, folks. Thanks for hanging out. This is when trading can get lonely.
Big reason, right? Trading is
man.
optional, And instead of sitting here forcing trades, you can always join us and talk and find out about that VIP thing. I absolutely love it, to give traders an opportunity to work hand in hand with somebody and also have the benefits that come with it. I think it's so nice to see.
Okay. Speak of that. Now you see it. Now you don't, folks. The form is getting pulled right now. We're taking the form down right now. We'll cover a couple more check-ins throughout the day, so you got to make sure you stay tuned. Bell to bellers. There it is. Form has been removed. Gone. We'll have more throughout the day, throughout the week. Yes.
You see
yep.
anything, Nick?
No, the only thing I was seeing was just, do you make the same play of leaning in with the iceberg guy as long as he doesn't leave the building for a rotation back into the 70s?
You're looking at ES?
Yes. But the same trade could be made on NQ. Off that 160s, 170s spot if we were to get back up there.
I want to give a shout out to Alyssa, by the way, helping us out. Shout out to Alyssa. You guys may have not heard her name on the show too much, but she helps behind the scenes. Things like VIPs and fire drills, stuff like that. Alyssa, huge lift. Doing the heavy lifting around here. Thank you, Alyssa.
She was on Top Quiz many times.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Uh-oh, Jack, Jack, you said it. She is in Top Quiz. Indeed.
Don't say it.
Don't say that word. Yes. Otherwise, I got to delete a bunch of things.
NQ has liquidity. Here we go. SSS liquidity down at 20,075. Is that true? Let's take a peek. 20,075. I do not have.
And here we go.
Is this back? Right back.
No, the chat.
Yo. Yeah, there you go. Jack said it. We've been saying all the old words today. We've been saying fire show. We've been saying Top Quiz today. We've been saying everything. We got to spice up this Monday. We got to bring the action somewhere.
Right?
There's Alyssa.
Hey, Alyssa saying hi.
Alyssa. Hi, Alyssa. Everyone say hi to Alyssa. Top Quiz star.
Animation.
Yep. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting behind the scenes for this cool stuff we like to bring to you. Everyone say hi, Alyssa. Boss man not here to do fire drill. No,
Marketing creative.
Here. Yes, big time. The brains behind the operation.
All right. We are working our way through all those areas where those icebergs were. We're still positive. Now 10,000 in the delta in the S&P here now. Just took out that 85, which was the high end of those iceberg orders.
Yeah, we had a pullback on the NASDAQ to 46. I didn't buy it, though. I could see us pushing into the 80s again. I could see NASDAQ getting into the 80s.
NASDAQ getting to the 80s. Last trade, 162. 20,162. Crude. Trading around the highs, shopping around the highs, $76.28. What's up, Hoag? What are we seeing here?
No follow through on anything.
Oh, he's still there.
Man, what's the count up to now, guys?
10,000 almost.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Hoag, get ready. We're talking about this iceberg. This is like the only thing that's really going on right now. So, Hoag, we got to do your weekly explanation. Is what is an iceberg order? Specifically, what's the iceberg order we're seeing here with the seller coming in at 57.85, 10,000 times. Hoag, what's an iceberg order?
Well, an iceberg order.
Yep, get a stack of paper. Here you go, folks. Currently, Hoag is looking for a stack of paper or some note cards.
So, an iceberg order is a larger participant that has a whole bunch of executions to do on one side or the other. If this represents 10,000 contracts, if they put 10,000 contracts in the dome, they're gonna put their hand out there. So they're trying to get a big accumulation done without scaring the participants. So what they do is they take these 10,000 contracts and they put them in 40, and as soon as that's filled, they put in 30 more, and then they put in 20 more, and then as soon as that's filled, they put in 15 more, and as soon as that's filled, they put in 50 more, And as soon as that's filled, they put in 70 more. And as soon as that's filled, they put in 40 more, and they put in 10 more, and they put in 40 more, and they put in 15 more. So they just basically let the shorter time frame traders help them get the accumulation of contracts that they are trying to do. So instead of showing they have 10,000 contracts there, we have an area in the S&Ps where we've been watching basically kind of 82 and a half, 83, 82 and a half, around there, all the way up to 85, where we've seen a lot of volume occur, and most of it's occurring on the offer side. So that's what tells us that that's a probable longer time frame, bigger trader that is trying to get an accumulation or a liquidation. It doesn't really matter, of a big number of contracts in a small area. So we see a lot of buyers coming up and lifting those offers, but those offers keep replenishing. So all of those market order buyers, the little pea shooters that are helping them execute, they're getting longer and longer at that level. And as soon as they figure out that they're not going to get paid on it, they turn sellers and move price lower. If the longer time frame trader still has executions to do, he may choose to lower those offers to a lower level, attract buyers to try and get more and more of that accumulation done. And if he leaves the building, then sometimes the shorter time frame traders will get paid. If he doesn't leave the building, if he's got a lot more to do, he's going to end up getting the short time frame traders too long, positive delta, and eventually that's going to squeeze a lot of those longs out. We saw something like that on Friday. It was shorts. There was a delta divergence to the short side as price kept moving higher. Delta kept getting more and more negative. Well, with price moving higher against the more aggressive sellers, that tells you there's somebody else there. There is an entity that has just been placing bid orders, letting the short time frame traders hit them, moving those orders up, letting the short time frame traders hit them, decreasing the value of delta. Negative delta is, of course, when it gets a bigger negative number, that's a decrease in value. And then at the end of the day, Friday, we saw a lot of those short time frame traders decided, you know what, we got to get home. We got to go flat. They turned at the end of the day and ran price to new highs on the entire session. So that's what iceberg orders do, and what you can sometimes see in delta. There's nothing perfect in trading. You may see this, and the market may go that direction anyway. But it's just something that we look for as expecting the assuming of longer time frame traders in the market. We're still wrestling with this 86, 85 level where we saw those iceberg orders, and it looks like we're still seeing some of them. 85 even is where the top of that zone is, and we're right there right now. We're still seeing delta increasing in positivity at that level, indicating that iceberg order, that larger entity in the marketplace, may still have more contracts to sell, getting the short time frame traders long. Eventually they're going to turn and head sellers. And we did see a pretty deep rotation down below value the last time we had this accumulation of iceberg orders up at this level. Is it going to happen again is the question. Hope that's clear.
Best iceberg explanation in the biz.
Love that.
Best in the biz right there.
Crude oil made new highs.
Yes, it did. Gold's pushing a little higher too. I know we got Eddie always keeping an eye on the headlines. We see those two. We see crude and gold pop a little bit. I'll be honest, my mind goes to what's happening in the Middle East.
Is ES going to break through? Now that ES broke through those orders, what do you see there, Nick and Hoag?
Still hanging out right there. So still not a ton of, even you were kind of able to, he still may be on the offer. We'll see as we kind of drift back into this level, but buyers even kind of pushing slightly above have done nothing with it. So still very much could be a range bound day. I actually wasn't even looking at the NASDAQ. NQ having trouble. We're still in this dang 1 minute opening range. So there's only so much to do. I mean, my still read would be like, until he leaves the building, does it make sense to take a stab short at this level?
Elvis.
Or is this the
did you
fifth
listen to
time we've
Elvis?
kind of knocked, and now it's just like, I wouldn't trust it as much now.
I wouldn't trust it as much now. I like a push into the 80s again.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those
Euro
markets you
close
just
here in a
never
couple
know right
minutes.
now. It's
Yeah.
right in the middle.
Euro close in 4 minutes.
Next Monday, right, Andre? Monday is when they're doing the
Draft. Yes. Collecting names. Looking for draft entrance.
What
Enter the
time?
draft, and you have to get drafted.
What?
I'm nervous.
We have a draft time.
I'm nervous for the draft.
I'm starting to see
TV, though.
some iceberging at 475 and 6. So 575 and 6, 85, 75 and 86.
Oh,
Still
gotcha.
seeing some
He's going
iceberging there. I don't think he's
How
done.
many? What are we up to now, guys?
Positive of 10.5 in Delta right now.
Yep.
And all of that
Basically,
positive Delta is right in this area.
Oh boy. Next Monday, I think I know when the draft is. Danielle, can I say? Can I say, Danielle? They do tell me some
I'm
things
going to get
around
long
here.
in the NASDAQ. I'm looking to get long in the NASDAQ now.
For a breakout?
Yeah, I think I might have missed it. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to watch it run without me.
No, don't. Come back.
Yep.
Come back.
I'm not going to chase them. Yeah, we had a little bit of a that was the entry signal, is the break of this massive consolidation. I'm just not going to chase it.
Okay. Well, the draft next week, the live Topstep VIP draft will be next Monday, a week from today, almost to the hour. 10 a.m. Central. We're doing our draft next Monday. All right. Make sure to tune in. Almost like a week from today. Angel says, says, how can I put my name in the draft? Stay tuned throughout the day. We'll have more check-in forms, submission forms, if you will, throughout the day and throughout the week.
Nick, you starting to think maybe Elvis has left the building?
Well, eventually they got to run out of.
I mean, he did just add like another 200 iceberg order like a minute ago. So I don't know. Maybe he left for the Euro close and just kind of waiting. Who knows? But we're still sitting right there.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not as enthusiastically shoving orders the way he was or may have been earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's just not as much of a aggressive bid that, you're kind of adding into. I don't know. I still think it's being defended.
It is.
Putting a roof on this thing, putting a ceiling on this thing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, does it make sense to take a small one? I don't know. I probably didn't like it into Euro close itself, because who knows, as those positions kind of change, especially given the sell range that we had kind of been in and the overnight push down, I guess, from 5800s from a lot of our European friends. I don't know. You still there?
I'm still waiting to see these 200s play.
I'm shocked that we didn't make the run, Dakota.
I know. It looked like it was going to a couple times.
Yep.
Maybe we were just waiting for the London to close.
All right. Europe closed.
Europe's closed. Jack, whenever you're ready, man. Whenever you're ready, Jack.
Let's do it.
Whenever you're ready.
We got
one more chapter. One more chapter
from
left
Topstep who are taking the Series 3 in the next 2 weeks. I won't put them on the spot with which days. I'll probably ask this question again. Yeah, MP wanted a question on this, and he's not here. So let's all pretend like we don't know it when I ask it again next week.
I like this.
So with that, here's a true-false question. A strengthening basis would occur when the cash price remains unchanged and the futures price falls. Is this true? False? See, hard times create strong basis. What else is in the stasis of basis? Huh? What?
We know it's a true or false question.
Yeah, but I don't like changing templates, so gotta.
I
fill it
know.
out.
False.
Got my answer.
B.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is B.
Yep.
Is B.
B.
Let's
Wait.
see.
Wait. Strengthening basis.
Yeah.
That's B.
Futures to rally.
Yeah, I was like,
Futures to
wouldn't it be
rally.
need to
Spot
go
remains
up?
unch. Futures rally.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see what the answer is.
Oh.
What?
Of course.
Why is it
wrong?
How?
All right, reschedule that test.
Jack,
Because
please.
it's less
enlighten
negative.
us.
Yeah. So,
Unch?
give me 1 minute because this is from last week, and I want to speak very carefully when I give it. I think it's in the wording of it.
Yeah.
No,
I will come
great
back
stuff
and give
again.
this to you.
Man, the wording.
Yeah. Anytime the basis is less negative or more positive,
Less
it's
than-
strengthening.
It's all about the basis.
Yeah.
Oh, it's about the front. So the
I-
front month.
Okay.
The futures would need to rise then? Is that what it's saying? For it to be true?
No, well, futures were falling. Futures were falling. It's
Yeah, that's why I
strengthened.
was
Futures-
confused.
Oh, I get
So
it.
the
I get
basis,
it now.
the basis
I
was
get it.
getting less positive or less
Fine.
more. The futures. Here's cash. Here's futures.
No, it is.
If-
The basis gets strength, the basis is stronger because futures are falling. I get
Yes.
it. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
The
futures
wording
would
got me.
need to rise for it to be.
Yeah, they got me with the wording on that too.
Yeah, I get it. No, that's on me. It's correct.
And
Yeah.
by the way, the
Basis
euro
got
closed,
stronger.
came and went, and we still are stuck.
Now we're arguing over Series 3. Now we're arguing over Series 3 questions. I get
In
it.
case everyone forgot about the markets. We
Yeah.
didn't.
If any of us don't pass this test, it's because of the writing of the questions, the way they put the questions. It's diabolical.
The current cash price.
I'm
remains
taking mine
unchanged.
later this month.
Oh boy, Nick. MP got these right, man. He got the tricky questions right. I mean, that's
Yeah, he
You got
said
at
a
least
lot of it was about
70% of
basis.
them right.
he got 70% right. I can just see him getting so frustrated with just the wording of this stuff. And good job, MP. Yeah, Jack. So okay, it makes sense now. It's strengthening because base front. If the futures are falling, technically the front month or cash is
Cash
getting
is
stronger. It makes sense.
Yes.
Yep. It's all in relation to the
basis
spot.
equals
It's all
the
relation to the
spot
basis.
price minus the futures
Yep.
price. So if the futures are
Yep.
falling, that
Math.
I was focused on the futures. I was focused on the futures. I'm gonna be focused on the front. Gotcha.
Yeah, we focus on the present.
Yeah, you just see strengthening, and then you see a bunch of negative things happen. You're like, no, that's not true. That's the opposite of what.
Correct. Nope. Read the question, Andre. Come on. All right, guys. 57.85s. Are we done conducting business on the sells here? 85s, 85 halves trade.
I
In the
think
S&P's
we
86
can make a
trade.
run at those 200s.
Can we do it?
No iceberg orders, but
No.
86 quarter trades. You can break through these icebergs. There could be a lot of momentum to the upside. Big if, though. Big if. Slow markets today. Volume. Maybe volume isn't so bad. Volatility is.
This is me watching the market run without me.
Uh-oh.
quiet day.
Indeed.
What would I-
Shoot, 20 minutes left on Fast Markets. You already know we got Peter Tuckman coming up in about a half hour. Shoulder tap, group coaching. We got Pass with the pros. Oh, no, we got Man vs. Machine. We got the quant guy. Not quant guy, sorry. Algo guy coming back. Tamikaze. So Tamikaze with us last week on Fast Markets. Tamikaze coming back in this afternoon with Robert and JD. See if all of the algo systems can put in some trades, take some action, and make some money. And of course, we got Power Hour, everyone's favorite Mohammed, joining us this afternoon for the close. But in the meantime, we got some VIP and leaderboard updates. I love this.
Yeah.
Ready for that? We'll bring what's up, Dakota? We're staying patient, Dakota. Marcus, right back. If you want that price, you can get it right now, Dakota. If you want that price,
take a look
it's
at
right here for you.
my screen. Go here. I'm just gonna go ahead and lock myself out.
Come to that, huh?
Smart
I'm
man.
done. $400. I'm not paid for Disney or SeaWorld. I'm paid for something.
My question.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna. Yeah, go ahead, Hoag.
Is the market has been attempting to auction higher all day, right?
Yep.
How successful has it been?
Not. I mean, I guess it depends on. I mean, we're above settlement, aren't we? Or we're I guess I don't know.
No, we're below settlement.
We're right there.
We're below settlement, so no, it has not been very successful.
Right.
Dakota, if you want that price, you're locked out. Dakota's locked out now.
Late spike bases are really we're just not getting any successful auctions above that initial late spike from Friday.
Yeah.
Take a look.
What we got?
So the opening range was relatively close to the high of the day on Friday. The market failed downside auction, came all the way back up. Now there's two basic ideas for late spikes from Friday. This was where the market really kind of held as resistance. And then once it broke, that's, I think, what broke the back of all the shorts, because we had negative delta as price was continuing to move higher. That's why I think this kind of initial late spike was important for us today. And then the actual base of the late spike was all the way up at 57.97.5. We've been unable to really maintain any time or volume above the initial late spike here. So that nuance is saying that the market is rejecting higher prices and attempting to accept lower pricing.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go.
Yeah,
and now we've got a little bit of help.
Value area high too, right here.
Right here, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And now we've got, a major player that's kind of shown he's iceberging into sells up there, whether those are long liquidation or new shorts, it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking in my own brain about, all right, and overnight inventory was short. Adjustment of inventory to the base of the initial late spike. Unable to really show any momentum or time or volume above that level. To me, it's still a valid cheap short up there. If I don't know what you guys think about it. I mean, house account is not my account, so we're looking to work together to look for opportunities. But and look at the Nasdaq. I mean, this is the 5-minute chart. Here's the open. Breaks all the way back to the base of the late spike. An assumed base. It's not the real base, but this is again where the market, looked as resistance, became support, and rallied up above it, and then back down to it below it. Now it's showing as a degree of resistance. I got this little turtle here because we're gonna put that turtle right up above that level there.
What's that turtle going for? This market is just anything's moving.
Done as well.
Crude.
We could have
Crude's
just
the only thing moving right now.
The pullback in crude oil like everybody else.
Yeah. $76.80 last trade. 76.92 high of the day. Yep. Go ahead, Nick.
I was saying just crude's on a mission. It was like when I looked earlier, it was like up 2%. Now it's 3.5%. So Looks like you could have just went long anytime today.
We did take a peek beneath. Right off VWAP. VWAP was the buy 75.60. Yeah, VWAP.
If we can break above this late spike, I could see us getting to the upper late spike.
What price would that be, Hoag?
If we accept above 57.86 quarter and, get some volume, some momentum up there, 57.90 and 57.97.5 is the next target.
Okay, it's going to give it a shot here.
Are going.
Eventually, Elvis will.
$80 a barrel.
With the hurricane and conflict in the Middle East, yes, that's very reasonable. That's very possible.
There's
Well,
just
we have JD
no
just
momentum
smashed
to
it.
the upside.
They just smash it every time it peaks up in those 86s.
Like there's not outside of the iceberg. There's nobody really trying outside of that guy, I guess, to to push us down or hold price. Everyone else is not really doing anything, including buyers. Just a weird day, man.
It is a weird day. Like the summer trade. Crude trading higher.
Was there a holiday that anyone forgot to mention this afternoon?
Crude pushing higher. Markets are quiet. Your equities are quieter. This is the summer, right? No.
Yeah,
actually,
it's summer. Crude going up.
Yeah, that's
VIX is at 20. Entree.
VIX is at 20. What's going on?
And we can't move out of a 2-point range.
Not real again. Well, wait. What is it? Not real. What is beneath?
Under 16.
Under 16. Thank you. Okay, so it's showing a pulse, signs of life.
Yeah. I mean, historically, anything above 20, it should provide some aspect of a decent trading day. Nope, not right now.
Okay.
At least something to sell, and you could sell volatility back down to 17s or something, and give us something to trade to the long side. But we can't do anything.
Oh, Dolby's China's still on holiday? That's right. They had like a 2-week banger holiday, man. They just chill for 2 weeks, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah,
just print money and chill.
Yeah, just print money and chill. 2-week banger.
It beats the hell out of Netflix and chill.
Yeah, just 2-week, just chill session. Look at that. Back to the 57.83s in the S&Ps.
Crude 77s.
Crude smash through the
77s. 77s print. Good job. Nice catch, guys.
All right, JD, come save us.
JD, come save us. JD, if you're ready.
Yeah, JD.
You got to do that VIP and leaderboard.
I'm here, guys. You're all doing fine. You're doing great. Hang in there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, JD.
Let's take a look at the
BRB.
Let's do a quick overview from last week. We have got our leaderboard. Yeah.
JD, hit me with your camera, brother.
Camera is on. You not seeing me?
I am not.
See JD.
I got you.
I see him in VMix, not on the screen.
Hang on, let me re-enter real quick.
All right, no, we're good, brother. We got you.
Stay. You're
Hey, there he is. There he is. Oh,
There he is. Let's go.
All right, perfect.
All right, Coach Jay's Lunatic started with 51 traders. Currently have one sitting in an XFA, 2 payouts for $2,500, both from the same trader. 10 players have finished the VIP experience so far, and 40 traders still eligible for funding. Coach Jay's Lunatics, Coach Jay, I should say, is sitting on a 21.5% pass rate. Not a whole lot of change to this board from Friday. Coach Ray's Stop Hunters started with 54 traders, 13 have finished, 37 still eligible for funding, sitting on a 31.5 pass rate. 4 open XFAs at the moment. 2 traders have taken payouts worth $3,836. And Coach Vince's Market Makers started with 53 traders. 12 have passed through. By finish, we mean if you pass from the trading combine to an XFA and then lose that account, that takes you out of the VIP experience. So keep that in mind for everybody that is signing up to join the VIP experience. Once you lose the XFA, that's it. You have to go back to your regular trading combines. But Coach Vince still has 38 traders eligible for funding. He's sitting on a 28.3 pass rate. 3 traders currently in XFAs. 3 payouts were $2,385. Coach Vince's had one trader take a payout last week. That was the only payout in the VIP experience last week coming from the
Nice.
market makers. All right, we can take a quick peek at the leaderboard. Here are the top 5 traders right now. We got Travis from the Lunatics, Monique, Rishi, Scott, and Ashley. Travis and Monique switched spots. And yeah, that was really the only
There you
shakeup
go.
on the top 5. We've got Coach Vince's market makers, 2 traders, and the stop hunters, both with a pair of traders in the top 5. Bottom half of the board.
What's that color on the right, JD? The right of the XFA word.
Oh, that should be taken off or changed. Good catch there, Dakota. Thanks. All right, Daniel, 6 through 10. We got Daniel, Jeremy, Raffle, Dana, and Steven. Dana and Steven still trading in the trading combine. Once you pass into the XFA from the trading combine, you automatically get boosted up on the leaderboard of the VIP experience. So we have 8 traders currently in XFAs and 2 traders in the top 10 still in the trading combine, but making solid progress. We've got the stop hunters leading the leaderboard with 50% of the spots. Coach Ray has 5 traders in the top 10. There
Coach
is
Hoop, what's Coach Hoop's name going to be? That's the question.
What is Coach Hoop's
like
name
pitch-
going to be? Did they decide on it?
I think it was Pit Traders.
The
I think it was
Pit traders.
Traders. I think it
I think
was.
it's still
Yeah,
it's still
Pit
tentative.
Raiders, I think is.
Raiders.
Pit
Raiders.
Raiders. The Raiders.
What did
All
he
right.
used to trade? Meat?
Yes.
Trade.
Yeah, he used to,
Yeah.
to trade
Pit Raiders. Pit
pork
Raiders.
bellies.
Yes.
Mm.
Bellies. Well, we got the
Pit
leaderboard.
Raiders.
Uh-oh. What do you say, JD? You know what to do, everybody. Get your
Get your
cameras
cameras
out.
ready, folks. Get your cameras ready.
Here we go.
Apollo Creed's best line from Rocky 2. Get your cameras ready. All right. Here is the board.
Ready? We got it.
Oh, drum roll, please.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh.
Sorry, Eddie.
Thanks,
I'll do the drum
JD.
roll anyway. Do the drum roll anyway.
Go ahead.
All right. There's our big 3. We've got Rafa, Dakota, and Marvin up there at the top. Nick4ATick down there in 15th place. So you're staring at. We got 2 guys on TV right now in the top 25, top 15. A couple of big movers from Friday. We had Christian sitting in 4th place. We saw Christian on our XFA P&L board just a little while ago. He pocketed nearly $150,000 on Friday. Leapfrogged from 167th place all the way up to 4th. He's only got 2 days in those XFAs right now, though, so not eligible for a payout just yet. I will be looking forward to seeing if Christian can maintain these numbers for a few more days until he gets eligible for a payout. So we'll see. We'll keep track of that. We got John G down there in 13th place. John profited more than $20,000 on Friday, trading in 5 XFAs to get a boost from 84th place. That's a 71 position move for John. 84th place up to 13th. And then take a look at Arthur down there in 21st place. He made Arthur made $28,000 on Friday, trading in 4 XFAs and jumped from 55th place all the way up to 21st. There are some of your big movers from Friday on today's leaderboard. There you have it, folks. We'll give you a couple more seconds to take that screenshot.
Click, click, click. Snap, snap, snap.
We need to get a year-to-date one.
Oh, Dakota. Dakota's trying to rig the leaderboard for more Dakota. Dakota wants more Dakota on the
I'm
leaderboard.
not rigging it. I feel like a year-to-date.
I'm joking, man.
Just as valid, Andre. I mean,
I'm just teasing.
It's all good.
I'm right at 400K this year in these Topstep accounts. You know what?
Pretty
It's going to
good.
be interesting, Andre, is to see how this leaderboard plays out, because I've started to see people kind of like, they call it, it's like a gamify pay to play type thing, where they just run through combines and just start YOLOing them. And so I'm curious to see how that's going to play out in the next year, to see traders come on, leave the leaderboard, jump in, leave the leaderboard, and you can start to see the consistent ones.
Interesting. All right. Well, we got about 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Anything but Fast Markets today. This range has just gotten narrower and narrower. We'll keep an eye on the iceberg, but this new little segment, a segment within a segment, if you will. We got jab, jab, jab. We brought it to you guys last week. We really like it. You know, MP's favorite. Hell, MP even got the tattoo. 3 boxing gloves on his arm. He's all about jab, jab, jab.
That's right.
And we are too with our traders. So I think I want to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, Mr. Jab, Jab, Jab. Eddie, who's your favorite boxer growing up? Speaking of jab, 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 before we get into it,
My
who's your
favorite boxer growing up,
Tyson, Ali.
I really like Marvin Hagler.
Marvelous Marvin.
Yeah, Marvelous Marvin. Really quick. I mean, not really the best, but I tell you, when Tyson came into the scene, it's like, oh, shit.
Different. Yeah, that guy was different.
But
anyways,
Rocky Marciano, undefeated, old school.
Joe Frazier.
Hey, Rocky Marciano, every time they... okay, so we're ready here, right? Good to go? All right.
GTG.
It's time for jab, jab, jab.
Shout out to Roy Jones Jr. He's my favorite.
Jones Floyd.
And in this corner, wearing the Topstep trunks, the trader who never gives up, works hard to be successful, and moves forward and never fears a bad day, Rock Beefcakes. And in the other corner, wearing the Kim Jong hoodie and the pink tutu, the trader who gives up, doesn't learn, and thinks a lawsuit is something you wear to court, Mike Oxwall. So let's get ready to rumble. Are we ready? All right, this is for our traders who pass the combine, working very hard. We love this. So Benelli Hawk, over 1K, 150K combine, locked up. CB4, stay in. Darren Russell, I'm up 200 on my new 50K combine account. Good job. John D, up $340 for the day. Locked it out. Smart trader. 340, it's a good day. Felipe Martins, up 418 on the day on the combine. 2 wins, locked up on this horrible price action. Lock button is the best. Way to go, Felipe. Gabriel, I'm up 1.5. I'm happy. Oh, good. It was one of the names of the 7 dwarfs. Average August, 2 longs I took earlier put me up 9K today. Not a chance. What? And there was one earlier, and I really apologize. I missed it. But remember, we're doing jab, jab, jab. So if you pass the combine on that day, not last week, not yesterday, not 2 weeks ago, but on the same day, let us know about it. Okay, let us know about it. If you're working very hard and you use a lockout button, let us know about it. Okay, we're going to try to share it with everybody. So that has been jab, jab, jab. I hope you liked it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Love it, man. Keep fighting away. Piece by piece, piece by piece. Anyways, let's get right into. All right, it's 3 minutes left here in Fast Markets. You know what time is. We do appreciations this time of the day. First, we throw it to the panel, to the teammates here on TopstepTV. We throw it to the chat. It's Monday. What are you appreciative for here on TopstepTV? Maybe just in general, in life. There's things more important. There's things greater than trading. What are you appreciative for on a day like today? So chat, let that get going there. And I will throw it to Eddie. You just did jab, jab, jab. Eddie, what are you appreciative for?
You know what? I really appreciate what we've built here at Topstep. I know this is sort of corny and everything, but corn is good on the cob. What we've built, what our community has actually built. You know, we put it out there, we set it up, but what they have did and what they have built and who they have made friends with, the information they share, I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you, Andre.
Sweet. Good stuff. Mr. Hoag, what do you appreciate for this?
As always,
chat here. Get that. Go ahead.
As always, my God, my family, my country, the opportunities that we have to profit every day in these markets, and appreciate my good friends on screen here. Always a pleasure to share the screen with Dakota and Nick4ATick and Andre and Eddie and JD and everybody in the background, and appreciate you all. Fantastic.
You man, Hoag. Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for? You saw Shamu over the weekend. You got to be appreciative for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm appreciated for just about everything. I think today, the pain of patience lasts a day,
Yeah.
but the pain of regret lasts a lot longer. So I think today's a good example. You know, it's okay to be miserable for a day saying, dang, I wish I would have traded, or there's no trading opportunities, but it's being patient. And that's painful to sit here and watch the markets do nothing. But then have regret where you traded this and you ended up blowing an account or losing money, knowing that you probably shouldn't because the day was just horrible price action. Having that regret sucks. Even worse, it lasts longer than 24 hours.
Thank you, Dakota. Mr.
Well put.
Nick4ATick. Mr. Nick4ATick, what are you appreciative for today on Topstep TV Fast Markets? What are you appreciative for, Nick?
Today, I'm appreciative for Topstep TV Fast Markets. If it wasn't for the show and having fun with you guys today, this would have been a very sad, boring, cynical type of I'm never trading again price action. And I think we were very early on in today's session saying, I really hope jokingly it doesn't stay in this opening range. And naturally, that's exactly what was going to do it. So I'm appreciative for Hoag, Andre, and Dakota, and everybody behind the scenes, keeping us laughing, keeping us having some fun here this morning. Hopefully better trading coming later this week or later today. But, when the days are like this, it's good to just be able to hang out with your buddies and have a good time and make some light out of the slow price action. So I'm thankful for all of you.
Could have said it better myself. Slow equity days like today, it would have been boring as heck. We were just by yourself, but I'm very appreciative for having the community. Also, I want to give a shout out to Doug Case in the chat. Appreciate Topstep support rep Jennifer. There you go. That is the number one appreciation for the day. Rep Jennifer, you know who you are. Thank you. Well said. Anyways, coming up on the other side of this, we got power players coming up every Monday and Friday. He's in the house. The inside of Wall Street, the most photographed man at the New York Stock Exchange. Will he be outside the exchange? Will he be inside the exchange? King of his hot takes and perspective on the market. Mr. Peter Tuckman on the other side of this. Anyways, guys, that was a good fast market. We were patient. Dakota made a couple bucks. House account was flat. Nick flat as well. Anyways. Power players coming up next. Tuckman in the house. Andy, that comment threw me off in the chat. You disrupted my thought process there. Anyways, power players coming up next. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Oh, Mr. Tuckman, everybody, you know what time it is. Mondays and Fridays, we are joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Peter Tuckman in the house, joining us from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange today. Peter, let's get right into it. That's an ode to you. We love you so much that we made a little ditty for you, Peter, but let's get right into it. We've been looking at the same prices here for the last couple of weeks. Well, we're looking at the same prices here for the last couple of weeks in the S&Ps. Now, what's going to take us higher? I know you're the bull. What takes us higher? What kind of new information needs to enter the market? Was earnings season going to do it? Like, what's going to take us higher at this point?
I think it's going to be a little bit of both. I think you're right. We have been trading sort of flatlined a little bit. We do need something to either take us higher or lower. I think what kind of fractured the market a little bit was Friday's numbers, how they were so good that basically it's an example of where good news is bad news, right? Everyone, I don't know, they keep telling us that we were counting on another 50 basis point cut. I didn't really think about that. I was hoping we were getting two. I never heard that mentioned. And that was what they created the scenario like, oh, so we're not getting that. The news was so good on Friday that we're not going to give you that 50 basis point cut you were all counting on. But I wasn't counting on it. So I don't know what they're talking about. I can see and I've heard 225s, right? November and December. That's what kind of the idea I got from Jay Powell's last news conference. But anyway, I think Friday's numbers were so significantly better than I think we got a 95% chance of a cut in November, right? So look, between now and then, I'm sure that the numbers are not going to come in that stellar that they were last Friday. That was sort of off the chart stellar, right? Not only the numbers were great, 258,000 jobs created, but also we ticked down on unemployment to 4.1, which we have not seen for a while. So I don't think that's going to happen again. So net, hopefully we'll get the two cuts. Look, if we don't, that could be something that brings us down a little bit. Obviously, too, we've got earnings, right? So what is the state of the banks, right? How are consumer staples doing? What's happening with energy? Obviously, energy is going through its own trauma because of what's happening in the Middle East, right? So we're seeing these spike up, spike down, based on when the Israelis attack, when the Iranians attack. I mean, so that's going to be a volatile, crazy market ongoing for a while now, right? So that's going to affect energy. I think the key thing is we're going to obviously look at tech, right? What are the tech earnings going to come out? Are they going to live up to the major strength that they've had year after year, quarter after quarter? Is NVIDIA going to come out with another stellar quarter? How are the banks doing? What's up with Goldman and Wells Fargo and all that? So I think these are the things. And then, look, in any given day, so much crazy shit goes on in this world, right? That something is going to either take us higher, right? I'm not sure what that is, or take us lower, and I'm not sure that is either. And you know what? I don't know is a legitimate answer in this market.
Absolutely.
It's so crazy day by day. Look, at the end of the week, we've got more economic numbers. So obviously, to inflation, right? So look, the funny thing is, in the old days, when they would have a news conference or one of the Fed guys would speak out, we would know about it days in advance. Now these guys will just hop on a TV call, or they will hop on some streaming thing and announce stuff that has major impact on the markets, and it catches everybody by surprise, right? You've seen that midday, suddenly the market will either rally crazily, rip your face off rally, or sell off hard, and we'll go like, what happened there? What's going on? And we'll, it'll turn out, oh, some Fed guy said something, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Anyway, that's the craziness.
Appreciate it, Mr. Tuckman. How much, in the back of your mind, how much is you mentioned the conflict in the Middle East, and we do see it does affect the energy prices. It definitely eventually bleeds into the equities, but seems to be dissipating as far as headline crosses the wire. You see oil popping, you see the equities sell off, but it seems like it almost diminishes. That it's almost can a conflict that essentially be priced into equities?
So the longer these conflicts continue, the less effect they have on the market. I agree with you. People become a little bit jaded. I think the market is selling off a little bit today because people have got to be remembering what happened a year ago. And so that's a pretty heavy negative on the market in general. And so it's surely a day of mourning as far as that goes. So I kind of think that's where we are. We did close at record highs on Friday, so it could be a little bit of a technical pullback as far as that go. But I could think it's October 7th. It's a significant day in history, as it always will be. So I think that's kind of what's put the dark cloud over the market. I'm anticipating that we'll rally back up tomorrow, and we'll be back in the running for a solid week.
last question before I ask you about Wall Street global trading. What made you such a permable? Why are you so bullish? Why are you always bullish? Just because the market just goes up to the right? Why are you so bullish?
It's my nature. I never liked the guys who were, no matter what, they were just bearish on the market. I'm a super positive guy. I'm all across the board, a half the cup half full type of a person. And net, it's just history tells us that way. If you look at it, look, I could go over it with you a million times, right? Think about it. In the last year, there've been only 5 pullbacks out of a whole year.
Huh.
And the rest of the year's been a rally. We had a pullback in April. We had a pullback in July. We had a pullback on August 5th. We had a pullback the second week of September. That's 4. Anything that you could even consider calling any kind of a pullback or a consolidation. We've had no crashes. We've had no crises. Nothing like that. So net over time, all you need to do is to look at the 10-year chart in the S&P 500, and you'll see that. Why wouldn't you be a bear? A bull.
Fair enough.
Bull.
Good.
Anyway,
asked
I gotta
and
go.
answered. All right, before we get you out of here, tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy, what you guys are doing over there.
October 16th, we are having a
Big day.
masterclass on technical analysis and futures funded trading and Topstep. And this time, it'll be the day that Tesla's earnings come out, and we have a special guest. Dan Ives, the #1 tech analyst in the world, is going to be joining us for this webinar. It's free. It's live. It's October 16th. No, yeah, it's October. I'm still in August. It's October 16th at 8 p.m. Go to the website. You just be in it. You're literally talking Tesla.
Oh, he's breaking up. Don't worry, Peter. We got your back. We'll throw the link here in the chat. Again, October 16th, big webinar. Master technician Dan Ives, the #1 technician, probably on the globe. Yep, thank you, Peter. Catch up with you on Friday. You have a great weekend. Good luck on your charity event Wednesday evening, Peter. Thank you so much. All right, Peter's out. Let's get back to these markets again. Go check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. They got a huge webinar, October 16th. That's next week, 9 days from now. Dan Ives coming. Same day as Tesla earnings. Again, earnings season really kicks off next week. But life is just one big webinar. Yes, indeed. Hey, we did see some sellers come in here in the ES while we were on with Peter. We bottomed out around, what was that price? Bottomed out around 57.69. So remember, we were keeping an eye we had Nick4ATick and Hoag during fast markets. We were keeping a close eye on that 57.85, 57.84 level in the S&P's huge iceberg sell order there. Well, they eventually won. Eventually, it was a big tug of war. Eventually, the longs ran out of steam, and we did sell off. We bottomed out around 6, still off about 15 points from those 85s. Last trade, 57.78. Last trade there. Taking a look at the NQ. NQ followed suit, but I think it was really the push lower was driven by that iceberg order in the ES. Big mover of the day was oil. Big mover of the day. Last trade in oil, 76.81. We did top out above $77. Oh, we've topped out $70, $77.22. Very cool there. That's a big mover. Seen some gold selling off as well. 26.63 last trade. High of the day, 26.79. Like Tuckman said, as long as this conflict goes on, the more jaded, so for lack of a better phrase, the market gets. Take bigger headlines to get bigger movements. So it's kind of what we're seeing right here, right now. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really showing there. 61% long in crude oil. 50-50 across the board as well. But yeah, the big story of the day is obviously crude oil moving higher. See the $77 level. Ding dong. Who's here? Who we got? I don't even know who they don't even tell me things right now. JK. That was for you. It's right here, right now. That's for you. Someone's at the door. I know we will have Grace joining us here shortly. Who'd they bring to the front door? Oh, I think you guys know that voice. What up, Hoag?
Man.
Let him in. Knock. Let him in.
Lock the door.
All right, Hoag, when you get in here, I want to talk about those 84s and 85s. They won.
You gotta take my shoes off?
And wipe your feet, yeah.
It is Hoag. I thought Grace sounded like Hoag for a minute.
Let's look through the peephole. I thought it was Hoag. Not sure. We'll get you in here shortly. We got Grace waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, Grace is going to be here. Cool.
Power players. Oh, Grace is here too.
There she is.
Welcome right here. That is Grace. Hi, Grace. Welcome to Power Players. You are now a power player, Grace. Welcome to TopstepTV.
Holy moly. Wow. Hi. Why?
Wow, I like your energy
That's
already.
a fun sentence to hear.
Yes, you are a power player, Grace. Okay, let's get right into it. First question I ask: how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
I was so lucky. I have a friend who is from Haiti, and he has been a trader for many years, over 10 years. And he showed me trading 7 years ago, about or so. And I thought, oh, I used to bring coffee to him in the morning at 5, 6 a.m. just to watch. And he would do the Russell 2000. And I thought, this is not for me, but I'm just curious. And I'm just a very curious person. So then the pandemic happened, and then he told me about Topstep, and he is now a Topstep trader, but he's not on here. He has a different job. He's also does quantum computing, speaks several languages, plays classical music in the morning. His name is Gerard, and I could tell you more about. I don't have his permission. So anyway, though, I got introduced through a friend, and so when the pandemic hit, I'm like, you know what? I had a lot of feelings and signs and signals of this is what I'm supposed to do. And I'm like, oh my God, you're kidding me. I just felt this very deep thing. And here I am. I stuck with it because intuition matters more than anything in my life. It's like, you better listen, because I sometimes don't listen to those signals that are clear. And then I get in big trouble. And I thought, well, trading is big trouble, but it would be even bigger trouble if I didn't listen. So that's how I got here.
Hoag, it looks like you had a question. Something piqued your interest with Grace. She says something about signals. What caught your attention there, Hoag?
Just kind of, wondering what it was that called her into trading. She said she had an intuition of feeling that this is something that she needed to do and to try and get into. And I'm sure that your friend has told you how difficult it really is. And what was that internal kind of thing that says, you know what, I got to do this? And what has your tuition been like since you started?
Tuition or intuition?
Both.
Intuition. That kind of taught you that, or said to you, you know what, you need to do this. And then once you got into it, what was your tuition like? I mean, everybody seems to have a tuition that they have to pay to find profitability in this.
I find so back when my son was only a couple years old, I went to Prudential, and I looked at becoming some kind of like a financial person there, and they gave me a test for financial math. I didn't even know such a test existed. And this was back in like the year, I don't know, something like the year 2002 or something like that. And they thought I cheated because I got such a high score on the financial math. And I enjoyed taking the test. It took me 2 hours to take. And I'm like, this is a fun game. But I did not appreciate them accusing me of cheating because it's not, they don't know me. And so I can forgive them because they don't have a clue as to who I am and that I would never cheat on such a thing. But it gave me an impression that, hey, I have a mind for not other math. I'm not good at calculus. I'm not good at quantum anything, but they said, okay, I can work for them, but it didn't work for my life to work for them at the time. And I thought, I don't want to make these people that have nice yachts on Lake Minnetonka even more money. But I just put it as a bookmarker in my own psyche of someday I might want to take a revisit of this for my own benefit. And then I just tabled it on a back burner for until 2020. So 18 years later, I came into trading, and it cost me some money. It's been super duper painful. And so it's really good to have financially painful, time painful, emotionally. It's like, this is not easy. Nobody here says it is. I love the honesty that's here. And my friend Gerard, I can be honest with him. He's always been honest with me and so much integrity. And I'm attracted to that. Then I would just see things like, I got this easy button from Staples. And
yes, I know that
and
thing.
so I play that, and anyway, it's a part of it where it's like trading. Once I want to be like my grandfather, and he played the cello in the White House. He
Really?
did this in the 70s. My grandfather
Who are
also
you,
taught
Grace?
two
This is interesting.
pupils how to play the cello, and practice makes perfect, and he would have the most beautiful practice of cello. And there's the practice account, there's the live account, I've already busted out of 3 XFAs. And yet I also heard that others have done the same here. And I'm like,
Mhm.
failure, I keep getting stronger, and I love that. And my goal is to become like my grandfather, who could, before he had Alzheimer's, to keep eating my mushrooms every week. They have 2 cups of mushrooms a week equals no getting Alzheimer's, according to a Singapore study in 2019.
I
Anyway,
like you.
he would play the cello and he would practice, and I could weep at how amazingly easy it sounded for him to play some difficult pieces by Bach. And I'm finding that trading, it's like you just have to keep working. And they said, all of you, so many of you say,
Mhm.
it's screen time, it's screen time, it's screen time.
Yep.
And those voices resonate with my intuition, with my instinct. And I would even see like the whole "that was easy" button from Staples. I saw one day, it's like, oh my gosh, I know as I meditate, this can be easier than it is. If I can keep learning and keep learning, at some point it's going to become natural, like my grandfather playing the cello. And I even saw a license plate saying, it's easy. I'm not there yet. I'm not quite but I know that's when I will have arrived, when I finally can feel like this is easy. I'm not there yet, but it's coming. And I have faith that that's coming. It's around the corner soon, whatever that means soon. Is that today? Is it in a week, a month, a year? It's coming.
Awesome.
I like
Grace,
it.
let's get right into it. Grace, let's switch over to
Couple
the
of
charts. Let's
questions.
talk trading. Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
a couple
Go ahead, Hoag.
more questions for
Go
Grace.
ahead. Go
If
ahead.
you were so good at that test, and they thought you were maybe cheating, would you mind doing my Series 3 test for me?
I passed that in the past, 6 and
Did you?
63. Oh boy. That stuff is
Yeah.
mind
And
scrambling. Like
what kind of
nonsense. Like it
mushrooms are
doesn't
you?
even make logical
Just like
sense.
what kind of mushrooms? Just like white mushrooms or shiitake mushrooms?
They said any mushrooms, button mushrooms, anything you find at the grocery store. Any of those mushrooms
Really?
help. 2 cups a week.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right,
All
thanks.
right.
All right.
Awesome.
So I'm going to
What do you
Grace,
go
think
over
of the
to
market?
I find you
Okay,
very
you do
interesting,
market.
Grace. You
Oh,
are a breath of fresh air. You're the energy we need on a slow market day like today. Let's get right into it. Let's talk about your trading. I love this. You're very interesting.
Likewise.
Let's get right into it. Talk to us about your trading. What do you study? What are your technicals? Talk to us. First of all, what product do you trade?
NQ, and that's my
Oh
favorite.
boy.
I was stuck in the Russell for a long time, and that was torture for me. It was so slow. Talk about slow markets. NQ is not. Can you see my screen if I say toggle screen sharing, or is it toggle? No, yeah. I'm going to go
I
into.
don't even my screen is up.
Okay.
Go to your
So
screen when you have. There
I
we
think
go. Is
it's
that
on.
yours? There you are.
Yeah. And so I love Robert out of the Topstep. Robert, he does that thing where he zooms out and then zooms in. And that also works for me. It's like, oh, other people are doing this. And Gerard showed me how to do like moving averages of 2 and 7, 14, 21, and ticks with 100 ticks, 700 ticks. Anyway, I just came down instead to following some of the other traders on Topstep that have no real markers. I put in markers sometimes, and that's just my own preference. So I'm looking at the day, and I just zoom from day to the 4-hour. You already had this set up on your Topstep X, and I love the X with the stop button. And then I go to the 1 hour. Okay, so I just feel into my intuition when I'm doing this. It's like, because I've seen this before, looking at the screen and screen time, I have to have confidence. Even if I fail, why am I failing? Taking notes on the failing and really knowing why I'm failing or why I'm succeeding. And so here it is. Okay, this is starting to make sense. How did we get to this 4 hour?
Yes.
And so then I look at how did we get there? Well, you know what? We went back down an hour ago. Now we're going back up. So right now it's going back up in this 1 hour segment. I look at the 30 minutes. It's barely getting back up. I'm like, okay, that's, nothing too exciting. I go to 15 minutes. It's kind of going back down in the 15 minutes. Then I go to the 5 minute. There it is. It's struggling at this moment to really have a direction of up. I look at the 15 seconds and I'm like, okay, so at this very moment, my mind is like, oh, heck no. Now is not a time to trade. But I love watching movement. And all of a sudden, just now, there's a bit of volume happening and making the candle go up and down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom back out to the 5 minutes and just see if the volume actually means anything. But there's all of a sudden movement. So I'm not going to place a trade right now. Normally, if I look at my statistics, I'm at 96.51%.
Whoa, look at this, Hoag.
But I also have had a big loss. So I suck. I'm great and I suck. Both can be true. So I had up, up,
100%.
up, and then down because I broke a rule. And now I'm going to go back up again. So I did break one of my rules and I can't be too hard about myself. It's like, I just need to learn that lesson very badly. And
What was the rule, Grace?
Oh my God, don't trade in the evenings. I know I love watching Dakota. He can do it. Some people can do that. I can't. Yeah. I am more suited for the daytime activity. My brain, I've been watching these screens for years. I have not been watching the evening screen for years. It is not my territory that I'm familiar with. So sometimes I overtrade. It's like, I'm just so tempted and I couldn't put the stop button on in the evenings. It's harder to use that manual lockout because then I won't be able to trade the next morning, right? And right now I'm seeing that this is, by the way, the 5 minute is like starting to push down. So I'm just noticing that.
Yep.
And it matters. So you know what it's really kind of insisting to go down. And I'm a micro trader, so I'm going to just keep an eye on that. What I mean is that when I place a trade, I do 10 contracts and it's my comfort zone because I'm going to go in right now and I'm out. I just made $200 because the momentum was there, was pushing.
Right now?
I call it gushing and it was down. It was for the, so that I just made it to my $860 for the day.
Wow, Grace taking trades. Oh, Grace. Okay, what happened? You took that trade. That was quick. That was in and out. That's a sniper, man. Oh, we got a sniper on board right now. We got to.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
All right, Grace. What did you just do?
I love being a sniper. My goal in life is to have it take less than a second per trade. That's my. Wow. I may not get there, but my average time, I'm hoping to have it generally be less than 10 seconds.
What is your average? Can we go back to your performance dashboard? What is your average trade duration?
So sucked a while ago.
Oh, stop. Come on, Grace. What are we looking at here?
Just the truth. It's okay. It's okay. So I was in this trade for a long time, so it's going to skew my averages, but there's this neat thing in Topstep that says win trade, lose trade. Under 15 seconds is 98.25% of my trades, I guess. Under 15 seconds. So that's 98% of my trades right now.
Okay. You are a micro scalper. I like this.
Boy, you're not kidding.
I don't know what this all means, but anything between 5 and 10 minutes, I'm suffering because that was the one evening trade I took. The one evening trade. And I'm like, okay, I really felt that lesson. It's like, this is not my time. I love this hour of 11:33. What I just now did, the sniper it was less than a second, I think. And I love that. That's my favorite. I want to specialize in those sniper trades. And that is only available to me. Sniper trades are not available in the evening. I don't like them at 8:30 either. I talked to, in the past, I've had the pleasure of working with Jay Cook for just a short time. And he said, oh yeah, 8:30 a.m. is terrible. It's terrible for me. So just really finding what territory is the best. And my territory that's the best is 10 a.m. until noon or up till 2:30, depending on the
Okay.
action of the day. If it gets all quiet in the afternoon, forget it. But if there's still momentums happening, then I can still participate.
Okay. All right. Well, what's trade? What are you looking here for your next setup? Hoag is perplexed. Hoag is intrigued. Hoag, I'm trying to read your face. Are you perplexed, intrigued? What do we
I
have? This
just
is a good one. We got a good one.
what Grace is doing is something that I can't do. I've been doing this for years and years, but my time frame is a lot longer. So the whole momentum trade thing kind of, gets by me. I'm always looking at longer time frame charts. Rarely do I even look down to a 5 minute. Never would I think about trading a 30-second chart. But it seems to be working for you. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how quickly that happens for you.
That was awesome.
I
Grace.
hope so. Right?
Right.
I hope that this is working for me. Time will tell, right? If I can do this for
100%.
a year and have serious profits, then yeah, I want to get it down. If I don't do evenings anymore, if I follow all my rules, I would love for me to be. I know it's my path, so it's happening. I feel it. It's just,
Okay.
can I just get my
Good.
intuition to catch up with this, with
So
reality, and they need to just meet
you
and catch up with each other.
you're obviously looking at longer term charts. You start with a daily, you go to a 4 hour, to an hour, to a 30 minute. How much information from those charts are you kind of putting into your thought process with the very short time frame scalps that you're taking? I mean, should be you're looking for really specific opportunities in a very short time frame to take trades. How important is it to get that overall view to get you in the right direction in those very short term trades?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I don't do that, I lose. If I don't go from the day to the 4 hour to the 1 hour to the half hour, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 seconds, I have to do all of those and get a sense and a feeling of all of those. And also the news, is there any kind of big announcement or world event? The
Uh-huh.
news matters. And also I stay away from certain times, like top of the hour. Sometimes I'm sensitive to that, or right at the half hour. It can have
Mm-hmm.
a spike up or down, so I want to avoid
Mm-hmm.
that unless I have a special feeling about, but that I try to avoid. So the 4 hours, 1 hour, all that matters, and then all these other things matter, like, is there an announcement? Is it at the half hour point? Or is it at the top of the hour point? I try to avoid that.
Okay. Well, you can see how that would probably be something that you would really want to focus on, because a lot of bigger executions happen on the half hour and on the hour. So if there's a big liquidity that jumps in on those periods of time, it'd probably be tough to anticipate what direction those are going to go. So yeah, I'm really amazed and impressed at everything you have accomplished as far as getting your intuition and your trading knowledge is concerned. And you said you started in 22 during COVID.
Oh, no, I started trading in, when did COVID start? Wasn't that like 4 years ago now? I started in
2020,
2020,
Grace.
and
Can
then
you believe it? It's been almost 5 years ago.
2020.
5 years now.
I didn't start Topstep until later, like probably 2 years ago.
That's okay.
So you were trading your own account before then?
Yeah, yeah, and I love Topstep because it hurt. Like, I lost money, and
Mhm.
Topstep, I can just have the subscription, and I have passed the combines, and I want to. I'm feeling it. I keep getting closer and closer and closer to having awesome profitability, and I can hardly wait to join the ranks of the sniper traders doing well. And thank you,
Mm.
Topstep, and all of you are so empowering for me because of your honesty. The pain is so real, but to really just having the resilience and the support of just the heart, and also, my goodness, I just what I love is hearing also let me just see here. Just hearing you all pray for peace, like that makes a difference. Just the heart
Talking to him.
of Topstep, the
Talking to him,
heart
man.
of Michael. Everybody has so much heart here, and nobody can lie. The numbers don't lie, and I'm amazed that you think I'm at all impressive at all, because it's such a it's really a
Hey,
race for an
the chat's
athlete.
loving Grace. The chat absolutely loves you. Here we go. True Trades in the course, or in the chat in the course. Stay the course, rooting for you, Grace. They love you. Grace, what did you see in that setup? I want to let's revisit that trade. What did you see in that setup? You see the momentum?
I'm feeling one now. So can you see my screen
Really?
again? Yeah.
Let's go to Grace's screen. Boom, we're here. Let's go.
Okay, here's the day. It's going back down again. So see from before where it was. I can see, and it's inside of this like previous indicators that I've put up a month ago or so. So there it is. There's the 4 hour. Okay. Here's the so I'm just feeling it. It's like, okay. All right. I'm just feeling like, okay. I've seen this before. What's so nice is that this is all familiar. At the 1140. Okay. So this is my mental process of, okay, it's going down here on the 30-minute. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
15. It's like not happy with the previous 15. It just, canceled out again and again. The motion up. Ooh, here's something. I've seen this before. I'm tempted. I'm going to look at the 15 seconds. I don't know.
Awesome.
I'm a little bit suspicious because I've seen this before, and it can go, up north again for sure. So I'm not going to place a trade right this second, but I can feel
force it.
I can feel something coming in. Like, it's almost like I've seen these patterns before, and it's like, oh my God, it's wanting to push down. I'm going to go back to the 5-minute, and I'm just feeling.
They're cheering for you, Grace. They're cheering for you, Grace.
I'm in. I took a trade, and I'm done. It's I just felt it. I've seen this before. And now I would press the stop. I'm going to do this online right now just because it's like, okay, I made $1,000 for the day.
Right there.
And that's one of my rules is, you know what? Be satisfied. Like, I overtrade, and the stop button is my friend. And some people make $5,000, $10,000 in a day. And I have only so much brain power. I fatigue out. I might seem like I have a lot of energy, and I do, and I can go and exercise and do other things. But I fatigue with the trading has its own special fatigue. And so I press the stop button. How did I it's just the whole, I've seen this before. I've seen it before. I've seen it before. I recognize this pattern, and I really love this momentum.
Yeah.
And there's enough forgiveness for, sometimes there isn't in the evening. I mean, the forgiveness is terrible. For me in the evening, but there's a little bit of forgiveness. It could have reversed and then come back down, but I'm wanting to now specialize where it doesn't reverse even $500 or $1,000. I would like to just be better and better and better and just go for that.
I love you.
For that.
You're the best.
That mid breath. I want to catch momentum in its mid breath of in or out. If the candles are going, breathing in when it's a long, breathing out when it's a short. I want to catch it in its mid-breath in or its mid-breath out. That's what I want.
Let's do it again. Can we do that again? In
and out.
Out. I like that. You teach meditation, don't you?
I do.
I could tell. There was something that was not your first time doing that, Grace. That was incredible. I do have to say, Grace, the chat is really fired up about your trading style. Some people love it. Some people hate it. Some people have. There's a lot of hot takes about your trading style. Micro scalping, catching. I like that. Catching the candle mid breath. I like that. Why? What do you say to the people saying you're crazy out there? Just the way you're trading. What do you say to them? They're saying you're crazy. This could never work.
You know what? It might be crazy for them. It's a mirror.
Thank you.
So I might be a mirror to what is crazy to them, and they are not wrong. I am absolutely insane for them and their trading. So don't do it. If you get this feeling that, oh my God, Grace is nuts, this is crazy, guess what? That is either your ego or your intuition. I don't care which one. It's you. And so follow those traders that trade like how you like. That's awesome. Call me crazy. It's not going to. So what? If we go to a psychologist, I think that we can all get a diagnosis of some kind for something, right? So if you want to diagnose me as crazy, it's fine. Yeah, it is for you. Don't do what I'm doing if you don't like it. Absolutely do not. Yeah, of course not. And you might be right. Maybe I'll just fail sometime, but I have a different feeling. I think this is it. Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a legit question in the chat. How do you set your stops? How do you control your risk?
I love
how do you control your risk with this?
So I go into settings. I love settings, and I say, okay, maximum 4,000. I'm usually fine that it doesn't go that far. That's bad news, but it won't kick me completely out. That's a big pain. And I just set it to the 200. So as soon as it hits 200, profit, up or down, long or short, I'm out. And when I'm really focusing so powerfully, if I make a mistake, I could change that 4,000 to 2,000, but it can move so fast sometimes and then reverse. So that's what I've done. And that's negotiable. This is something I'm still working on. But whether I'm up or down, yep, that's it.
All right. So while you're locked out here, we got about 10 minutes left here on Power Players. Grace, you are a power player on Topstep TV. Did you ever think, I'm so glad we met. Do you do streaming? Why do you have such a professional setup? Your voice is coming in crystal clear. You got the professional mic there. What?
Yeah, it is. Because I teach meditation, I do some voice work, and people say, oh, I have a different voice for when I record meditations. I'm much more soothing and relaxing. And so people will say, would you please?
Yeah, do it right now.
All right. So I can be using, I have to get into the mode of it, but really just a soothing of coming down into your heartbeat. If you could find, for example, just feeling your body from head to toe, the gravity that your body's able to feel gravity. We all feel it. And just tuning into that. And actually a good way to sleep well. So a lot of people want me to do sleep audio for them. Specifically, that's even for them tailored to them. So they can play a short meditation that's tailored to their lives, to their anxieties, and go to sleep. And just gravity is really something where they say you fall asleep. So I have this microphone for various, and I also do meditations online, so internationally sometimes. And so I need to have a good microphone.
Amazing. This is amazing. We're going to have you back, Grace. Maybe we can teach some traders meditation. Okay, Grace, I got a question now. When the inevitable happens, right? All traders, we suffer losing streaks. We suffer, struggle. Do you ever get down? When you face the inevitable losing streak, cold streak, where you just can't seem to read the market well, the market just seems to know exactly what not to do to you, what is doing the opposite of what you need to do. How do you handle that? Give some tips to the people. How do you handle failure?
Well, one thing I remind myself is, SH, whatever. I might cuss to myself and say, this is a part of being human and it hurts. I go into just like this profound feeling of emptiness and I don't deny it. I just can't go into denial. I don't have to judge myself. So I don't allow myself to write and wrap a story around it being a inherent flaw in me or the market. There's no inherent flaw. And so going into that deeper space or just feeling the loss and not even denying that human emotion of, oh my God, but not going into the story of it, but staying with the pure feeling. And there's wisdom there in all of us and in me in that, just taking that deep breath and taking a longer breath and then just looking at what happened, really looking at it and asking, okay, this is teaching me. The failures teach us. Everybody says it's kind of like a mantra. I've heard so many people on Topstep already and elsewhere in the world, all these bestsellers and philosophers just saying we learn through failure better than through success. And it's like, yeah, yada, yada, yada. And here I am in this failure
love you,
again.
Grace.
And what do I get to learn from this time? And I just really work with it as best I can. Exercise, meditation, dancing, screaming into a pillow, whatever.
Oh.
Just feeling my humanity and really then digging out the gold that's in there. It's there's some kind of wisdom that'll come out of it. And I have to then add that, hopefully integrate that wisdom of the failure and what it has to teach me. And it sucks. It can hurt like heck. It's like, oh my God, it's like going under surgery or something, like heart surgery. It can feel pretty profound and intense of just like, oh, right?
Grace, guess who's watching right now in the chat? Coach Jay Cook. He goes, whoa,
Hey,
I just realized
Jay.
who Grace was. We've done one-on-one call a year back when we did personal coaching. Hey, Grace. He says, hey, look at this, Jay. She made it to the big leagues now. He's watching.
Yeah, and Jay told me to not get greedy and to not trade to the what did you say, Jay? Like I forget the exact words, but it's stuck with me ever since. Is don't be looking at my numbers, like how my profit and loss, like don't play to my P&L. Don't play to P&L, which I was guilty of. It's so hard. But even just one piece of wisdom can ricochet in a positive way, a fractal, not ricochet, but it's like it gives wisdom in other areas. And Jay's heart and just realness, everybody at Topstep, and the realness of Jay, and just he just what he said rang true. It's like it rings true, and so it reaches deeper into it's back to intuition. It's like these people are so cool. Jay is so honest. And so it can reach me better. And I think life is tough enough. So to have this honesty is incredibly helpful. Yeah. Thank you, Jay.
Well, Hoag, this is why Topstep TV is the absolute best. It's the absolute best. We need people like Grace. All sorts of different trading styles. Hoag, this wouldn't be suitable for you. This wouldn't be suitable for many, but it's suitable for Grace, right? So that's kind of
right.
You know, Hoag, the more we do this, we start learning that different strokes for different folks, and she's a micro scalper. That works. She's doing micros. You see all the stats. She did have one bad day. Hoag, what, if anything, could we tell Grace on how to improve or how to kind of fine tune her craft with the way she trades? Even though this isn't particularly our way to trade, but what kind of advice can we give Grace to help her succeed to keep growing as a trader?
Well, going back to one of the dad wisdoms, and I know Grace already has a really good grasp on this, but success is never final and failure is never fatal. Of course, we have to learn from the failures, and we want to learn from the successes as well. One of the things that I've done and has worked, I think, pretty well for those of us that actually give it a try and trust it is, and I know you're doing this already, I think, Grace, but understanding what happens when you get into a trade, while you're in the trade, after you get out of the trade, and actually recording at least a couple of words about, what you felt about the trade before you took it, getting into the trade. The very short period of time that you're in the trade, you're probably not going to be feeling much, but keeping track of how you're feeling before the trade and after the trade, because as intuitive as you're trying to trade, the intuition and eventual instinct that you're going to gain is from reviewing all those feelings and changes in physical, mental, and emotional states before, at entry, during, at exit, and even after the trades. For somebody that's as short time frame as you are, I would say, you're really focusing on the feeling before the trade, at entry, and then after the trade. Okay, this was a good trade. Here's what I felt beforehand, mentally and physically. Here's what I feel afterwards, mentally and physically, and then just continuing to do that because I'm sure, Grace, that you're well aware at this point that there's intuitions and then there's impulses. understanding the difference between impulse and intuition is a very difficult thing because they often seem to feel the same way or come from the same place, but they don't. Recognizing the difference between the two will be something that would be beautiful for you.
Incredible. Thank you so much. That's incredible advice, Hoag. Thank you.
Whoa, wait a minute. Who is that?
Hey, Grace.
I know you, Jay. There he is. What's up, Jay?
How we doing? How's it going, everybody?
You
How
remember
we doing?
Grace?
How we doing, Grace? I do.
Yeah, so
How you doing,
great
Grace?
to see you, Jay. Yeah.
Good to see you as well. Good to see you as well. Love to see you here. I was actually, I'm preparing. I'm taking the Series 3 tomorrow. Hey, everyone, I'm taking the Series 3 tomorrow. So I was just taking some final practice exams, and Dakota said, "Hey, did you check out TopstepTV?" So I tuned in and realized that it was you, Grace. So really good to see you here. Really good to see you sticking with it. And I'm glad to hear that anything that I said, even a year ago, resonated with your trading. You have your own trading style, and you always have. And I had some traders just mentioning in the YouTube chat, do you agree with this style? My answer is yes. Would I trade this way? No. But my answer is yes, because it's the way that you see the markets. And that's truly all that matters, right? Whatever anybody else says doesn't really matter. The way you see the markets, and if you can pull profits out of it, that's the way that you need to continue. So good job sticking to your trading plan, whatever that may be. And I think that's what we all need to do as traders. But really good to see you on here.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. You're awesome.
And just Grace is awesome. I know we put the link in the chat to her website. I would suggest anyone checking that out. I've gotten some messages from Grace, just not even just kind of random, if you will, but just, hey Jay, hope everything's going well with you. Months after we spoke, and that either preceded a question that she had or was just kind of sending good energy. So shout out to you, Grace, for that. Those were always very welcome messages when you did send them. So thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love your
Look
energy,
what we
Jay.
do here.
It's amazing.
Yours as well.
Jay, thank you so much for jumping on in a moment's notice.
Yeah,
Get
for
back to
sure.
studying for that Series 3. I really like that flannel, by the way. Where'd you get that? I want one
Thanks,
of those.
man. I think this is J. Crew. I think it's J. Crew.
Is it? Man, he dressed so
Yeah.
cool out there in New York, man. He dressed so cool in New York. All right, Jay, thank you so much. We
All right, guys.
Here we
appreciate
call
you
it
coming on.
U Crew. It's J Crew.
You crew.
Oh, yeah.
That is a cool. That's a cool. Wow. That is a cool
All right, guys.
flannel. All right, Grace.
Later.
Well, we got a couple minutes left here on Power Players, Grace. At this time, we don't do this question for everybody. We got to kind of feel your vibe, and we think you're going to have fun with this. But right now, we like to bring in Eddie. Eddie, if you're there, we're going to have a fun question for you, Grace, because you've seen. Grace, go ahead, Eddie. Let's tell her what the drill is.
Grace, I got a fun question for you. I've got 24 questions. Give me a number, and I'm going to give you a question.
17.
17. Here we go. 17. Okay. If you can trade places with any historical figure for a day, who would it be and why?
Wow.
Ooh. Any historical figure. Huh.
Oh my
Grace.
gosh, there's a meditator from the 1300s.
Go ahead.
love this
Cool.
answer.
Cool. Tell us about it.
And he was an amazing meditator. And he has such a reputation. He began as a murderer in his life cycle, in his early adulthood. And he went from that to all the way to enlightenment and a beautiful poet. And in one lifetime, he went from being one of the most worst human beings all the way to incredible enlightenment and incredible meditation, and rainbows would just pour out of his, according to the history. And I've been to his caves. I've visited his, some of where he's walked and meditated. And he's just got really beautiful poetry. And I sing it to myself. Do you want me to sing you the first line of one of them?
100%.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Go.
Great. So here it is. Rangluk buchung taboshong. It just means rest.
Yeah. I'm a new.
Yeah, it means
Grace.
rest.
Grace,
Yeah.
will you come back on with us? Will you come back on with us, Grace, on Topstep TV? 100. This is not a one and done. You are coming back, Grace. We cannot thank you enough for coming on here. Hoag, that might be one of the most coolest power players we've had on ever.
100%. 100%.
Well,
Grace, really
Oh,
enjoyed
okay.
getting to meet
Oh,
you, and I look forward to getting to know you more and seeing you back here again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you. And
Grace,
thank you for
so
praying for
much.
peace, because that I feel that every day. I thank you.
And I appreciate you praying every day.
Absolutely incredible. All right, Grace, we got coming up on time. Grace, we got shoulder tap coming up next with Jack and Mick. Then we got group coaching. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. If you want more Hoag, you're going to get more Hoag. Then we got the Tom Kazi coming with the algos. Power players coming up to round out the day here on Topstep TV. First shoulder tap coming up next. Grace, it was an absolute pleasure. We will have you on again. Thank you so much for coming on Topstep TV. Shoulder tap.
Thank you so much.
Next.
Everybody have a great trading day. Bye.
Yes.
What's up, everybody? It's Monday. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Ben, you're looking healthier by the day. Are you in comfort? Is there anything I can do for you?
Thanks, brother. Probably not from afar, but yeah, doing much better. Happy we're here. Happy we got another week in front of us, and some interesting trading activity to go over on our Shoulder Tap segment. We can do some live trader updates here. Do you want to break in with an update here on Hurricane Milton, or where do you want to start?
We'll do that once we get to our risk shots. Why don't we hear about our funded traders first? I also wanted to say, I don't know how I follow up that last segment. I'm going to have to think about what my chant is. Probably Packers suck is the only one that I do somewhat frequently, but they won yesterday, so can't really do that. How are our traders? Do they suck, or are they not the Packers?
No, there's been some good trading activity today. I think a big part of it depends on what product you're trading. There's a pretty big disparity across different asset classes. You know, if you're trading equities and you're looking for any kind of continuation or trend trading, you're probably been a little disappointed today. And if you're a crude trader and caught the long side, you're probably very happy. So, you know, it's market dependent to a degree. Some markets move some days and don't others. But overall, there's been some positive P&Ls. Quite a few people red on the boards, but there's been some bright spots. Dakota's up $430 today in his live account. Ayush is up 4,600. That account's locked up on the day. Michael up 2,600. Jordan S was up almost 10 grand earlier, sank back down to around 2,000 in profits. So giving up more than we'd like on that one. Wada is up 2,670 and Hung is up 7,100. So pretty good performance from a few individuals, but the breadth that we've talked about before, you know, quite a few traders are red as well. So those are what we're seeing on the live boards in real time. And thankfully, not anyone red who was up green significantly earlier today. So yeah, we've got that. We've got a couple trading cards lined up that we can dive into whenever you're ready.
Yeah, before we do that, we've been told from above that we got to bring in Topstep's resident weatherman, John Skilling Doherty, when we head to the risk cards here. JD, are you in the background?
I sure am, guys. We got just a couple quick updates. A little over an hour ago, the National Hurricane Center has upgraded Milton to a Category 5 hurricane. Probable expected path is to rip across the state of Florida. Pulling up a quick image of that 1 second. There it is, starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, ripping through the Gulf of Mexico, right across the state of Florida, then petering out in the middle of the ocean there, you can see. I should have been a weatherman. This is just completely natural for me right now. Here's an image. Dark, cloudy skies, not looking too good. 160 mile per hour winds have been recorded. So this is a dangerous Category 5 hurricane ripping across the essentially the state of Florida very soon. Take cover, everyone.
You should be a weatherman, JD. So everyone, this is about all sorts of risks, this segment. Weather risks, health risks. This time they intersect, so be careful if you are in Florida. Take the right precautions. With that, then, we have a couple of cards today. What do you want to start with?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's start with Eric. Eric M. Had a lot of Erics featured recently. Living in Kissimmee, Florida. Yep. Been to Kissimmee before. It's a beautiful place. And hopefully Eric's also taking the proper precautions, protect themselves and their family. Eric is a live trader with us. This is a live account, 150K live account, and has been in this account for 76 days, which in and of itself is impressive, coming up on 4 months in this account. And I've seen what I would probably describe as treading water type behavior in a more extreme way than we see in a lot of cards, Jack. As you go through it, I'm sure you'll kind of pick up on the theme here. But Eric trades bit of a diverse set of products. So trades gold, and then the Nasdaq and the Dow, all E-minis, and then the micro versions of those products as well. And this trader is really interesting because we're seeing what are high win rates. 80% winning days is impressive. 66% winning trades, but on the aggregate and across time, those profits, within individual trades and across days, are not outpacing the losses. So it looks like Eric has a difficult time, maybe on two fronts. One being, taking large profits. The largest winning day, the best winning day in this account is $1,078 of profit. And the worst day being the daily loss limit, almost $3,100. So, if those 2 days were in a vacuum, that wouldn't necessarily spell destruction for the account. But it's all kind of culminating in that average daily P&L of negative $30. There have been some good days, and considering the longevity of this account, steady winning days is what we see. But it's almost like, one step forward over and over and over again, and then, 15 steps backwards, all in one day. So I think taking profits, considerable profits, letting those trades work out in a greater degree is probably an area that we could improve upon, as well as minimizing the downside. If we simply put in, cut the daily loss limit in half or by a third, set it to $1,000 is the most you could lose, then you can start work on building up, winning days that are closer to, an average of somewhere in the neighborhood of, $400 or $500 right now. Average winning day is $297. So we can increase that a little bit. I'm sure there's a way to do that. And that's what, the takeaway for me is, how can we maximize those winners? Do your own research on your trading behavior. How can you squeeze out a little bit more, whether that's leaving a runner? Clearly this trader's comfortable trading micros. So leaving on a runner when the trade's working, or, sizing into a trade that you view as higher quality, an A plus versus just an A or an A minus. And minimizing the downside as well. Thankfully, there's some structural things you can do, like reaching out to the risk team. Hey, I want to set, $1,000 loss limit. One other really interesting component to this is there's only $500 that's been taken in payouts thus far. Taking any amount in a payout is great, but there's an opportunity to take, a couple $1,000s out of this account without putting it in major jeopardy. The more you take out at the current balance, if you took out 2,000, yes, you'd be in almost within one daily loss limit striking distance. But again, you control how much you lose. You control whether you trade at all or not. I'm sure there were a lot of traders today who probably wish they had stayed away from, the NASDAQ in the morning, rather than, take trades in a bunch of different directions. So if that's your style, God bless. If it's not, and you're kind of just trying to jam that square peg into the round hole of market conditions, it can be frustrating. So, Eric has proven that he can stay in this account. Love to see a significant chunk of profit of the remaining account balance taken. And maybe that's kind of the mental or emotional reset that we need in order to, hit a pivot and go back towards pushing, account balance highs over time. So I know I've thrown a lot out there as far as, what we're seeing, what kind of opportunities we have to improve upon. Ultimately, I like what I've seen from Eric, and I see his name daily on the live boards. If we just, trim up those losing days by, half or more, I think we can really get into a much better spot. So what do you think, Jack? This is quite the interesting trade report to review.
This is a really interesting card. I don't know that I've seen one like this, where it's just like a lot of, even when you said that the best winning day was a little over $1,000, that's almost sort of an outlier, where, the vast majority of the winning days are in the couple $100s, like 500. It almost looks, and looking at this, it almost seems like Eric stops if he gets to $500 or around there, or has since he had the deal out. There's just like a few, however many days there are here. I think there's only a couple daily loss limits, but still, losing too much on those down days. Now, it's hard to diagnose what's going on here without seeing the fills, because what we can't see is how many of these $500 days had unrealized drawdowns of far more than $500. I don't know what the strategy is being employed here, but there's enough of a sample size here to say it's not quite getting where we need to go. You're right. If there's nothing wrong with making $500 a day, that's fine. But if that's what you're doing, then it should be out of the question to lose $3,000. And you mentioned trimming it to 1,000. I would almost trim it more, to 500 maybe, or something like that. There's definitely, and this is the problem, like everyone I think faces, is I think the hardest thing about trading is the absolute conviction with which you can hold a trade that's going against you versus holding a trade that's in your favor. And I have to believe that there's some of that going on here. So hard to know without seeing the strategy, but I would definitely say that you can't lose. Definitely not that loss limit, which he's been pretty good about. He hasn't done that in a while, but not even 2,000. Like 1,000 would be like the maximum that I would suggest setting this loss limit, though. Interesting card.
Yeah, interesting indeed. And it's as always much easier said than done. Trading is so difficult, and even maintaining. Like I try to commend people who we feature who are in the account 60, 80, 100 plus days. That's difficult to do if you're trading every single day. You have to have some positive expectancy, and Eric has had really good stretches. It's you're looking up and down that trade report, and it's like every certain blocks of it look very consistent, healthy, and then there's a tragedy, and then same thing, very consistent, healthy, $200 days roughly, and then a big losing day. So like you're saying, Jack, that can manifest from a variety of different ways. Maybe things that are going on at home, just kind of personality traits and tendencies, any number of things that factor in that we don't have a great pin on from the risk side of things, from the outside in. But again, whatever degree you can, put some structural pieces in place, profit targets, daily loss limit reduction. I would even shout out, not to deviate too much from Eric, but Fatima is someone who our broadcast has become quite familiar with, someone who's been in a live account with us and trades very well. There was one point where Fatima was struggling very consistently, and I think the lowest that we had reduced the loss limit for her was down to $300. So, there's no shame in that. Quite the opposite. It's something that we on the risk team view very positively as a mature decision to really radically reel in that risk on a per trade or per day basis until you start building back some consistency and start seeing the markets really well. And then we can open up that risk again. So just a quick piece about Fatima, someone that's done that successfully and was able to dig out of, nearly losing that live account. I believe that was earlier this year she did that. So maybe something similar here with Eric. Eric, call us. We'll work with you. We want to keep you in the account and certainly put you in a position where you can pay yourself several $1,000s for the hard work that you've done in this account. I think that's all I've got there, Jack. If you're ready to move on, we can hit the next one. I think you're on mute, my friend.
It would be a $5 fine for Mr. Pelzer.
Well, let me see if I can find $5 in my wallet. God, that's the first time I've done that. I was doing it because somebody asked about Susan, and I went to look up her admin report to give a quick Susan update. Nothing has changed. It's like those updates about, Jimmy Carter or something. Nothing has changed. She's up to 24 days complete. 23 of them are 1K losses, and one is the $42,000 banger. So,
yeah,
shine on, you crazy diamond, Susan. All right,
let's talk about some positive trading behavior before we get out of here. Let's pull up the trading card for Dong Cheng. Dong Cheng is someone who is was in an XFA, is being called up to a live account. I went through with a fine-tooth comb and went over the fills of this trader in the entirety of this account, which was not a massive time commitment because there are not a tremendous amount of trades, despite being in this account for 16 days. Dong Cheng has done an incredible job of picking spots in the Asia session, usually putting on trades somewhere between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Central Time, U.S. Central Time. Dong Cheng's trading with us from Shenzhen, China. So presumably that's kind of the optimum time for Dong Cheng to be trading and doing an excellent job. I was really blown away. Obviously, the percentages kind of speak for themselves. 94% winning days, 75% winning trades, and then reward to risk ratio of 3-to-1. So for every one you risk, you're making 3. The only stain on that, I guess I could say, would be that we don't have a tremendous amount, despite 16 days, we don't have a tremendous volume of trades to weigh that against. But in the same way that sort of reduces the how strong that data is, it also is exemplary in that they're not over trading. Dong Cheng is putting on a winning trade and walking away. And Jack, what I like the very most about this, if you want to go all the way to the bottom of that trade report, the very first day, Dong Cheng had a $6,000 profitable day, and since that point in time, has done what I try to get on here and plead all of our traders to do every single week. When you have the big winning day, book the minimum profitable days, right? You don't need to shoot for another 6,000 or 10,000 the following day. Shoot for accuracy, shoot for that minimum winning day threshold so that you can qualify for a payout. And Dong Cheng has done that. Outside of that big winning day, the next highest winning day is 2,100 and then 950 after that. So usually booking, $200 to $400 in profit. And then that average daily P&L is kind of swollen to 730 because we've got 2 outlier days that are several $1,000s. Truth be told, the best traders in the world, that's generally how they're trading. They've got their base hits. They've got their, kind of bread and butter trades that they're going to put on without, ridiculous size. And then occasionally they're, the stars will align for them. They're going to put on that big trade and walk home with it. What they don't do is pull the harpoon out again the following day, trying to go for another Moby Dick. They're looking for the same setup that they're looking for every day and booking that winning day. So the $6,000 winning day followed by a $400 winning day was really impressive, encouraging. Can't say enough about what Dong Cheng is doing in this XFA. Obviously, it's time to move them to a live account, and so that's what we on the risk team are doing, moving them up. And love the trading, love the time of day, consistency really across the board, and not getting too greedy, not putting on a bunch of trades that are outside of what fit the criteria based on the fills in the trade report that I was able to review. So good on you, Dong Cheng, and looking forward to seeing this performance translate to the live markets.
Yeah, this card friggin' rocks. This isn't even a. It's more that I'm sure this person's very good, but they all I wouldn't consider this the new normal. There's some level of it's been going pretty hot, but this sort of stuff isn't probably continuous. I mean, he's paying basically nothing in commissions. He's trading I love it's like the anti-Susan in a way. He had the first big day and then is trading, one contract one time or 2 times each day to get those 5 days, and taken 2 payouts already on it. Had 1 losing day in 16, and this is a 50K account. Trading the NQ. He's holding these positions for time. This isn't like someone who's got a scalp strategy or something like that. Just making a couple $100 a day and then occasionally making a more. Start out with a $6,000 day, had a 2K day yesterday. I mean, this is really good. I don't know what you can say about it.
Yeah, one last piece. I know when you see stuff like this, our audience is often like, "What's their strategy? What do they trade?" Out of respect for the trader, even if they told me their strategy exactly, that's not something that I would really go into detail on. But we can talk about kind of certain days and certain characteristics that we see. Most often, it's a 2-to-1, risk reward, because you'll see Jack on the P&L low for the day. It's very rare that they start with a P&L low. Again, that's just high accuracy trading. But when they do, it's usually pulled out of the red and into the green with a subsequent trade. Meaning that if they're down $200 on the first trade, that P&L low, and there's only 2 trades on the day, the ending P&L for the day is, call it plus 200 or plus 300. That means that they put on a 2-to-1 trade after the first loser and recovered it, and now booked a $200 winning day. So you're right, Jack. It's Superman kind of has to come back down to earth at some point, but there's no reason why we can't keep some relatively high win rates with a nice risk reward. And that just requires discipline and being honest about the market conditions that you operate best in. So
and if
we're looking forward to Dawn Chain.
3-to-1 with 75% winning trades. If you can do that, then my big advice to you is size way up. No one contracts if you do this much longer. All right. Well, with that is the end of Shoulder Tap for today. Stick around. There might be some surprises around the corner. You never know exactly what is lurking in the group coaching session, which I believe today we got JD and Hoag going at it. So we're going to take a quick break here. Be back right after this with group coaching and maybe something else. Ben, have a good one.
Thanks, Jack.
you like to be a
Good
Topstep
afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, JD.
What's up? Good afternoon. Welcome to group coaching. We got Eddie in the back with some sound effects. You're
in the back.
You're looking at Hoag right now. I'm JD behind the curtain. This is the group coaching hour. We've had a forum pin in the chat for a while. It's still there. We got a whole bunch of questions today. I haven't seen this many questions in a while. But before we get to that, we're going to bring in our guy, Eddie, for a quick announcement for everyone. Eddie, what do you got for us?
Oh, boy. It's about that time again. Yes, it is.
Topstep VIP.
Yes, thank you, Snoop.
Read up on our VIP.
Yes. And yes, VIP time, folks. We're going to put that link up top once again here. Remember, this is to get into the VIP. We got Coach Hoop drafting 50 traders for his team. The VIP includes 3 free months of the trading combine, 2 free resets each month. There's no activation feed and a private Discord chat room. And speaking of Discord, just when you fill out, there is the form up top. Look up top on the chat here. Please use your Topstep username. Okay, don't worry about the Discord. We'll collect the Discord names later, but use your Topstep username. Okay, so here's some more details here. If you're choosing, remember, this is for bell to bell. You got to be here. The more times that you sign into the form, but only do it once every time we give it to you. The more times you do that, the better chances you have to be one of our 50 lucky traders to be drafted by Coach Hoop, which we're going to do. We're going to do a live draft Monday. So a week from today, we're going to run this all week. A week from today, Monday, we will do a live draft. So here's what we're doing. We're giving the VIP away to our bell-to-bellers. Okay. Also, what we're doing is we're going to drop the forms. We're going to drop the forms here each and every day randomly. All right. There it is. And for those with the most signups, will be included in our drawing for one of the 50 VIP seats. So we're dropping the form right now. We're going to let it marinate for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to pull it. But remember, only sign up once every time we do offer the VIP draft form. Okay, so then I think I've got that. And remember, use your Topstep username, not your Discord. We'll get the Discord name later. But sign up as much as you can throughout the day. Remember, one sign up per VIP draft form that we drop in the chat. All right, JD, I'm back to you, my brother.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate the announcement and the heads up. Make sure you fill out those forms to the Topstep VIP. Only 50 spots available, so sign as many forms as you can when you can. We're going to be putting them out there all week, just like Eddie said. All right, with that, let's dive into some questions. Form is pinned in the chat, folks. If you're looking for it, you can find it in the chat.
Right at the top.
Right at the top. All right, Hoag, you ready to do this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Got a lot of questions. We won't be able to get to them all, but we'll get to as many as we can, and you can always look back.
I wonder why today. So many.
A lot of questions today.
Whole bunch, yeah. All right, well, let's start with the first one that came in. First question comes from Carla. Carla says, I would love to understand by what you mean by range. I'm not sure what time is being discussed when you say prices bouncing within a range. What time frame, high or low? Well, ranges can occur on any time frame. What you're looking for in a range is sideways price action. But Hoag, you have your charts up right now. Can we find some ranging price action?
Of course.
So, Carla?
We most certainly can. So when, let's say we're looking at today's range compared to Friday's range. Okay, I know that it's kind of hard to see a little bit here, but we see the regular trading hour session from Friday traded all the way up to 58.0475. The low was 57.49.5. Well, we can see in today's range so far, we are inside Friday's range. The overnight range, we would look basically at the overnight high, which is right around 58.07, 58.08, down to the session low, overnight session low, which is down to 57.62.75. So if I'm talking about range in the daytime frame, I'm talking about today's range. But there are times when I'm saying, okay, well, we're inside Friday's range. Maybe that's going to be a day that's going to end up being relatively choppy. And I think that that's pretty much what we're seeing right now. So Carla, anytime you're talking about range, and maybe I could be better at this, we should be, talking about overnight range low or overnight range high or Friday's range high or Friday's regular trading hours session range low. But typically, most of the time we'll be looking at the initial balance, which is the early range in the session, and then range extensions outside the initial balance. We'll always be saying, hey, we've left the initial balance to one side or another. Let's see if we find any continuation of that. So Carla, it's a really good question because you can look at each 30-minute bar as its own range, or each 5-minute bar as its own range. So when we're talking about range, maybe you're right. We should be a little bit more specific about what range we are talking about. So, but typically most of the time I'll be talking during the session about the current session daily regular trading hour session range, or any extended trading hour or overnight session range. Those are typically the ones that I'll most likely be talking about. But great question, Carla, and I hope that helps.
Yes, next up, we've got one from Brian Q, which is right in your wheelhouse, Hoag. Brian wants to know, when trading the market profile, do you put much relevance to the current day's profile or just the previous day? Please, if you could, sum up a masterclass on trading the profile correctly. Thanks, boss. Well, we've only got a few minutes, but there are some key points from the previous day's profile that are pretty significant, and we put them up on the TopstepX daily levels. We have volume point of control, value area high, value area low, settlement price. Those are all pretty key price levels from a previous day's profile. But you look at a whole lot of other things too, don't you, Hoag? Single print TPOs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. We could spend the whole half hour on this, but why don't you want to give us the elevator pitch on market profile?
Of course.
Real quick, Hoag?
Of course. So let's look at, these are regular trading hours session profiles for the E-mini S&P 500. Range today, very small, basically inside value from yesterday. I am expecting this small little initial bounce to continue to be extended through one side or another. Now, we've extended the range to the downside. We don't really have any excess or failed auction activity down below here. So I'm kind of looking at this market as maybe it'll roll over. Hey, how about Friday's value area low, 57.61? We've already traded to both points of control. If the market does continue to move lower, the next level that I will look for an exit or perhaps even an entry would be the value area low from yesterday. And now these are TPO levels. 57.61 is value area low on the TPO charts. But we have volume value low at 57.56 even. The numbers you're probably going to see on the top step levels are going to be the volume value area high and low. And generally speaking, they're relatively close to each other. Well, what about the Thursday's profile became important to Friday's session? You've probably heard us talk about failed downside auctions. The market opened outside range and value from the previous session. Here's the opening range on Friday. Here's the high from the previous day, last Thursday. Well, the market opened outside of range and value. There is the possibility that the market could come in, reaccept inside value from the previous day, which would be value area high right up here around 52.5. to value area low around 52.33.5. However, the market had a very wide initial balance. It takes a lot more energy to extend outside of a large or a very wide initial balance. The market came back into range, tested back into value. Okay. Value high. Again, this green line right here takes us to 57.52.5. What did we do in Friday's session when we got into value from Thursday's session? We left a failed downside auction. So the knowledge of the previous day's value area high became very important Friday, when we looked inside of it, rejected, leaving a failed downside auction. The rest of the day, as long as we leave this failed auction where it is to the downside, is likely to rotate all the way back to value high from that session, or even the IB high, which is exactly what happened on Friday. So a lot of the times, looking at information from the previous session can be useful. Had we shown signs of, through time and volume, had we shown acceptance of value below the IB low from Friday, which was again 52.75 was the IB low. Value area high was right next to it. Had we spent more time inside of value, the probability would have stated, well, if we reaccept Thursday's value on Friday, probability states we could move price all the way back down to the low of value from the previous day. That's called a value acceptance play or a value area special situation play. So a lot of the things that we look at now are not only from the regular trading hour session, but they are from previous sessions. Take a look at how important one of those levels was from Friday's session. So Friday's session, we have basically two late spike bases on Friday in the S&Ps. I'm going to put this chart up here so you can see it maybe a little bit better. But after we broke and we put in the low, this area here became very important. There were a lot of shorter time frame traders probably trying to sell value high, sell value high, sell value high. And once this level broke to the upside, that created kind of a secondary late spike. It was in the 2 to 230 time frame, and price started moving up already. And then we know that at the end of the day, we extended the range above the initial balance and we closed up there. So basically, there were two real kind of levels of potential late spikes. So the potential late spike here was 86.75, 86 half. We've been talking about that this morning, and it really kind of capped off the activity above that level. We looked at it a couple of times. We looked above it. We did not see any continuation. We said, boy, there doesn't seem to be a lot of oomph in those buyers up here. And we did see some iceberging activity, sell icebergs, which was probably getting the shorter time frame traders a little bit too long in this area. When they didn't get what they were looking for, they have moved price considerably lower, I guess you could say, for the range for today. So where did we go? Well, value area high was in that neighborhood as well. And so that kind of gives a confluence. That's you could consider this area here kind of the beginning of the late spike, and a secondary late spike began above the initial balance at 97.75. We looked at this area. I said, if we really do push above this late spike here, the next area I could look for would be the base of the late spike, the actual late spike at the end of the day. What are the rules? Well, the rules around a late spike is if we open below a late spike to the upside, that's rejection of higher pricing, and price may begin to auction lower in search of trade facilitation. And it seems to be what is happening as we speak today. Still a very inside day, still a very small range day. Again, I'm looking for this market to extend the initial balance or even beyond where it's extended the initial balance as we speak. So looking at information from previous days is important. when you think about where do the weekly kickoff levels come from? A lot of the weekly kickoff levels that we put out every Sunday, and everybody gets the chance to kind of look at those, and those are also on the daily levels. But a lot of them are based off of previous unrechecked points of control. Look at 5,700 right there. That is to the tick a naked TPO point of control that remains unchecked or unrevisited to this day. They're not always at those naked points of control, but those naked points of control are areas that, well, as Coach Jay says, price remembers levels. And that was a very comfortable level. That point of control, that naked point of control was the fairest price from the day it was created and becomes a comfort level for price. And if traders are looking for comfort, they're going to be looking for previous areas that provided comfort in the past. So when you're looking at the profiles, it is important to notice things about the profiles that have not been revisited. You're looking at weak highs, weak lows, anomalies. There's a lot to it. And as JD said, we could talk all day about this. One last thing I want to show you is how important is the overnight session. Now, this profile has today's session, last night's session, Friday's session, Thursday into Friday's overnight session. And yes, sometimes there can be valuable information in that. Most of the information that I'm going to be finding valuable about overnight is the overnight high, overnight low, and points of control in the overnight session. Not always, but sometimes we'll find those to be important levels. Kind of a double distribution trend day to the downside. Well, if we were to open between the accumulation areas, in other words, here and here, I would look for the market to probably initially kind of complete a repair area from this area from the overnight. Now, this doesn't happen as often as it does in regular trading hour days that have double distribution trend days. So yes, there is information coming from both. And I always separate them. I'm always going to separate the overnight from the regular trading hour session, because that gives me a little bit more information. And when it comes to profiles, I much prefer the TPO profiles, the TPO charts over the volume, because the TPO charts give me a lot more information, a lot more market generated information that I can use. It's a great question. We could talk all day about all of this stuff. And, that's something that we might have to, do maybe a little bit deeper market profile information. I know that we have the basic of profiles, the masterclass. There's a lot more information that we could probably talk about. And a lot of those are going to be the nuances, and it's the stacking of the nuances to find your ruling reason for the trade, why you're going to be able to use that information, along with maybe some of the other things that you already know, like technical analysis, to provide yourself with some good context and good levels. Great question. Love it. And again, we could talk all day on all of this. So Brian, thank you very much for the question. JD, it's up to you.
Yep. And, we've been talking about that for a while, getting together to do a part 2 of your market profile masterclass. But I think it's time to really get the ball rolling on that, because people seem to want it and appreciate it.
Yeah, so I should start kind of really keeping screenshots of a lot of the things that we talk about. And we could really do something good if I get all the information in order, and then we could do that for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I'll start to figure out some scheduling. I'm making a note of it right now. All right. Next up, question from Naveen. Naveen says, how do you train your mind to short the market? Even in downtrends, I find myself buying for quick pullbacks and often take a lot of paper cuts. Technically, I know I should be selling, but the fear that it will reverse on me stops me from shorting. That old picking tops and bottoms when the market's running away. It's a really great question, because it happens to a lot of us. No one ever thinks that. I shouldn't say no one ever thinks, but when a market's moving violently to the downside, for some reason, people just get hooked on trying to pick bottoms. They think this is it. It can't go any further. And just like Naveen said, death by 1,000 cuts, because it happens, and it's hard to get back in on a pullback when pullbacks aren't coming. So your only real chance at being in the market is to buy those new lows, which can be a detriment to your account value
It
for sure. What's
seems
your take on
easy
it,
to
Hoag?
do, doesn't it?
Seems easy to do, exactly.
I mean, if you get a market that's really trending to the downside, it seems like, well, how can I sell it here? It's already so cheap compared to what it was yesterday, but it can be the absolute right thing to do. So the first thing, Naveen, I would suggest is when you know that the market is in a downtrend. If you are going to be trying to buy for quick pullbacks, make sure if you see money, you take money. You don't want to be, falling in love with a winning trade that is opposite the bigger trend that you're looking at. Number two, as Jim Dalton says, you really have to train yourself not to fight a directional market. If you don't get into the trend while it's on its way down or prior to when it begins, it's going to be difficult to try and get into that market. It's something that I've struggled with my entire career is when the market's already in a trend, trying to get into it can be very difficult. Either the pullbacks you're expecting don't pull back far enough, or you get into a pullback that pulls back too far and takes you out on your stop. It is very difficult to do. And there are things that using market profile, I have had some reasonable success with just by looking at high volume nodes and low volume nodes as the market continues to try and push lower, trying to get into a short, near the low of a low volume node has been successful, but it's very difficult. And you might be kind of falling into, Naveen, the idea that these equities markets, if we're indeed talking about the equities markets, have a tendency to get short time frame traders short, and they have a tendency to grind those short time frame shorts to a pulp, if you will. But if the market is exhibiting continuation to the downside tendencies, you're better either missing it or seeing if you can gauge how far pullbacks have been coming in, try and get the next pullback at that level, see if you can find a way to try and get in. And again, Naveen, this is something that has been one of the banes of my existence in trading is if the market's already trending in one direction, I've always found it very difficult to try and get in. Very rarely is the right thing to do is close your eyes, click, and pray. Usually that's not going to be very successful. If it is, you're going to think it's going to work every time, and it's generally not going to. So be cognizant as to how you're going to try and get into a market that is already directional, and that means a directional market to the upside as well. Trying to get into a trend sometimes for me has been very difficult, and I hope that this answer has helped you a little bit, Naveen. Just don't fight a directional market.
There you have it. All right, we got time for one more quick one right underneath Naveen there. Hoag, you see it, line 8. Do you have any tips to stay confident in a trade when price action continues to retest your entry? The old retest fake out. That's, nobody's falling for that one. Personally, I don't move stops until it gets to a certain distance away, but the retest is what will always kill you.
Right. I know you're gonna. I know what you're thinking, JD. We don't get any smarter once the trade is on.
Yeah, right. Give it some room to breathe. Moving stops too early is something we hear and talk about quite a bit. But what's your take on it, Hoag?
As long as nothing has changed in the marketplace and in the news and everything like that, you get a trade that goes your way and it comes back to retest your entry. Well, the entry is still valid, right? The trade has not been made invalid because price hasn't auctioned to a level that states, well, this trade is no longer valid, so I have to get out. Rob, I've worked with, hundreds, if not thousands of traders, and just about every one of them have said, you know, when I get a trade on and it goes my way and I move my stop to break even +1 to alleviate any risk, now it's a free trade. It seems like 9 times out of 10, the market comes back and takes that stop. And then I get to watch the trade play my way without me because I've moved my stop up. What do I do about that? And my answer was always, don't move your stop up. Right? That would make sense. Sometimes you're going to have a trade that's going to go your way. And if you don't move your stop, it may hit your full stop, but it's not an invalid trade until it does. So, you know, a lot of traders are in the same boat thinking, okay, so it's gone my way. I'm going to move my stop up real quick so I don't lose money on it. But then when the market comes and takes that stop and then the trade plays out without them, they have a whole new sense of, you know, what that means is to, you know, let the trade play out. And it always seems, Rob, if you don't move your stop to break even, it's going to hit your stop. And if you do move your stop to break even, it's going to hit that stop, and then it's going to go your way. But you just be accountable to how trades trade out when you don't move your stop. If you let the trade breathe a little bit and let it play out until it's either, you know, a profit target or until it proves to be invalid. And then how often you move your stop to break even, how often it wouldn't have hit your initial stop, and how often you would be watching that trade play in your direction without you. It's a difficult game. It's a difficult thing to do, but it's like anything in trading, it's a muscle, and you can improve that muscle just by you know, saying, hey, I'm not going to move my stop to break even just because it, you know, and be out of this trade just because it retests my entry. If my entry's good, my entry should hold, and that it continues to validate that trade until proven wrong. Great question, Rob. JD, what do you think?
I agree 100%. Hoag, we are out of time. It is 1 o'clock. We got to get rolling to the next segment. Sorry, folks. We're out of time for group coaching today. We will be back again tomorrow. Stick around. We've got another man versus machine segment coming up. By popular demand, Tommy Kazi's here. And we're going to be talking. Yeah, this was great. I really enjoyed this last Thursday when he was here, too. But Tommy Kazi's going to be joined by Coach Robert and me. So you got another hour of me coming up. But we are going to take a short break. Hoag, thanks for everything. Thanks for answering questions. Thank you to you, everybody in the chat, for submitting your questions. More group coaching tomorrow. Coming up next, Man vs. Machine with Tommy Kazi. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Hoag. Thanks, JD. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Man versus Machines. I should have tagged Eddie to get him in here to do some sound effects for that. I'm sure he had some good ones. I'm JD. There he is. Sitting in the middle, we got Tommy Kazi, founder and CEO of the Financial Cloud. Tommy was here last week for our very first segment of Man vs. Machine. He was training some automated trading strategies, walking us around some of his custom indicators that he's built. And we're going to do something similar today and then get in the market and put on some trades. Over to the right, you've got our resident platform guru and house automated trader enthusiast, Coach Robert. How are you doing this afternoon, guys? What's up? Are we in the markets at all today? Tommy Kazi, I know you're trading in a couple combines right now. Any action in the market from you so far today? I know it's been a little bit quiet.
Yeah, a lot of my systems try to filter this type of price action out. So I've only gotten one trade during the cash session. I took a RTY short earlier. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and I lost $200 on that. But that's a little paper cut. We'll move on. Hopefully, get some good trades here towards the end of the day if we can get some movement, and we'll see what happens.
And Coach Robert, I know you've been looking forward to this for a little while. What's on your mind? I know you probably got a bunch of questions for Tommy here, so we'll get over to those in a little bit. But what's going on today? You seeing anything in the market? Anything took your fancy? Is there something you want to trade? We had some. You mentioned some movement in crude oil. We were all watching that. It was booming during fast markets. What are you looking at right now? Anything catch your eye?
Nothing really catching my eye too much, but I do have the YM up. I do have the live account going. It is part of the house account series. So if we do see something, we will be jumping in along with it. It's not a problem. I just moved over the weekend, so I've just got pretty much settled into the new place, about 95% of the way there, getting closer, getting comfortable, and that was my big news of the weekend over here. So looking forward to the segment, looking forward to working here with Tom. And I'm going to adjust my background. You don't have to change anything, but I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to adjust my background because right at the top of my background is the new AI background there. And the tip of the week is continuous learning. So I said I wanted to compare trading and education and call it continuous learning, and it spelled the word continuous wrong. So I figured Tom would
noticing that.
Yeah, he would get a kick out of that because they're not always right. And as a segue, you're going to like this one. Just like the algos, they're not always right. So when they're not right, they're wrong, and we just try to modify them when they're wrong. But yes, Tom, once we get into it, I will have some questions for you. You can guarantee that.
Awesome. I might have some questions for you as well then.
Okay. Touché.
Yeah, this will be good. I imagine you guys have extremely similar trading styles. But market auction theory, Tommy, what are some of the core concepts of it, and how do you build your trading strategies around market auction theory? This is a pretty common question we get during group coaching sessions, and you're doing this day in and day out. So, what's your take on it?
Yeah,
How do you apply it to your everyday trading?
Yeah, so auction market theory, we're for where buyers and sellers want to participate. We're trying to trade in between the levels of action. So we're looking at our volume profiles and our tick, and we're looking at the chart, and we're finding areas of confluence. And if we see something that's lining up, maybe we get low tick of the day with low price of the day, and then we see a reversal candle, we might trade that back to the point of control, for instance. So it's really just analyzing, where the market's going and where the people want to find value. So I hear value talked about a lot. Buyers might find value at a certain lower level of the day, and sellers might find value at a higher level. And most traders might call that support and resistance. A lot of the systems out there are similar, and we just use different names for things, is what I've found over the years. Support and resistance, supply and demand, all those different words to me mean the same thing. So really, it's just, like I said, trying to find confluence in areas that make sense. And then those are giving us the highest probability of success by following the market direction there. Not trying to fight the trend, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're using market generated data for these trades, are you adjusting your strategies on the fly at all? Or are these pretty constant and you just it's like a plug and play kind of thing after you build it?
Sure. Once I put a system live, an automated system, I try not to mess with it. basically what I'll do is I'll build a collection of systems, and they have to pass certain tests. They have to not only pass back tests, but they have to live trade as well, and they have to meet certain standards there. And then if they meet those standards, we move them to our cash accounts and we trade them. And then if we see that they're not performing well, maybe market conditions change. So a lot of times you'll see where we have like a rollover, we'll have seasonal shifts, and some algos don't do as well. So we'll take them offline, and maybe we'll look at what we have in simulation. If there's something doing really well, we'll replace it with what's doing really well. So it's kind of a constant rotations. Algos don't work forever. Markets change and we have to adapt to them. And it's kind of like, okay, it's like soccer, if you're looking at, or football, if you're overseas and you're looking at the Premier Cup, the lowest team gets regulated down to the lower division, and then they move the best winner from the lower division up to the Premier League. The same thing with the algorithms. We take the lowest performing one offline, and we take the best performing one we have on sim and we put it online. And we do tests to see that they're uncorrelated, so they have to work together. You don't want to put a system online that is already trading similar patterns to something you already have, because then you're just taking two contracts instead of one. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Everything works until it doesn't.
It's fun. It's fun.
What is that?
Thanks, Eddie.
I thought Eddie was at lunch, but apparently not.
Nope. He's out there. He's waiting. So, how many systems do you currently have? Or I should say, how many are you currently running right now? Is that something you'd like to share?
Yeah, so on my Topstep accounts, I have 13 systems running that are designed to work together, that trade. It's more like 6 system on 13 templates. So what I mean by that is, I might have one system, but it's running on ES and NQ and RTY. So that might be a mean reversion system. So we're trying to capture these bounces and trying to call the bottoms and tops in days where we're trading in a channel. And then you'll have trend systems where if we get the breakouts, we're trying to basically capture the trend for the day, or a good chunk of it at least. So, and so here, I can kind of pull them up here. And, I have Russell systems, I have Dow systems, I have NQ and ES, and then obviously the micros versions of those as well. Anything that I design that's really profitable sometimes has big drawdowns. So a lot of times if it has a big drawdown, we'll put it on a micro so we can still run it, but not have as much risk. So
makes perfect sense. Coach Robert,
yeah,
feel free to jump in whenever you want. I know this is the kind of stuff
Sure.
that is in your wheelhouse, but yeah, let's just get it rolling. How do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are the similarities between some of the systems that you've designed and what Tommy's doing?
Oh, good. I took a note on that one because that's what you said earlier. You guys are pretty similar, right? We're actually not. So we're similar in the sense of how we think about algos and the concept behind algo. An algo is just it's short for algorithm, and algorithm is just a series of steps, pretty much based on like mathematical equations. Just put a bunch of data in. If this, then do that. Otherwise, do the other. And then you have loops and series of things that you can do. You can look for durations of time, price levels, how far, how fast, how long, how many times, and how over what amount of time. So that's really what an algo is, just an algorithm, set of instructions to do. Now, the algorithms can be automated. Great. So we have automation to an algorithm. We talk about algorithms every single day on TopstepTV, but we trade them manually. What do we see over here? Pick your host, pick your trader, and what are you looking at? Well, I want to go long over 4,005. Why? Well, because this happened and then that happened, but we don't have this going on at the time. Cool. You just made an algorithm. You're just trading it manually. What Tom and I do is we just put them into a coding system, and depends on the platform you're using. Some use JavaScript. Ninja's their own Ninja script. It's a version of C#. I use Quant Tower, which is native C#. It's almost irrelevant as to what it is, and some work better than others. Some a little bit more memory intense. Some you have to run locally. Some of them there's just different syntax to use for them. One you have to end a line with a semicolon. Others you have to end with a bracket, and so on and so forth. So it really, that's kind of just the irrelevancy of it. They still need to give instructions, commands. But I think, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, we've had a couple of discussions on this, but I'm using the algos to be like in, out, just getting into the trade, seeing something. We have a pop over a high on NQ, and it's just going to take a few points out of it. Gets into the trade, gets out of the trade. Because if I'm watching it as a manual trader, I know what I want to do. Let's just take a pivot. You have 5 pivots, 5 candles in a pivot, and I want to go long over the top of that. Well, if I'm waiting for it and the market is going down, and has to come back up before it takes that break, and the market spikes up through, I just lost the trade, but the algo got it. The automation got it. Because it's waiting and it's watching, and it can enter those trades a heck of a lot faster than I can. I'm going to certainly take, I'm a guy that's going to take, 100 points out of the market. I'm going to take 10-point trades, just the way I operate. And that's the way my mind works. And that said, I don't have all the answers. Therefore, I have different types of algos and different types of automation. So some of them are quick. Some are reversions. Some will look at a pattern and then take it and hold it as long as it can. Some move stops. Some will add to losers, call it dollar cost averaging, if you will, but only twice. Makes an entry, finds the next support level, makes an entry. If it doesn't go the right way, gets out of it. Some will add to winners. So it really depends on your trading style. When traders ask me and say, hey, this is how you quote unquote trade as me, as Robert, but you have an algo that does something entirely different. Like, yes, because that's not for me. Somebody maybe wanted that. So between Tom and I, there's some good confluence and division there, because what he does, he has multiple algos, multiple automations running on different products, different instruments at different times for different reasons. And that's really good. I tend to run 1 or 2 at a time, so I can kind of monitor them. I don't like sitting there and just I'm gonna let it run and then walk away for an hour and come back. It's just not the way I do things. So the similarities are the mindset is there, the reasoning behind it is there. The differences are we're going to look at the market a little bit different, take trades a little bit differently. And Tom, we've had some great communications on this on the side. So I appreciate you being here and being on with this again. And I'd like to hear your side of that same story I just told.
Yeah, I definitely take a different approach. So you're more of like a scalper, doing things that you can't physically do. You're using the automations to speed it up, to take, a little slice of the cake off the top that you can't have the speed, because if you're a manual trader, you're going to be 1 to 2 seconds late potentially, where an algo could already be in and out of the trade by the time you enter it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't take that approach, and my approach is a little different. My idea is to make a full system that captures as much of the market movement as possible. And so the way I look at it is, okay, I don't want one algorithm. I want to look at the market and say, what kind of trading regimes do we have today? So like today might be a chop or a mean reversion regime. So a lot of the algos that I would run would be ones that are trying to trade within channels. If we're, above the opening range or we're above previous day value, there might be a chance that we're trending. So if we see a large opening move, there's another good confluence that you could have as a trigger potentially to enable a trend algo, or just to go long and follow the opening range. So the idea for me is to build systems that trade every type of market movement, get the right filters so they only trade that type of market movement, and then have them work together. And so if you build them all in, so for me, there's no one algo that's going to make you rich. So my approach is kind of the way you would build a portfolio for a retirement fund. Is I'm looking at building a portfolio of algos that are designed not with non-correlation, so they do different things. Because you don't want you don't want 2 algos taking the same trade. I talked about it earlier, because then you would just have one algo take 2 contracts. So I have algos that are designed to take the meat of a trend move. I have ones that are designed to take the opening range. I have news-related bots that are designed to analyze, your thrust moves and then kind of play the residual, either profit-taking or moves back down. We have gap fill bots, because a lot of times once a gap starts to get filled, it tends to get filled. But my gap fill bots are a little different than most, and we can get into that. I can speak about that, because it has a lot to do with auction market theory. My gap fill bot is specifically designed for value gaps, not the opening range gap that a lot of people would think about. And I think that's kind of a unique spin on the traditional gap system. So, while you take a look at systems that, chop and do fast movements, mine are designed to capture larger moves. And, like I said, I build a portfolio of systems to try to have them work together to give me the highest probability of success.
With so many systems running and some multiple. Yeah. If you're running
let me
multiple
comment on
systems in the same market. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
I just want to comment on the opening range thing, because that's a perfect example. Tom, you gave an absolute perfect example. Let's say we have an opening range. Let's call the opening range 1 minute opening range. Well, what happens if the market starts off low? There's our start, and it pushes up, and 1 minute later it makes the top of that opening range and keeps going. As a mandatory trader, it's going to be hard to get into that. As the algo, it's already in. So you said that earlier. So if you're doing a trade that has an opening range breakout one way or the other, it's just going to do that for you. Oh, look, the opening range is, and it's filled, and great, and we're in a trade. Oh, cool. Whereas if I look, where's this opening range going to be? Bam, that 1 minute candle closes, if that's what you're using, and then you go to get into the trade, it's gone several points in your direction. Like, dang it, I lost that. So that I'm glad you use that as an example there, Tom, for the opening range, and then as well as how you look at the gap fills, how you use the news, the ones that you're trading news. And that's kudos to you for being able to identify and work with all those. So I really appreciate that. And continue, I just want to make sure I got that opening range out, because that was a really good, perfect example of how these things can work out.
Yeah, the opening range is a system that goes back to the 80s or 70s. That's tried and true. I don't think it works as well as it used to because it's so well known. You have a lot of people fighting for the same piece of the pie, and sometimes then there's no pie left to get. So I don't think it works as well as it used to, but it's still effective if you have the right filters in place.
If you talk to Hoag, he talks about this quite a bit. The more people that get in on the opening range trade, the less likely it is to play out that day. So if you check the volume during that opening range, you can kind of see volume differences between days right after that opening range, that 1 minute opening range. And you can see how many participants there are jumping in on that opening range trade. So when you see that volume sort of starting to decrease during that couple seconds, when you're getting close to opening position, you can tell what the participation level is for that trade. And when it starts getting low, that's when it really starts to work. Ho can speak more to that than I can, but it's really a interesting setup for sure. Do you ever find, because you're running so many different trading systems, doing different things, sometimes all of them in the same market. You ever find them competing against each other? We ever fire off a long trade on one system and then 20 minutes later you're getting a short signal from another one while you're already in a position? Anything like that ever happen?
Not on the same ticker because I directly code that out, so it can't happen. But I might have, like, say, an ES system that's long, and then I'll have like an MES system that might go short. So yeah, if they're not on the same ticker, but it's trading the subsidiary of it, I've had that happen, and I've had them end up both winning because maybe one's just trying to take a scalp, like a Robert system. It's only trying to make $100, and then I might have one that's trying to make 2,000. It's trying to catch the whole move of the day. Some of my systems are designed. One of them is particularly good at finding the top and the bottom of the day, and it will hold the trade for up, almost the whole day. I've had trades that have literally gone from the open of futures to the close of the cash session, just because we've had a low range day, and that might make $1,200, that might make $100. We don't know, but yeah, I mean, a lot of systems have profit targets and stop losses, but some don't have a profit target because you're just looking to maybe have a trailing stop, or you might have an exit on cash close. That's another way you could do it, because those systems are profitable too, and that's a way you can get huge chunks in one trade. Because if you have a trend day and you can get in early, there's days where you can make $10,000 on one contract. I've seen it done.
Yeah, you piqued my interest there. It sounds like you're getting closer to the golden goose. I want to hear more about this the system that's good at picking the highs and lows for the day. You don't have to go into too much detail, but yeah.
No, we talked about it a little last week and the time before when I was on. That's the one that I run the most templates of, I call, which is basically it's the same algorithm just with different settings. So I might be looking for a different oversold setting, or a different time frame setting, or even a different type of chart setting. Maybe instead of using a traditional minute candle like we have on the screen, you might use a range bar or a Renko bar or a Heikin-Ashi bar. Now, I don't particularly use Heikin-Ashi, or I'm just getting into range and Renko myself. So 90% of my systems are traditionally on regular minute charts because that's what I've practiced the most. So it makes sense to use them the most. But there is very good qualities to a range or a Renko bar that is very conducive for algo building. So those are something that I've been practicing this year and trying to get better. And I have a bunch of stuff on sim, and if it passes, the test, then we'll move it to the cash account later this year. But it's got to pass the test. It's kind of like when you talk about trading. If you can't be profitable on a paper account, what makes you think you're going to be profitable on a cash account?
What's your criteria for a passing grade for a new system? Is it like a price target, a profit target, or?
Yeah, I mean, I generally like to see the risk reward be in good balance. And what I mean by that is I don't want it to have a big drawdown. So something can make $10,000 in a month, but if there's a point where it's down 10,000, even though it ends up the month up 10,000, I would not run that system, because if I'm running that on a prop account, I'm not going to be successful because that's going to blow my loss limit, right? So the risk reward has to be there, and I generally try to look for a 10-to-1 risk reward. So systems don't always perform the same over time. So if I start out with a good risk reward, even if it decays and doesn't work as well, it should still be profitable, right? That's the idea behind it. So, I'd like it to make 3,000 a month, and then maybe only have $500 to $1,000 drawdown. Now that's not 10-to-1, but I don't want it to have more than $1,000 to $1,500 drawdown a month if I'm going to put that on a prop account. Because most props don't have. I mean, the top is $4,500 drawdown. So
yeah. What about win rates? Is that something you track too?
I think people get too obsessed with win rates. I think it's more about the risk reward. I was just having this discussion the other day with a friend of mine, and I was showing him some of the stuff I was working on. And he goes, "That only has a 40% win rate. How can you run that?" And I said, "Well, because when it loses $100, and when it wins, it makes $700. So, there's a lot of traders out there that don't make more than a 40 to 50% win rate, but they're awesome traders because their risk reward is really good. So they're making 10 times on a win than they are a loss. So yeah, I have systems that are 70%. Those are extremely hard to make. And generally, when you have a higher percentage system, your risk reward is a lot less. So usually your stop loss is going to be larger than your profit target because of it being a high win rate system. And I have found those to actually be more susceptible to decay, because if your risk reward is below 1 and you get a little bit of an algo decay, your system will go offline real fast. So I generally like to have the risk reward really in my favor.
Yeah. Robert, not so much for you though, right? You sort of
that's a big
inverted.
move.
Oh, looking at it right now.
Why I'm just here in order. Target filled. Yeah, awesome, good. Did you get it?
We just get news.
Yeah,
we got cash.
See what's happened? That's exactly what happened.
Sherry coming in here.
Reduction. Fed.
Yeah. If you want to hear it, it's reduction new rents. Give us confidence that housing inflation will come down. He also said, "I'm not seeing signs of a resurgent in inflation." That was a little while ago, though. But
I got my
right
news
at the
open
tick
right
of
here.
1:30.
See if I can follow it. But wow, that was some fast movement right there. Okay.
Timing was incredible. As soon as the clock struck,
yeah, that
1:30
was
Central Time.
Exactly. So that's a perfect example in real time right there, JD. That we were sitting here, three traders talking, have this conversation, and say, "Hey, so what do we think about? Whoa, what happened in the market?" And then Tom chimes in and says, "Yep, profit target filled." That's exactly what we're looking at these things for. I see things in the chat like if algos and automation was everything, then we wouldn't need people and stuff. Well, that is true. That is true. If every single person was making bots and the bots were 100% successful or even really that good, yeah, you wouldn't need us. But that's just truly not the case. You need to adapt. You need to learn. Tom and I both use them the same way, where we may look at something and say, "Oh man, this isn't quite it. I better modify something on this," and hopefully it works. And when you're looking at past information, how well can that predict future information? The answer is not that great.
Guys,
we have the same thing, whether it's automated or not. Yeah, go.
I just wanted my Topstep account, which I have on NinjaTrader, is in an ES short. So this is on MES, the micros, and so I'm short right now. Off of that drop, it piggybacked off of that, and so looks like it wicked the target before my short got on, but on that pullback we reshorted it. So currently up.
What's your price?
$100.
What's your entry price?
57.60, 75. So we could manually intervene here. This is something you could do with an algorithm and place a stop in profit here, or we can let this play out and see if it hits the profit target. If we fill that wick, there's a good chance we hit that. Otherwise, worst case scenario, I think there's a $200 risk on this. So worst case, I'm risking 200. Looks like I would make about 250, 300 on a profit target here.
Thanks for calling that in there. Is that going to move the stop for you? Is it going to trail it down, or is this a one and done? It's going to either hit the target or the stop.
Not on this one. This is either it hits it or it hits stop loss. So this is all or nothing.
And I know you like funky names. What is this one called?
This one is called. I believe this is my Von Doom, my Dr. Von Doom. So this is a shorting bot. In the chat,
Are they all
Dr.
named?
Von Doom?
Help with any. I think you just got a new one going. Do you have a name for the new one yet, or?
I have one that's been on Sim, and it's got a real boring name. It's just called ESZ. And I thought maybe the chat wants to give it a more interesting name. So,
all right, let's
tell us about it. What we call it? Yeah.
Yeah, tell us a little more about it. We'll put up a poll, seeing if we can find a good name.
The mother algo is called Multi-Storks. It's a triple stochastic trading system, and all the templates I've made that do different things are named something different. So, like my YM bot is named Yoda. And my MYM bot is named Grogu. That was something we featured last week. We actually followed on the house account and ended up getting a W off of that, so that was really cool. This one is cool, a micro MES, also trades ES, so whatever risk reward you would want there. So I was wondering, let's stick with the Star Wars theme, but I was thinking maybe Han Solo or Lando Calrissian. Are there any Star Wars characters' names that start with E?
Everything's under control. Situation normal.
What happened?
His flight weapons malfunction, but everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you.
I don't know any names.
Does that mean we got a David Han Solo?
There was a Han Solo.
Yeah, let's ask the chat. Just throw a whole bunch of names in there. Throw them all in there. Let's come up
with the Ewoks. Yeah. I don't know any individual character names. Yeah.
Ooh.
But then, of course,
that's amazing.
You always got to remember.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
How about Optimus Prime? But that's not Star Wars.
Optimus Prime.
We're trading right back down to yesterday's Topstep X. We have yesterday's value area low in the ES at 57.52.5. Trading right there right now. Below that, we have yesterday's low at 57.41.
I have this blue bar across here, which is the ADE. Do you know what that is, Robert?
Say that again. I missed the second letter in that.
So I have the 20-day ADE, Alpha Dad Echo.
Alpha, I do not know what that is. But it's 20 days, so I don't do anything beyond last hour or so, because in my opinion, what happened 20 days ago is irrelevant for the next 10 minutes. So educate me on the ADE.
This is... An ADE is the average daily expansion. So this is a way we determine whether we're trending or chop. By taking the average daily expansion, there's the average daily noise. Most people know what the ADR is, the average daily range. So this is just another version of that. And this is a way for us to look at levels and be able, hey, there we go. Profit target hit. Let's go.
All right. What are we up now since we
started?
That
was a nice... Here. That was $300. All right. Yep. $293.75. Got that on my cash account as well.
Nice.
Well, let's get that house account queued up, Robert. We got Tommy gets into another.
I was worried we weren't going to get any trades with how the market was trading, so that's cool to see some action.
That was great. Yeah, this is. For the last month, this has been one of the deadest hours of the day that I can remember. Very little price action.
I'm not gonna lie. After I was on for fast markets and you guys gave me the time slot, I was like, "Damn, did I do something wrong?" I was like, "They must have not liked me."
Happens to me all the time, man.
Yeah, this is where the talk show really.
That was a great trade,
but Yeah, excellent trade. Let's start looking for another one.
Yeah.
And
we don't force trades; we take them. So if the markets allow us another trade, then we'll take it. If not, can't lose money if we're not taking trades either. So
since you design these programs, can you kind of eyeball it when you're looking at price action? Do you know ahead of time, like this thing's about to
yeah,
fire
I
off
have
a trade?
generally a good idea if something's going to fire a lot of times.
Cool. So you
looking
get
at the
if you see something setting up, yeah, let's start talking through it. If you see it, but that's good to know.
Yeah,
That's
there's
a great
chance
example. We're
if
sitting here
we get
talking, right, on
a
that?
bottom here.
Yep.
I was gonna say if we get a bottom here and we start to curl back up, there's a chance we're gonna get a long and we'll play the move back up. So we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
It's the same bot?
Robert?
Is that the same one's going to go the other direction?
It could. So this one is designed off of Fibonacci retracements, larger time frame. So if we're looking at the move overnight, you can see this took a move right after we retrace back down, and then its profit target and stop loss are also adaptive. So they're based on the range that we're in, and it'll automatically calculate a percentage based on Fibonacci ratios for the target and stop loss. So this was an idea I had earlier this year, and we've had it on Sim for a while, and this just went live in my account last week. So this one's brand new on the cash accounts and on the prop accounts. But it passed our risk reward analysis, and it passed our sim trading, but live sim trading, so real markets, real time, not just running a back test. So I know, Robert, you're not a big fan of back tests. That was kind of something that we had a good discussion off the air on. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Robert's famous quote is, "You back test for functionality, not for profitability." Right?
Yes, that is it. And it's more so, JD, it's a great way to put it. And Tom, thanks for bringing that up. Because there are different styles, what you do and how you align these things, like you just said, it's based off of Fibonacci retracements on a longer time frame. Since I don't care about time at all whatsoever, time of day, yes, that's irrelevant to me. It's just the way I think. It's not right or wrong. It's just the way people think, which means your setups benefit more for going back and looking at things over time. How is this performing? What can I make for these adjustments? Whereas the ones that I'm doing, I want to base them on how probable is this to take X amount out of the market. And here's a really quick example. If we take NQ and I want to target $200, that's 10 points in NQ, $200. It's pretty dang easy to get 10 points off of a breakout in NQ. It's really hard to get 10 points on a breakout on CL. So that was what I mean by testing for functionality versus profitability. I would have to take that bot and just throw it completely out the window and not run it on crude oil, because it's not going to work. It's taking a breakout for a certain amount of the day, and it just doesn't work that way. So that's when I would say, JD, looking for functionality versus profitability. It's like, is this going to work in this environment or not? And how long is that environment? Right now. Is it going to happen right now or not? Again, if I run a test, here's an example, Tom. I don't know if I told you this, but this is what shifted me to this mindset. First of all, the short-term trading, but I really got into this over 2020. So the COVID year, and I was doing pretty good with one at the beginning of the year. Then COVID hit, and I got hammered. I had to change it up. So I modify. I'm like, it's doing okay, better than it was before. And then 3 months, 4 months later, we started to stabilize, and that bot didn't work again either, but neither did the first one. I had to make a third revision of it. And I told you to tell you this, December 31st, 2020, if I say, give me the report and run a bot for the entire year, I only have one of every third of the quarter, of every third of the year that worked good. Because if I ran the report of the first bot, it did great the first third of the year and horrible the next two. If I use the second settings, it was great in the middle and not the beginning and end, and the third was at the end of the year. So when I look at back testing for something over a year, the style that I trade is irrelevant because it really did not matter. I had to make adjustments along the way. And that's just, again, we know, we talked about right or wrong, just the way we think.
Yeah, and I talked about that a little earlier.
Really
Market shift
it
and
works
they
out for
trade
you.
differently.
Right. That's why we think of trading styles too. And you said it earlier, we have an opening range breakout. Yeah, that was really good. It's a little harder to do this time, so we have to adapt to it. Doesn't mean it doesn't work, because we know that once that opening range is figured out, the market is not going to stay there, but it may not move 50 points in one direction. Right now it's only moving 10. So now we have to adapt it and say, well, just give me 8 out of the 10 instead of trying to go for 40 out of the 50. it's really just an adaptation on there.
Yeah, I find, if I'm trying to, optimize a bot or train a bot to capture certain things, if I'm training it on 2020 data, it's almost guaranteed not to work this year because we just don't trade like we do there. That was a black swan event. There's days where we were seeing 3 to 7% movement, and the daily range might have been 12%. We might go up 6% and then end the day down 5%. Like, I don't even know how you would design stuff for that other than quick moves and capturing those little impulses. And I just
That's
don't know if that
exactly
would
it.
work these days because I don't.
Nope.
All my data I train off is usually the last 2 to 3 years because we've been trading in similar market regimes. And so we've had a bear market and we've had a bull market and we've had a sideways in the last 3 years. So we actually have a really good data set right now to train stuff on, in my opinion. And so that's what I've been primarily focusing on. But to your point, when I design bots, I don't go in and just say, okay, I'm going to throw this indicator with this indicator with this one. I'm going to throw it into a machine learning algorithm and have it tell me what the values are. No,
Right.
I'm designing stuff with a purpose. So like I'm looking to capture a certain price of movement that I'm not getting with my bots right now. So it's like, okay, we just had a really awesome breakout right there. If I didn't get that trade, how would I design something to get that trade? And I'm going in with a purpose. And then I design something and I get it to take that trade that I want. And then I get it to try to not take trades I don't want. So there's two parts to it. First, you got to have the functionality. But a lot of times you get that extra part where it's like, okay, it's taking the trades I want. Why is it taking these trades also? I did not design it for that. And so then you got to dive
You
in
have to
and
tell
see
it
how you get those
what
filters.
not to take as well. So here's the secret sauce for that COVID thing that happened. I was using a time chart back then, and the market, as you said correctly, that you might go down 5%, up 6%. We had times we had a limit down 3 times in a row in an hour. It was absolutely insane. So here was the secret sauce that I did for about those almost 3 months. I coded this thing. I kid you not. I still have it. If a 1 minute candle closed green, I went short and put the stop at the top of the candle, previous green candle, and took half of the body of the previous one. And then if it was a down candle, I just simply went long. My target was halfway up the previous candle, and the stop was below the last one. That was it. That was the bot, and I worked like literally less than 2 hours a day. Turned it on, let it run, bing, bing, bang, took it off. I'm like, all right, I'm going fishing. It didn't work. It did it for a little while, but then after that, when the market changed, it didn't anymore. So it's like, okay, well, what the hell just happened? Well, it just the criteria didn't match anymore. So it just had to be adapted to find out. And I love the idea that you're putting these things in and saying, I don't want to know what it's going to do. I'm going to give it a logical sense and tell me how this is going to work out. And the second half of that is to not just coding in what may work, but also coding out what is not going to work. Don't take those. Yeah. I've been there.
My first bot I made during COVID, it was an ignition candle trader. So it would look for a 90% body candle. So it had to have very small wicks, almost a full thing. And then I would go inverse of it at the close, and I would try to capture 6 ticks. And it was like a 90% win rate. And then all of a sudden I started getting slippage and it didn't work as well. And the risk reward got out of balance, and that system ended up going in the trash. But it taught me a lot. It was my first system. You learn off of it and then you adapt, right? So
exactly.
that was probably more of a
here we are,
comparable to what you do. Go ahead.
We are back on the lows, printing new lows in the NASDAQ right now, getting real close to it in the ES. See anything about the fire off? Anything?
No, nothing yet. I do have a one called Jon Snow, which that is a trend retest. So it looks for extreme trends, so really strong moves down, waits for consolidation, and then tries to look for continue of that trend. So if we were going to get a fire, that would be the most likely to fire right now. I am running that on 3 different tickers actually, so we could get a YM, a Micros NQ, or an ES trade potentially here. I also have another one called Crimson Dawn, which Jon Snow is trying to capture the last of a trend move. Crimson Dawn is one that I made that's trying to capture the middle move. So if you're familiar with like Elliott wave theory, you usually have 3 impulse waves with 2 consolidation waves. And so my Crimson Dawn is trying to capture that wave 3, and then my Jon Snow is trying to capture that final wave 5. And I made a meme about how Jon Snow likes to trade right around ADR high and ADR low. And every time it fires, I'm like, why is it firing now? Why couldn't it have fired 5 minutes ago? But it works. I don't know why it works. I mean, I know why it works, but it's generally not a trade I would take manually. But it's the most tested system I have, so it keeps working. Why don't fight it if it's working, right?
Yeah, exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, we'll see
ES
what
just
happens,
melted through
bro.
yesterday's low, making new lows again. 57.41 was yesterday's low in the ES. Blasted right through it.
Pull up here.
Next stop in the NQ, we got yesterday's low at 19,941. Making a move towards there right now.
We got ES pulled up here on Trading View. Yeah, we just hit negative 1,300 tick, so we are very trending down right now.
When you see a heavy negative tick like that, does that give you the impulse to jump in on a long to buy it?
Yeah, so generally you want to see it hit low tick of the day or close to low tick of the day. You want to see it happen near a level that makes sense where it would reverse. So that's where we would be looking for confluence. So we're looking at like value area low here. So this is previous week value area low, and that's PWVAL on the chart here. These are things that we automate through cloud. It's something that's like, if I can automate it, I'm always going to automate it. So I don't want to have to figure out these levels by myself. So if I can automate it and then find confluence, that's what we're all about. So yeah, if we get a reversal here and get above that monthly value area low, and we finally, we build a base here, that would give us a reason to potentially take a long here. But we don't want to fight the trend. The trend is obviously down. I need to see a very big impulse up. I need to see buyers interested at this level. Otherwise, we're just going to continue down. So the other thing is if we, let's say we get back to zero tick, but we haven't gone up. So that means we're potentially buyers are not stepping in. We're just trading sideways. We might want to piggyback the short and go short with it, because that means we're likely to potentially continue down. So right now we're just waiting for data to come in. We're absorbing it. We're watching, and we're waiting for a move to happen to give us the direction that we should go. We're still sitting down here around negative 1,000 tick. We're still sitting at last week's value area low. So we're just waiting right now. I'm not going to force anything. We're having a decent day. We're having a good afternoon. No reason to spoil it and try to force something.
Heard that for sure.
Nothing on the calendar monthly. Either. I was looking for something. There's nothing that showed up. I look at the economic calendar. I didn't see anything on the calendar happening around 1:30 Central Time. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. That I'm just looking at the economic calendar that we use from Econo Day. I didn't see anything there. So maybe there was there a tweet or something that came out? Was there some type of news that just happened?
Kashkari, Fed's Kashkari was talking. So he was talking about shrinking has a long way to go. Underbuilding is a big source of inflation.
He says, I now see the neutral Fed's rate, Fed fund rate, as close as 3%. I think that's the one that sort of kicked things here.
Yeah, and then just a few minutes ago, Israel issues new evacuation on specific buildings in Beirut. So I'm curious to see what happens today. And, it is the anniversary of October 7th, so it would make logical sense that Israel would want to do something today. So, I pray for everyone over there, because it's not a good situation.
Not at all.
I've worked with I've worked with people on both lines in coding, and, coding is a universal language. And so I have people on both sides over there that I talk to, and it's, it's, like I said, it's difficult for both sides.
Yeah. That is
a lot of people are caught up in things that they have nothing to do with.
That is the truth of it.
So, let me see here. Actually, I might have just gotten a trade. Hold on.
Go. We need the bot name too.
You ready on the trigger there, Coach Robert?
It didn't take it on my Topstep account, but I did get a long on my cash account. So that is long ES from 57.43. So it's a little bit red right now, about $100 under. What happens if we get reversal here? We were just talking about it. And like I said, there's got to be a reason. So let me see here.
Reversal off a 1200 negative tick. You have profit targets on this? Profit targets and stops?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm pulling it up on my chart. Yeah, some profit target, we're looking at 5760, so just above or just below the monthly POC we're looking at. Okay, my micros. Okay, so it is on my micro account on Topstep. So ES was a little faster. It's not the exact same data. A lot of people think that ES and MES are 1-to-1. They are. So you have differences between those. Volume's different, and a lot of other things can be different. So we have a good risk reward here. This is the same thing that took the short board. It is trying to play that Fibonacci reversion. So we're looking to trade back to our previous low here and looking for buyers to step in here.
Yep. What's the risk on this trade?
Like I said, it's all in ticks, so we're probably looking about a $200 risk to make another $300 like we did before.
200.
Well, 1.5 to 1.
Robert, what do you think? We got about 5 minutes left here. Should we put this trade on?
Well, that particular trade I think is late for us to put that on right now, unless we go all the way back down or close to where the start of the entry is. And if we are, I can switch over to the ES and put that trade on. But we are pretty much out of time.
Entry was at 57. Entry was at 57.43. We're trading 30. We're trading 40
below
right
it
now.
Right now.
Yeah, trading below the entry of a long.
Yeah, I would wait to see if price comes back up and confirms this personally, because right now we're trading below the last candle. We're trading below yesterday's low. I would like to see us confirm over yesterday's low and hold there, and I think that would be a good house trade otherwise.
Okay.
Well, it's possible this might lose, so.
No, we don't lose in trading, right? There's no losses in trading. There's no crying in
Yeah,
baseball.
I have a 100% win rate system. We never lose, right?
Exactly, and it's 7-1. Yeah, let's talk about that for 1 second. Let's talk about the because it's we have a lot of new traders. They come in here to learn trading, and this was all about experiential learning. So the risk reward and the win rate. And I'm going to throw this out there that we cannot and should not talk about one without talking about the other. You alluded to that earlier, where you can have a 35-40% win rate, and people are like, oh, that sucks. Like, well, yeah, but it's a 10-to-1 risk reward, so it doesn't. Then you can have one that, I'm only going to take a 2-to-1 on this. And it's got to be, and it can be a higher win rate, right? A higher risk reward, excuse me, because mine is opposite. It really is. They're around 75% win rates, but if I shouldn't say 70. If they're 75 to 85, but if I'm win rate is 70, I'm losing. It's just the way that it's set up. Dakota, the best trader we have going in here, his win rate's like 40%. But when he gets it, he's like, is it in? No, okay, no. Is it in? How about now? No. Oh, and he just took 6 trades, and he's at like 0 for 6, and then he gets 1, and it's a 7-to-1 ratio. So we can't, in my opinion, I'm going to kick it back to Tom. Do you agree that we should not talk about win rate without talking about risk reward also? They can't be individually, must go together. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I've had a month where I was manual trading. I had every single day was green and it was great, and then I had one bad day wipe out all the rewards. And so if you lose $3,000 on a trade but make $200 in every other trade, and you have a 90% win rate, you are not a profitable trader despite having a 90% win rate. And so I agree with you 100%.
Excellent. And that's what the smaller time frames kick in. We take those smaller trades on some of them, and I think you gave me a screenshot the other day. It wasn't no secrets there, but you said, "Hey, these are the 9 I'm running," and they were like a couple different instruments. And I'm looking, wow, one of them was a 1-minute chart, one was like a 10-minute, one was like a 250. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's just what I'm like, wow, this is really cool. He's got an ES trade for X amount of minutes and an MES trade for like 7 times that amount of time. So, and that's, I commend you for that. That's really good. And why don't you talk about that, since it's your system? But it is something that I noticed, and I thought that was fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to design swing trade systems on higher time frames. You can see the big picture it's more likely to happen. So some of my systems are designed on 4-hour candles or 2-hour candles because we're looking for a higher time frame, and those systems might have a higher risk reward. And so, they might make $1,600 on a win, and they might have a $900 stop loss. And while that's good for some people, some people's risk analysis that's not okay with. So, you could run that on a micro, and then it would be a little bit better. But I try to look at, like I said, I have to look at a system and I say, what am I missing? What am I trying to capture? And if my data says higher time frames are a really good way to find trends, I'm trying to capture a trend move, I might use a 4-hour candle.
That does make sense. Hey, by the way, Tom, we got the poll results back for your account name.
Oh,
I don't know
get?
if you saw the poll in the chat. The options were Darth Vader, Han Yolo, Guido, and Ewok. 37%. The clear winner was Darth Vader for that new.
Fader? Like we're gonna fade the
Fader,
trade?
Fader. F is
We're
in
gonna fade it.
Frank.
Yeah,
Fader.
F is in
All right.
Love it.
Darth Vader.
We'll rename it that then.
Sweet.
All right, with that, guys, we're just about out of time. We got to save a little room to get the next segment going. Tommy Kazi, thanks for joining us. That was great. Put a couple trades on. He's got a winner on. He had a winner. He's got a trade on right now. Nothing doing in the house account. But it was great talking to you. Thanks for coming on. Can't wait to have you back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pleasure. Yeah, for sure. Robert, any
Thank you,
closing
guys.
words?
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your information. Thanks for sharing your wisdom and giving me a couple more things to look at. Man, you just got my week a little bit busier.
Yeah. Good. Awesome. Glad I could be an inspiration.
Awesome. Thank you, Tommy. Coming up next, we've got Power Hour. Muhammad A's here. Don't go crying to Mohammed. He's going to be joined by Dolby and Andre. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with Power Hour.
Yes, everyone's favorite power hour, the first power hour of the week on Topstep TV. Man in the middle, Mr. Mohammed, the man in the right. Dolby time. Let's get right into it. Mohammed, how are things?
Good, good, good. Perfect.
Perfect, he says. I like to hear that. Great vibes. Dolby time, what's happening?
I got no idea, Dre. What are these markets doing?
No idea.
My first time on air. I got an hour for power hour. It seems like this is gonna be like the best time to trade. Not gonna lie, we already got like this big pullback already. So let's chop it up.
Chop it up, indeed. Mohammed, how are you reading this price action right now?
I know everything now, so don't worry, Dolby. So
Oh, I love you, man. I love you.
Actually, the market is, as we see, the huge drop just an hour ago during the last hour. The market is still in a range day. We started the day. Try to enlarge this so you can see. So the day started over here with a double top and double bottom at this area. So that was the initial range. And then the market dropped like a rock from there and started to ranging in there, reaching the third, the fourth, and for me, this is the fifth extension of the range. And we already at the sixth one. So I took a long in this one.
Okay.
Because usually when you have a range, the market tends to play within those ranges. So you don't see the range over here, but in fact, it's driven from the beginning of the day. So especially when the market is grinding higher, then grinding lower. This is typical range, when you see the market is doing, very slow move, not clear direction either way, that means it is taking its drive from somewhere else, either from a higher time frame or maybe from the initial move of today. So within this area, I was expecting the market to go, at least, to be honest, I was waiting for the market to go there. And this is why I was long around here. I thought this will be a breakout. Yeah, around.
We're moving higher right now, guys.
160. 2160. I took a long over here, and my stop loss was below this range. And the market quickly took my stop, and I get a big stop. However, I was doing well during the day. I was making around 3,000 or 4,000. Almost I lost half of them during this drop. And I waited for the market to reach the last grave of the sellers. So this I see it is the target from the day starting. Maybe I see also something interesting here.
We are rallying.
You see the measured move from the high to low. Yeah, this is exactly where we, took off from. So I think the market, I'm looking for this as a target for my long, which is 2060 to the 60s.
Okay, upside.
Almost to the 60s. Upside to the 60s.
All right.
We have a breakout. Yeah. Actually, I like the pullback. The stop should be 19,900, let's say 50.
Okay. 19,950. All right, Dolby, would you like getting in a long?
Short.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that short. I agree with that short because it looks like a trap over here. So this is a nice red candle rejection of the price. So it could go to the low again.
Yeah, I got my 4-hour chart up, and something I've mentioned a while ago that sometimes hits, sometimes it doesn't. If you take a 4-hour range that's like a previous structure ago, say like yesterday, and you just try to find the midpoint of the 4-hour range, every now and then that can act as support. And I did draw that today in this 4-hour range from, let's say, 9 a.m. October 1st to October 3rd of the 9th, and we came right down to the middle of that range and bounced at 19,965. If it doesn't sustain this, then I would look for price to rotate back down to like 19,800 or to try to find support somewhere along the higher lows that we've made in that previous 4 hour. But I'm probably going to lean short in general, but maybe short tight stop or buy bounce off of 960.
Well, Mohammed, are you long or short right now?
I'm long right now.
From what price?
From 19,973. So, yeah. And
how many times?
Actually, we are in a one contract only. We are in an area that I should take some profit, to be honest. It's the fourth extension of the range. So I will take my profit over here. So I'm flat right now.
Okay, what's your P&L?
I have 4 XFAs, actually. Which one you want?
Which one do we want, Dolby? Which one do we want?
Yeah.
Everyone has the best P&L. That's all that matters.
The best one is 2,000.
Yeah, which one's the best one? 2,000.
2,000.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I have another one that stopped for my maximum loss of the day, which is 1,000.
Right. Really quick. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Power Hour. You know what I'm going to say by now. But for those that are new, welcome aboard. Topstep TV and Power Hour. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Send us some cool submissions that we can share with the community on Topstep TV, whether it be memes, fun trader certificates, performance dashboard analytics, your trader station setup, whatever you got. Turn that around to everyone in about 40 minutes or so. Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Okay, so Mohammed's flat right now.
I'm looking actually.
What's chat feeling? Bullish or bearish?
On NQ?
Oh, man. It's just like this 20,020 we're not really getting over. Like, it'd be nice to be able to hop into a short and just set like a tight stop and see, because I feel like the risk reward just in general would be really good, because let's say you're risking like 20 points. I think the upside could be pretty significant.
Yeah.
At least like 60 to 80 if this short comes all the way back to like pushes through.
What do you mean by tight stop, Dolby?
Oh, I mean, it's moving away so fast because it's NASDAQ, but it would be nice to, have gotten into a short around like 20,010 with maybe like a 20-point stop in NQ. Just in a way that we can get short and that our stop is over 20,020s. I would like to see short stay under that level.
Mohammed, what are you thinking here in terms of the NQ? Again, hey, for just everyone knows, Mohammed, you are number 193 on the Topstep leaderboard. Did you know that?
Hello.
Sorry?
You are number 193 on the Topstep leaderboard.
Hey, that's good.
Yes, very good.
That's good. I never see it.
That's okay. Keep trading. So,
I don't want to see it. That will add a pressure on me. So
I apologize, but yes, people need to know. People need to know Mohammed is in the top 200.
I'm fine.
He's legit.
You are fine having my name. I'm fine with that.
Excellent. All right, poll is up. NQ bullish or bearish? Up there, Mohammed. Yeah, tell us what you think, what you're seeing here, and perhaps for a next trade idea in the NQ. Last trade right here, 20,000 even.
I'm seeing higher high in the 2,000 tick chart.
Inverse head and shoulders. It's kind of setting up a little bit.
Yeah. So if you want to go to the short, I think your stop should be 20.
20. Well,
20.
Mohammed, if you're ranked number 193. I'm following your trades. I'm ranked nothing. You're ranked 193. So what are you feeling?
I'm not taking the short at this low price. No.
Don't come crying. Do not come crying to Mohammed.
No, actually, don't come crying buying this market today. It's very difficult to buy the market.
You just did, Mohammed.
Yeah, I can, but
Proud of himself.
I can't.
I'm sorry.
I love it.
I mean, if you want to buy the market, you have to be very patient. Very patient. You can see whoever bought the market here, they struggled they took their stop. Oh, all the swings had been stopping over there. But selling the market is fast. If you sell maybe in less than 10 minutes. So if we want to have a quick power hour trade, I think it should be a short, not a buy.
Now you say short.
Yeah. So I'm with the short at 30s.
Does it have to be NASDAQ or do you want to trade ES?
We can look to the ES, however.
Okay.
NASDAQ is faster.
ES has a nice structure right now. It's kind of like really nice 1 minute ranges, and it's stacking kind of over one range and underneath another.
Yes, tilts.
So for the short, we have two options, Dolby. We can take a short right here with a stop 20, let's say 25, and we try again if we hit our stop at 60.
So if we went short right now, 5 contracts, 20-point stop. Ooh, I don't know about that. That's because then it's already moving away from us. Just come back a little bit, NASDAQ. Oh, it would be nice to be able to get have a stop over 22s.
22. So how about we take
spread them out?
3. Yeah. 3.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. And we
So
take another 3. Yeah, and we take another 3 at 15.
Okay.
Oh, okay, at 15. I'm taking this one for me.
Okay, what'd you just get into, Mohammed?
At let's say 20,000.
Mohammed short 1 from
99999.
Okay, we're short 3. We're short 3 from 20,000 and a half.
We'll put another one.
And then we're going to short another 3 at 15s.
Yeah, my stop will be at 25.
25.
I can afford. Yeah, 25. Yeah.
That right in.
Okay.
25. Another lot will be at 50. 15.
Yeah, we'll add 3 more at 15 evens. Short 3 now at 20,000 evens. Let's say. What's your take profits? Or we already have our stop.
The take profit to be determined.
To be determined.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm looking to take out these lows.
Where?
And then
like 19,800s, like that low. How low can you go?
So we have around 53. We have around 50 points range. So maybe we can take our target at 19,910.
910. Okay.
Yeah.
19,910.
Let's try 10s, 60s, 10s, and 20s if we can get down there. Ooh, ladder's picking up. What's going on?
80% long in the YM. We got 75% long in gold. We're moving a little higher. 26.62 last trade, but right now house account short. 3 NQs from 20,000 even.
We're starting to get an uptick in some of these indices here. Let's see. You say the word, Mo. You say the word. I'll flat.
Yeah. Let's see. You go to the lower time frame and see. Yeah, we're still in a range.
We need these 90s. I would love to see breakdown. That's kind of like this inverse head and shoulders I'm seeing. Left shoulder is from 90 to about 10s. The head goes down to 60s. And then right shoulder is that same range from 90s to about 2010s, 2015s. So let's see if we can get below 90s.
Yeah, so this inverted head and shoulders will be invalid.
Phil, I do have a buy at 15s. Oh, buy to cover is at 60s and 12s, and then we have another sell at 15 evens for our 6. But very, very range bound though.
Take a look at the other markets. Yeah, 75% again, 75% long in the GC. Equities, looking at the ES, 66% long in the ES, 61% long in the Q.
So
Dorito going on.
Let's review what we want to see. If we are short, if we want short, it's fine for the market to range at this area. After this huge drop, okay, it's fine for the market to be ranging somewhere, maybe some traps in the shorter time frame. That will be fine. That should not panic us. However, we don't want to see a higher high and a higher low, because it could squeeze the sellers even more higher, and short covering rally might start. Okay, and at that level, I think it is 25. Above 25, that means the buyers are gaining control again, looking for the initial range maybe up there. And you can see this head and shoulders is clear here. Left shoulder, head,
short 6,
right
7
shoulder,
3/4.
How's it got short 6 from what price? Sorry.
20,000, 7 3/4.
Okay.
And stop is where?
25 evens.
Okay.
It's getting real spicy, not in a good way.
Yeah.
More in like a late night Taco Bell kind of way.
Oof, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, in there.
Just wait for the sellers to come. When they come, they come fast.
Fast and Furious, Mohammed. They came fast and furious about an hour ago.
Let's see. They didn't. That means we are not seeing what we should see. So it's better to exit.
Now?
No,
I'd rather
no,
just
no.
wait. Just waiting.
I mean, yeah, wait. Of course.
Then we wait.
Yep.
Let's trade 20,000. 016 in the NQ. Looking at the ES. Stop me if you heard this before. Last trade, 57.50 in the ES. Price.
Has that been a theme today, Andre? The
Same
old 57
prices.
50s?
Indeed, man. Man, we've seen these prices for quite some time. So,
Andre is not entertained. Andre is not entertained.
It is what it is. I hate saying that. It is just what the market's giving us right now. So, you got to adapt.
Let's see the market. If the market tested our entry, which should be, and I think our average is around 7.
Yep.
Now it is the time. Come on, sellers. Usually you come very fast. Show me.
Push.
Do it, sellers. I do some take profits. Set below. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
So we are long how many? 6?
Short.
We're short 6.
Short 6. Okay.
Glad we're on the same page, Mohammed. That would have been not ideal.
That would have been fun.
No, that's fine. This is fine. Yeah. Let's see the market if we push lower.
These higher lows.
Okay, this is
entry becomes support. Please don't do that.
Give it some time.
Mohammed, when those sellers
you
come,
can see the buyers are going higher in this short time frame, very slow, and then the sellers coming very fast. They push harder.
Delta? Do you have a Delta update or anything? Anything that's bearish? Anything that's bearish, Dre? That's all I want is bearish news.
Well, this Delta is short. Minus 5,300 in the NQ. ES pretty much neutral with just minus 400. So minus 5,300 in Delta in the NQ. ES not showing much there. It just
Here we go. Here we go. Fine. We start doing lower low now. We'll break 90. Let's take 3 Dolby at 80.
At 80? Okay.
At 80.
Okay. 19,980. Working 3. We working 3 Dolby there on 19.
So we can leave our stop as it is.
Oh yeah.
And we lose them.
Why do you like 80s? What about 80s that you like?
Actually, it is somehow the Fibonacci level from the low to the recent high. Yeah, it's 83 somewhere there. So maybe if buyers interested to take this higher, they will jump in maybe. Okay. So let's at 80 get rid of some risk.
Yep.
So we have more comfortable trade to live with.
Like that.
Don't forget, we are very low of the day. So we are buying. We are selling the low. Anywhere it could be the high and the low.
Let's see, we
push this looks pretty good so far. Momentum's good. Standard 20,000, and we wait.
Lower lows, lower highs.
So we're still waiting on the lower lows. We got to get under this 990. This head and shoulders is still inverse, is still sustaining.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
And then for the other 3, what are you thinking? Just hold them? Hold them forever?
What?
Forever?
Other 3?
Forever.
No. As I said, if we break the 19,956, then I think the party will start.
Ooh, I like that.
We get down to 56s. I'm
partying.
taking my hoodie off. I'm taking my hoodie off. I'm taking my hat off. Yeah. I'm just gonna do chains. That's it, like Kirk Cousins. That's it.
Fired up the other day.
Yeah.
Yes.
We break this low, the 80s, the 90s. I think the 50 and 60s are just a matter of time.
Okay. Right now, NQ trying to figure out what to do with this 20,000 even level. Last trade 19,998. Now 997 is now 5's trade. They want to take this thing lower. 94s.
1, 2.
Working the bid. If
a lot of 5-minute looks really good.
Yeah, it
5-minute
does.
range is awesome. We just got to get under this 5-minute range, which is 990s.
Okay. Yes, trying to follow. Here we go. Yes,
Hey.
down some momentum. Here we go. Here we go.
Do it. 89.
It'd be nice to actually pull one off at like 90. We have 3.
Do it.
We're averaging at 3 at around like 20,000.
It's gone. You have to be very fast. Okay.
Well, no, I covered one. I covered
90.
one. I covered one. Wasn't the best cover, but it's good enough. We got $84. What's up?
Hey.
But I mean, we did chase a little bit on that first 3, so I'm not opposed to trying to maybe get out of these other 2, because then our last 3 would be up at like 20,000 15s and would give us a really good average.
Really just wait. Average. Just wait, Dolby. I am 193 in the dashboard. Just wait.
Yeah. That's my guy, man. Yo. Mohammed. I love it.
Just wait.
First you didn't care. See? Now you're using it.
Yeah.
That's the quickest turnaround flex I've ever seen.
You got it. Want it.
You take it at 80?
We got another one.
Perfect. Let's share the house account for people.
Number 193. All right, we're selling off here. Let's keep pushing here. Working those 80s. What's our position now?
Okay, so here's the deal. Since we averaged into 6, we got rid of our first 3 since it's first in, first out. So now we're at our back half of our trade. So 20,015 in at 3.
Short from 15 3 times. Okay.
Yeah. We started at 20. Re-upped at 20,015. Got rid of the first 3 at 20. So then our average becomes 20,015. Sorry, evens and then 15s.
Are you ready, Dolby?
For what?
Take
I'm always
off
ready.
Your shirt and hat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you gotta ask me twice. I'm finding reasons to take off my clothes. That's typically how this goes. I would love to
you are
see-
some kind of sorcerer.
Yeah. I would love to see 960s and then 900s. What about you, Mo?
Yeah.
I think we get 800s.
Yeah. My concern
That-
now
that-
is not to
that's
go
insane.
not to go above 90. We should not see the 20 again. The 20,000.
Oh, see, that's funny. I think I'd be okay with it. This range is so big. It's 15-minute. Yeah, we gotta wait for this range to break. This whole thing needs to just collapse. I think we're gonna get those 960s though. We're getting really close.
If we break,
Okay.
if we break the 70s, I think it will be a nice idea to take down our stop loss.
Okay.
Let's see.
We get 60s. I would take 70s or
Yeah,
60s.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We are
It's
risking
10 points
what?
between friends. Let's
10
be
points.
honest.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's get those 60s.
How many people? How many people are hoping that they have our position?
Us.
I mean, our trade location is exceptional right now. Relative to the structure that we're playing, it is exceptional. We are, let's see, how many points from the high of this range? 6 points. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Your take profit for one is just fair.
960. 960. Then I think
they
900.
will take it even lower. 960, make it 50.
Oh, that's spicy.
They will flush this low because you can see the double top up there. Okay.
It's a spicy call.
Still selling off here.
Somehow.
Oh yeah.
Somehow with a trap, and then you will see a Dorito in our favor.
Dorito in our favor. I like it.
And we got to have at least two that we can diamond hands into MOC, right? That's how this goes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, if you guys, real quick, guys, if you see pinned to the top of the chat, we got today's final VIP form. Check in. Make sure you fill that out. Eddie, real quick. You don't mind, Eddie, talk to us. What is pinned to the top of the chat?
Well, what we've got here is our VIP, and what it is. Okay, it is an offer that we're giving our traders here to join Coach Hoop. He's going to be drafting 50 traders. This is going to happen this week. We're going to have the final draft on Monday. And here's what you get. You get 3 free months in a 100K trading combine, 2 free resets each month. There's no activation fee, private Discord chat room. And if you are pick chosen, what we're going to ask is, if you could, which we would like, and I would guarantee that many other traders would, that you appear once on TopstepTV. Okay, we want others to hear about your experience with the VIP. So the link is up top. What we're doing is we're doing sort of a bell to beller. So if you're here from opening bell to closing bell, you're going to get the opportunity to fill in. Well, today we had 3. Tomorrow it might be 2. It might be 4. It might be 5. We don't know this, and that's the honest to God's truth here at TopstepTV. Whatever production decides, we go with it. So we're going to be dropping the forms multiple times a day, all week, and those with the most signups will be included in the draft drawing. Okay, so only do it once, one time. When we drop that form in chat, all you need to do is just fill it out once. All right, don't spam it, because each one is numbered. We know how many per day, per week, and we'll get that going. So we're going to leave this up here for about 15 minutes. And yes, Topstep VIP.
Topstep VIP.
Thank you, Sanu. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I believe Andre has a mason coming, a stone mason. So Mo, it's you and me.
He's getting a statue of Michael put in his front yard. Yeah. He didn't hear that, did he? No, he didn't.
No, you did
All
not.
right. So yeah, get it. We got it up there for about another 10 minutes. So have at it, man. Good luck to everybody.
Yes, the VIP program. That's going to be so cool. Coach Hoop, the latest coach, adding 50 new students. Doing it bell to bell style.
Bell to bell.
We kind of
These
dipped
VIP
dipped
invitations.
low.
Yep.
These 59s here did not get a fill on our 50s.
Really?
No, I was at like 48-ish, so we missed it by
No
like a
crying.
hair. But we can just move it back up and try to get 60 again. And then do you want to move the stop down, Mo? We're still taking 600 to risk. Are you okay?
Yeah. For me, I put my stop at 1992 for this short term, but I can go short again if the market drop from there. Can I see your chart? So we are short 2 now, or how many?
No, we're short 3 at 15s. The stop is currently at break even, and we have to take profit at 960, 899, and 821.
How this is it's not filled?
I had it at 48, not 50. That's why. But we also didn't
Really?
get filled. We only went down to 52. We didn't go down to 50.
Yeah,
So we
it
missed
wasn't
it.
50. Okay.
Yep. I know. Okay, now we're kind of stuck in the middle of the range too, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah, take one. Take one.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Take one.
All right, down to 2.
Well, my bad. My bad. I advise you to take it at 50. It should be 60. Fine.
We're good. 15 points of slippage, no big deal. Realized P&L, we're up 1470. Unrealized 1470. Let's see if this
We didn't
keeps
take
on
one
sliding
here.
back down. We did. We're short 2.
So we are short 2. Okay.
Yep. Want to short some more though?
Yeah. No. Not
okay.
Market is snapped here from. Let me remove this.
Wow, Chad actually likes our trade, Mel. This is crazy. That almost like never happens. We must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Bikesh, Andre has a stonemason coming to his house.
Stoned mason?
Stoned. You have the stoned mason coming to your house.
Okay.
He has a stone mason coming to his house.
Oh, better than a drunk mason.
That's true.
Or a Charles Mason.
I knew a drunk mason in school. Not fun. Not a fun mason at all.
No.
Chat, are we breaking below 960s? Ooh, do you have a pulls up, Eddie? Is that possible?
What would you like, my friend?
Ooh, what if we do... Do we finish above 20,000 in the NASDAQ by 3 p.m. Central?
Yeah, 20,000 is...
Above below 20K in the NQ by 3 p.m. I feel like that's a line in the sand, don't you, Mo? Closing under 20K? I mean, that can't be...
Yeah.
Can't be great.
Will be a number that... people will look for it. Looking for today, maybe we'll... it's hard to believe that this low will not broken. I cannot see. I see
it's gonna go. I think the only question is how much more do we short to make it happen?
Yeah.
That is the real question.
Hey, there you go.
Would you be comfortable buying now? I don't. Who's buying?
I don't know. I'd be more comfortable selling though because our entry's so good, and we're up like 1470.
Let's keep it this way.
Mohammed with the drop. I'm number
You don't get
193.
spinners like this without being aggressive. I mean, come on. You hear this? Hear the money? Just hear it spinning in my ear. It's great. Oh, no pulls. Okay, we can't do pulls because it messes up the pin.
That's right.
Did you see that, Andre?
YouTube is
We went
so delicate.
We went to 951 or something.
Oh, 1 point.
52. Yeah.
Okay. Make another shot here. And low of the day. Or overnight low. Or I guess day. Yes. 19,952. How's the count? Working 50s, right, Dolby?
15s?
15s, 1.5s. Oh, okay. I thought we were working 5.0s. All right.
No 15s. We're short 2 at 20,015 evens. And our stop is about break even. Looking for this 959 15-minute range low to break lower and then hopefully look out below.
Okay.
Yeah. If we are not short, where will we want to be short again? I mean, people looking at this flat, yeah, some of them, they will say they will sell the breakout below here.
I think there's just
It is double
many,
bottom though. It is a double bottom though.
Look at all those wicks though, down by like 880, 860, 870. It's got to be some stops down there somewhere. It's got to be. Let's go get them.
Beneath the here we go. Still selling off here, guys. Last trade 956s.
Okay.
Question here.
Flush,
Yes,
flush
falling
it.
off. Here we go.
No flush. No flush. Look, if this low is not flushed, I think it's reasonable to take our stop loss to 88. 988. Where is our next target?
900.
Let's
900s. Okay. Okay.
We've already definitely so much off within this range that if you want like
we'll
the
go now.
fillet, then we got to hold this thing, or else we're just going to be base hitting.
Yes.
And
yeah, exactly.
What do we get? $4,000? Like that's not enough for house account. Hate to say it, but if we're losing 5 to 10 a day,
a dollar is a dollar.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know,
unless
see money,
there's-
take money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But you gotta let it run.
Whatever we can do, jab, jab, jab.
I'm fine with that though if you are following the trailing the stop.
Oh yeah, no, we totally trail the stop. Yeah.
I
I'm also
think
fine with we can take trades off, but you know,
900
we've gotten into this thing before.
Doable.
I think 900 is very doable.
Good to know.
We still have the
real quick,
momentum.
guys. 19,934 is 5% off the all-time highs. Again, 934 is 5% off the all-time highs. Shout out to Hoag.
Right.
Let's see what chat says. Chat, you're short 2 right now. Are you still peeling, or are you holding for the double or the triple?
Gotta hold up on that just for a minute here. Dolby still got the VIP
They
form.
can answer in chat. They don't have to do They don't have to do the poll.
do
They
that
can
in
just chit chat about it.
All take some profit. We already did.
We only have, we had 6. We already took 4 off.
Exactly. Take one, and so the other one will what?
964 last trade in the NQ.
Reverse.
741 last trade
Reverse
in
button.
Friday.
Hey,
Yes.
Mo says reverse
another
button.
Mo says reverse.
Mo wants to reverse, eh? Mo.
We do that on Fridays.
We do
Dolby,
that.
are you seeing the last pivot in your chart?
Yeah. I mean, it's still
I think-
lower highs and lower lows, which is great.
Okay.
That 959 is bounced, which is a little bit nerve wracking.
Okay. So if they do it again,
Will they do it again?
What do you
I don't.
think?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
yeah, we have a double bottom here, triple bottom actually.
Triple. Okay.
And we got
Maybe
5
we'll
minutes on
go-
MOC.
I miss MOC. Okay.
So,
Go fast.
how about
You
this?
say peel.
Uh,
You say peel. I peel.
No. If this high,
Which one?
900 what? 85, the 85, the 90s.
Okay.
Is it the 90s?
Yep.
Let me
85 or
open the
90s,
1
yeah.
minute. Yeah.
You're on
So
the 1
if
minute.
this
I see
one-
what you're saying. Like 86s, like right above that little 1 minute.
Exactly. So at that level, take one and leave the other one at point of entry.
Okay.
Okay. Got you.
If you guys are liking this conversation, you guys are liking what you're seeing here in Power Hour, if you guys are liking Mohammed, number 193 on the dashboard, as he says, click like, click subscribe. That's the last time I'm asking. The form for VIP has been pulled, and the draft is next week. We're taking entrance. You're going to enter the draft. The draft next week. We're getting the names now. Boy, I'm nervous for next week.
It's going to be fun on Monday.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. VIP.
Very important peoples.
The problem, MOC will not give you a time, Dolby, to do anything. So just put a stop. Yep.
See,
Yep, exactly.
Delta, my 6,800. My 6,800 Delta in the NQ, so it is growing. See if we can get one more push. Your last trade, 19,962.
I like that question of peel or hold, because you can kind of get like a pulse on chat to see who likes holding trades and who doesn't. Some people might have sweaty palms in chat right now watching this play out.
It came out a lot. A lot were saying hold right away, and then peel started to come back. And there's also people that saying take the profit we've got right now. So you've got three options.
Last week, I learned something that I will share with you.
Oh.
If the market is going in your way, be optimistic. If the market's going against you, be pessimistic. What is it?
Love that.
The opposite of optimistic is pessimistic.
I like that.
Also, what reminiscences of a stock operator? You know, that was a pretty famous quote. Like the best way to he made all his money holding, not by getting in and out of trades. So like our setup is so good, our entry is insane. We've taken partials already. The only thing left really is to let this trade become what it wants to be, which is whatever it wants to be.
We got 90 seconds. We got a what? We got a one lot on Dolby or two?
Two. We won't peel one at 986 though, which is like about 20 points. A little bit less than that. So we'll see.
60 seconds till the MOC. Eddie will be all over that. Love MOC. And the form has been pulled for the VIP just for today. More coming out. You know, we'll have more coming out this week. Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV, Bell to Bellers.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to them, Eddie, right?
Ringy dingy. Yep.
Hey, 10-year yield, but by the way, above 4%. We're seeing perhaps that's playing into the sell-off in equities a bit. Jack's take
There's
on
belligerent
that.
with a quote that I was thinking of. It was never my thinking that made the big money for me. It was always my sitting. Got that? My sitting tight. Such a good book. Such a good trading book.
We'll see. What's Hoag got for me? Hoag, I'm trying to look for Delta. Thank you.
Pretty.
All right, Eddie.
It's a comment.
Yes, sir. We're going to go ES and NQ, YM in that order. Here we go.
All right. Let's see here. Loading up here. Come on, guys.
Off one.
Let's go.
We have one left. Up $2,000.
Nothing yet.
Nice.
Perfect. I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I only have one.
And let's just
all right, here we go. Nothing really to write home about, but S&P, we are on the 565 million sell side. NASDAQ, 231 million buy side. Dow, 5 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 260 million to the buy side. Remember, these fluctuate. I will be watching. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes, they do fluctuate indeed. Nothing to write home about for sure. Quick Delta update.
Nah.
My 600 in ES minus 7,000 NQ. They're definitely hitting the bid. It's 57.48s in the ES. There's a magnet on the 57.50s, but let's keep an eye on the NQ coming up to 20,000 even now. Let's count short one.
Ooh, those 20,000s.
Ugh, it's the magnet of all magnets.
Our stop is just fine. Our stop is
We're
just
break even. This trade's pretty much over with.
Like it.
We're up
Hey,
$2
just a
grand.
reminder.
Got a runner. Straight chilling.
Just a reminder. We got Bostic going to be speaking beginning of the next session. So if you're one of those traders that take the 2-hour break, comes back at 5:00 p.m. Central Time, just be aware that Bostic might say something that might jolt the market. So
What
just
time,
a little
Eddie?
FYI.
What time's Bostic going again?
1700. So that would be 5:00.
Thank you. 5 p.m. Central Time.
Central.
Okay. The buyers 70% long in the ES right now. Going into the last 8 minutes of the trade. Average price 72% long now. 57.51 average long price in the ES. So right here.
This is why we took one at the 80s.
Flat. And our trade's
Fine.
over. Up $2,087.
Very nice.
Great trade.
I'm up 3,000.
Nice,
Can we have
Mohammed.
that 3,000? So we say we made more than.
No, because
Give us-
I was positive before.
All right.
Nice
Nice little
trade.
range trade. That was fun.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
And works
You
like
like-
that.
I don't have time. I like the long.
See, that would have been an interesting
We
play,
still in
too,
the-
actually, would be flipping it to the long side at that 15-minute range low at 960.
Though 2022, 2022 is a resistant, actually. I mean, the breakout is really there.
22s.
So,
yeah.
adding in shorts?
Buying
You want
here-
short?
No. Short. No, I don't see the short below 60. Yeah, the 60.
Okay.
At that
Let's wait and
time,
see what
maybe the
happens.
market is
Well, maybe we can run that poll again. Does NQ finish? Well, it's probably going to finish above 20,000 at this rate.
You got that
Mohammed,
one
you got-
paper, you want me to get it?
Mohammed, you got resistance at what, 22, you said?
Yep.
Okay. Some decent
22
movement
is
here.
for sure.
All right, above the
25.
50s in the ES. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Mohammed.
The 25 would be another short if we want to try this again.
25s.
25.
25s?
30.
Sure.
Yeah, 30. And the stop should
In 30s
be
or
50.
25s?
Make it 30. Make it 30. So we take
How
the
many?
extreme. Stop. Again, 3.
Love it.
Okay.
Limit sell 30.
Another, yeah,
Oh, hold
another
on, I need,
3 at 40.
Okay. We got 3 at 30 and 3 at 40.
Working 3 at 20,030. 5 minutes in the session. Wow, sellers just came in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
What do we get up to there? Oh, close. Oh, where are they going to take this?
Oh,
Yeah,
range
no.
is on a range.
Nice
Oh,
read,
no.
though. Nice read.
2 points away on that one.
He asked me 25. I said 30. Oh.
There's still time. There's still time.
There's still time. We might,
There's
might get
still
another
time.
shot here.
I don't like it if it go again. I think the buy is looking very juicy. Let's see a trap
Hold
here
on.
and a strong green candle. Wait a second. I think the buy will.
Man, right there. What did it get up to? 20.
28.
No,
28.
2 points away.
Man.
I'm waiting.
That was a
Waiting for a signal. Waiting for a signal to go by. I don't see any signal right now.
no.
Put
We
1,000.
basically rejected right off that 15-minute range high and hopped right back in.
Yeah, they will try again. Let's see. Let's place an order to buy at 76.
76. How many do you want to
Yeah,
buy at
that's a demand.
76?
I will do 3.
76. Okay. Limit by 3. So it's like range to range. Is that what you're thinking?
Loving this.
Yeah, I think we will try the high again. This is a demand area of this low.
So this is what, about 50 points,
looking-
maybe 40
look-
points that we're looking for?
Target is 60. No, more than. What's the time? We don't have.
What's your
time
stop?
anyway. Stop is 40. 40.
40?
Just make 3. Yeah.
Are we working 70,
25
76s,
points.
you said?
76s, yeah.
We got 3 minutes, fellas. We got to get this in, get this out.
Hey, let's between the market and this order.
Love it. All right, before that, we got 3 minutes left here in the session. These guys are working 76s on the bid and the NASDAQ. I want to throw it to James for some hashtag power hour submissions in the meantime. But if we get anything, Dolby, please jump in. Got a lot of things going on here in power hour. James, what do we have today?
We're going to make this real quick. We're going to make this surgical, in and out. Steven, up 16.8 in my one lot MNQ challenge combine, in addition to 132.40 in a new combine. This is a day I'm so glad for some tradertainment and the camaraderie available with TopstepTV. Thank you, Steven. We got a nice green session in the 800 to 150,000 in the all XFA accounts from Ryo. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but nice work. Good locking it up. AB the Dawn. 2 more combines passed and 450 on 3 XFAs, all locked up by noon. That's good work. And then 2 from our Facebook community really quick. Gabriel, another profitable day in my new XFA. 1 more $200 plus day tomorrow, and I'll get my first payout. So best of luck there. Keep it up. Get that money. And Jan, after a 2-month break, I'm back in trading again. 2 months ago, I had 13 XFAs. I blew up 5 in one go, and then 5 more. I'm back and taking it slow. Taking this $1,500 payout, I'm going to continue to stay consistent. So notice everybody, slow down, be consistent, and you too were self getting paid. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome.
We're almost long 3.
Very good.
Yeah.
60 seconds here. Coming down to the wire.
Oh,
yeah.
76.
We almost got filled.
76, 75.
We almost got the 30s on the upside. We almost got this.
Just
Game of
cancel
ticks.
it, man.
Oh, it's so good
There's
though.
no
So
time.
good.
I'm going
Damn
to
it,
see
Jack.
what all
Flat.
sell side.
And we'll see
We
what else.
are
happens.
flat.
Cancel it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, just cancel it.
Flat.
All right, cancel. Good.
Market
great
is just
discussion.
playing with us. You know?
That was
Not
awesome,
feeling,
guys.
You know?
Nice job.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? We have a winner.
Yeah, fine.
Yay, Mohammed.
We
Absolutely.
usually
Mr.
do it,
193 on the leaderboard. Will he rise in the ranks tomorrow? Mohammed, people want more of you. Have you on fast markets.
Sure thing. My pleasure.
Later. If
I
it does work
enjoy
out.
the time here.
Oh, we love you. If
And
you guys love
hopefully
Mohammed.
By next week, there will be a surprise for all of you.
Ooh, you hear that? Mohammed's coming in with a surprise.
It's going to make cupcakes for everybody.
Quote of the day. I'm 193 on the dashboard. You listen to me. I love that quote, Mohammed. Absolutely incredible. 5 seconds. Great execution, Dolby. Great conversation. That is what Power Hour is all about. And there is the bell first.
Oh, yes.
Power Hour Monday. Anyways, Dolby time. Awesome stuff. Mohammed, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Folks, shout out to all the bellers. Right here, right now, we're going to tell it over to Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here on this Monday.
All right. We're going to be tomorrow, the 8th, of Cal Ripken Day, number 8. On the menu, on the Top Step menu, we're going to have Rips joining Hoag and myself. Fast Markets, we do got Rips and Coach Dakota. Stephen P. going to be joining us for Power Players. We got Jack and Mick Shoulder Tap. And scrolling down here, 1 o'clock, Pass with the Pros. We're bringing in James D. and Stanley to see if we can get them to pass the combine. And to end the day, Rips is going to join Andre and Dolby time for Power Hour. Now, what we've got cooking tomorrow, tomorrow is going to be the 8th, as I did mention that. As far as our eco numbers go, now we've got some early numbers at 7:30. We got imports, exports, trade balance. They might turn the blender on there. Not really anything that we should be worried about. Coming in at 7:55, Red Book. A little later on, after 9 o'clock, we do have a 9:30 Atlanta Fed. 11 o'clock, we've got our EIA short-term energy outlook. 11:45, we've got Bostic speaking again. My goodness, Raphael Bostic. 12 o'clock, high noon, 3-year note auction. And a little later on, let's see, 1, 2, 3 o'clock when we close here and go to At the Buzzer, Ted Collins will be speaking. Also, that API weekly crude stock. So, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to have a great day today, okay? We started the week off positive, and I just want to make sure that you know it's time to turn things off. This is your time now, all right? So don't forget, we've got At the Buzzer here coming up in about 15 minutes with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Let's not also forget 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, Coach Ray and Coach Vince in the Discord channel. And of course, don't forget the London Open with Deanna, 3:30 tomorrow morning. That's 3:30 a.m. Central Time, right? To get your stuff up. And let's not forget about Slow Market. Starts at 7:30 today. It'll be right here on YouTube, just like At the Buzzer. So anyway, as I was saying, this is your time. I want you to log off, take a little break before you go back to At the Buzzer. Go grab a sandwich, go grab a drink, stretch, take a walk around the block real quick. And I want to see you here tomorrow, re-energized, ready to go, and all the participation that you guys and girls have been doing in the chat. So all the best to you today. I want you to stay safe, stay healthy, and until we meet again, this has been Top Step TV, and I'm Eddie Horn. Take care.